to Major League Baseball, the National Football League, and NASCAR. This is a presentation of Fox Sports.
Kurt Busch has just slammed the wall exiting turn number 2. Kurt Busch has been great on the short tracks, but for 2 weeks in a row, he gets caught up in a wreck.
Just bring it home. One more lap to go.
Kurt Busch gets his 12th victory of the season.
It's very scary. Just hope you can make it through it okay.
Talladega is a track that we run that's very, very hard because you don't have much control.
Trouble, turn 1.
Basically got one chance to make your choice. Sometimes it's the right one, and sometimes it doesn't work out.
There's going to be 10 or more cars involved.
The end of that race, the last 20 laps, is the wildest 20 laps you'll ever race on any racetrack.
There's a place down the street where everybody loves to meet. They got a band playing all night long. Everybody moves when they play this song. They do the Southside Shuffle. They do the Southside Shuffle. They do the Southside Shuffle. All night long. Give it to the theater.
And Jeff Gordon will win the Aaron's 499.
And welcome to Talladega Superspeedway here in Alabama, located between Birmingham and Atlanta, Georgia. The setting, let's call it a cross between Mardi Gras, Spring Break, and Woodstock. More than 160,000 fans on a warm, sunny, crisp afternoon. NASCAR's biggest arenas producing racing at spectacular speeds, often including spectacular wrecks. So with high hopes and deep fears, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and 41 other drivers tackle Talladega today. This is the place where America gathers every weekend for NASCAR from the Hollywood Hotel. I'm Chris Myers, and for all of us, glad to have you along here on Fox Sports for what should be a wild ride. It's already been a crash-up, bang-up weekend here. Kevin Harvick on the pole, sharing the front row with Jeff Gordon, who won last year. One young driver, when asked about Talladega, said it looks like it's pretty crazy from what I see on TV. He'll see it up close today. To help me with TV, as always, DW, Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Hammond. Gentlemen, you ready to go race it at Talladega? Should be exciting.
This is the show of shows.
And he dressed up for the occasion.
The table's been set, boys. It's time to get it done.
What is that?
Could you bring me a drink, please?
He used to fix cars. Now he's parking them. All right, Jeff's late for the prom.
Hey, it's crazy on that day.
Crazy good. All right, but
you can dress him up, but he's still Hammond.
We're excited about seeing crashes as long as drivers can walk away. And the Saturday Busch race gave us an example of what we're going to see today.
Oh, it was the wildest thing. I think I've said the bump draft has gotten out of control here. I think they're going to have to come up with some way to keep these drivers from ramming into each other. They're overdoing it, and it's causing these huge wrecks.
And the thing is interesting, Darrell. Talked to Kevin Harvick, ran this race yesterday. He said it was the wildest race he'd ever run. And I asked him, what do you think about today? Well, I think guys will be better, but I still look for some of the same things maybe to happen today, and hopefully it won't be as wild as what happened to Casey Mears.
Amazing he could walk away from that. Daytona first. This is the second restrictor plate race of the season. NASCAR can restrict the power of carburetors, but they find it hard to restrict aggressive driving at Talladega. And here's where drafting and teamwork and one of your words from the DW Dictionary comes into play.
You got to have co-opetition, and that's we're going to throw it up here, and that's the whole deal. You got to work with the other drivers. Here's the definition.
From Weaver Elementary School.
A bunch of fifth graders, they went to work, spent a whole day trying to find a definition for
and they made that up for you.
And they made that up for me and sent it to me, and I want to thank them very much because that explains it right there.
And explain is another
Simple
word
term.
that we'll look up later. All right, grammar is not one of the things you'll get on this show all the time. Kevin Harvick, who 4 years ago inherited the late Dale Earnhardt's ride for Richard Childress Racing, is on the pole here. He's never won, but he has finished second twice at Talladega.
Look at Kevin Harvick, that 29 car. He's back up there looking racy at the front.
Harvick is a rocket.
Kevin Harvick loves this racetrack.
Last year, Kevin Harvick finished second and third here at Talladega. He knows this race. He knows his way around this place.
Today, he starts on the pole. What's your strategy for the day?
Well, I don't know that there is any strategy at Talladega. This is a place where no matter how fast your car is, no matter where you are, anything can happen at any given time. So if you can be in the front, your chances are a lot less, but most likely you're going to get shuffled back at some point during the day. So a lot of fun. I enjoy it, and our GM Goodwrench Chevrolet should be good. You just got to dodge the wreck.
Good luck out there. Be safe. Chris?
All right, thanks, Dick and Kevin. One of the points contenders, the NASCAR Nextel Cup standings. Jimmy Johnson, the biggest lead of the season. Whiz Kid Carl Edwards moving up from 13th to 8th place. Rusty Wallace, never won a Talladega or a restrictor plate race, has dropped from 3rd to 10th. After 26 races, only the top 10 drivers, remember, and those within 400 of the leader qualify for the season-ending 10-race chase for the championship. Right now, 17 drivers within Jimmy Johnson, the points leader.
But you look at Rusty Wallace. He's 10th. He was 3rd going into the Phoenix race last week. He fell down. He's 300 points behind. Another bad weekend. He gets in that 400-point window, and he's not in the top 10 anymore.
But when you take a look at that, Darrell, what's interesting is guys are still so close. And all the guys have been having trouble so far. Every time you think somebody's going to kind of stretch out or dominate, they have problems. So right now I see a lot of topsy-turvy things going on in just 9 races.
All of a sudden, I feel underdressed. This is the 9th race of the season, the 1/3 mark to set the field for the championship. But on this show, here's what's around the turn. The question in Talladega, how do you miss the big one? We'll tell you why a good spotter is a good start. Also, number 8, 5 number 1s here. DW catches up with Mr. Talladega. Some inside info with Junior. And Jeff Gordon, he's won 3 of the last 4 plate races. He'll join us live to talk about this one. And if you needed more Waltrip in your NASCAR diet, Darrell's brother Michael sits down for 10 laps with, plus funny man Adam Sandler is Dega bound. We'll tell you why. He'll check in with us.
Looking forward to it.
And we're looking forward to more, including Gas and Go. It's all next, live from Talladega on Fox.
You know why I like racing in the NASCAR Busch Series? We got those young guys all trying to make a name for themselves. And veterans trying to show the world we still got it. On the same track, at the same time. Youth versus experience. That's a dangerous combination. On race day, we mix it up. That's why I like racing in the NASCAR Busch Series.
Your mama don't dance and your daddy don't rock and roll. When evening rolls around and it's time to go to town, where you go?
The super hits of the 60s and 70s. WLDE 101.7.
Spring is here, and you may be hearing some squealing coming from your wheels. Well, Hires has a special this month just in time to quiet your squeal. Hires has lifetime brake pads for only $19.95. Whether you do it yourself or want our ASE certified brake experts to do it, you pay only $19.95 per axle. This special is good through the end of the month, limited to in-stock availability. Installation not included. Additional parts and repairs may be required. For the best value in lifetime brakes, all cars stop at Hires.
You're watching people come home to their brand new Beazer home. Unfortunately, you can't feel the quality construction, or meet their new home counselors, or see all the personalized choices they selected. But then, neither can Laura here. She kisses with her eyes closed. For a community that's right for you, visit Beazer.com. Beazer Homes. Someday starts today.
Chevy, the revolution races on.
The super hits of the 60s and 70s. WLDE 101.7.
I say, I rather like this network. I shall make it mine.
Surrender your Sundays. Animation domination is coming to Fox. All your favorite animated Fox shows are on one night, starting tonight.
Hi, boys.
I didn't have my hand down my pants.
Good for you.
Kick off your evening with King of the Hill and Nelson before.
No way.
Cool. Then it's The Simpsons 1 hour, 350th episode with Ray Romano.
I just came down with a case of shingles.
What's in the box?
And you asked for it. Family Guy is back on Fox.
It's about time I did my fatherly duty. I said duty, but no time to laugh about it now.
Then the twisted minds behind Family Guy meet Stan Smith, the American dad.
You know, when I was a boy, $5 was
Tell you what, I'll give you $10 not to tell me this story.
Animation domination.
I will take over this entire network.
It all starts tonight at 7, 6 Central, only on Fox.
Thursday here at Talladega, our own Darrell Waltrip inducted into the International Motorsports Hall of Fame. Brother Michael doing the honors, and we congratulate DW for a great career, highlighted by honor, ability, perseverance, and, of course, personality.
Yeah, my biggest fan, and he was there to induct me into the Hall of Fame. What a great night. I mean, just being there with the people I was with made it all worthwhile. It was a real stellar group that I went in with, so I didn't drag them down too badly.
You certainly deserve it. Jeff still dressed for the occasion. And
he didn't look that good the other night.
That's right. He was changing the oil on your car when you were doing that. All right.
Trying to look as good as I do, but I don't think he's got a chance.
Darrell always reminds us that no one enters the Hall of Fame on his own. To be successful as a driver, you need a great crew chief or somebody like Hammond. You also need a talented spotter to act as your eye in the sky, especially here at Talladega. I kid.
Low, got to spin in front of you. Get down low as you can. Easy, easy. A lot of smoke. Can't help you a lot. Easy through here. Easy through. Looking no clear. In front of you. In front of you. Good job. Good job. Good job. Keep coming.
I think spotters at Talladega are probably more important than anywhere we go. The reason why is because there's so much going on around you, you can't keep up with it. You're 3 wide, you're 2 wide, you're in the middle of 3, you're on the outside of 3.
You know, the spotter can see who's pitting. He can see the strategy of the other teams on pit road, how that's going to unfold. And I think there's a lot of times where the crew chief and I will both look to the spotter for a little bit of advice.
Break the leader's flat. He just goes high, straight. Never know about him.
I try not to say much at all because things happen real quick. Normally, if I have something to say, it's only when I can see him and when he's in front of me and I know that things are sorted out, they're not running 4 wide.
We've had wrecks where we go into smoke, and where I'm higher up, I can actually sort of see down through the smoke better than he can sitting down low. And I've told him which way to go, and we've been lucky enough to get through it.
Well, I mean, I think it's a competitive edge if you can find a line or get in a hole or something that he could normally see. I mean, obviously there's a competitive advantage to that. But, the main thing is, I mean, these guys are our franchise players. I mean, we want to keep them safe. I mean, that's the bottom line.
An important job they
Fly in a helicopter to the NASCAR Nextel All-Star Challenge. Wave the green flag, meet NASCAR drivers, and go home with $50,000. The Nextel All-Star Challenge Sweepstakes. Vote for a driver you'd like to see race in the All-Star Challenge on May 21st. You could win a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the race. Enter online at Nextel.com/All-Star. Text STAR to 7827 on your Nextel phone, or visit a Nextel store. To shop or find a store, call 8777 Nextel now.
How does Kevin Harvick take Reese's on the road?
I usually get a craving around lap 200. When we pit, Kevin wants that fast break candy bar.
It's got peanut butter, it's got chocolate. The car needs fuel. Kevin needs a fast break. It's as simple as that.
Fast break. It's Reese's for the road.
Looking good!
When you want to look your best, Enterprise will pick you up so you can drive the best.
Dale Jr., you best open that door for me.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Fram is protection. No matter what you drive, no matter how you drive it. Before you slam it, Fram it.
The Nanny 911 every parent must see.
It's just hard. We just want to make it right for him.
A powerful new episode at 8, 7 Central tomorrow on Fox.
Fox Tuesday,
Call 911.
an epidemic strikes. But the strange symptoms of one girl,
My eye's bleeding.
she's going to be dead in 8 hours, lead to where no child should ever have to go.
There is one other possible cause. Oh, God.
Only 4 episodes left this season. House, all new at 9 Fox Tuesday. Parental discretion advised.
Welcome back to Talladega Superspeedway, where a huge crowd is filing in here at NASCAR's fastest speedway to see these long freight train drafts and the incredible competition that seems we only see at Talladega. An infield full of campers and fans, and we're pretty close to getting set to go racing. Hi, everybody. Mike Joy with Larry McReynolds. The Hollywood Hotel has been temporarily closed for renovations. They'll be back online shortly, we hope. Larry, this is your home track. You grew up in Birmingham, raced a lot at the short track, came to the big time. But growing up, what were your impressions of the big track here?
Yeah, I mean, I always hung out at the local short tracks in Birmingham, Alabama, and I can remember when they first opened this place in 1969, and they talked about over a 2.5-mile racetrack with 33 degrees of banking. And I can remember the first time I drove up to this racetrack, I mean, I was in awe. But the biggest thing is, being the profession that I was wanting to pursue is, yeah, it was neat watching these race cars go around this racetrack, at that point close to 200 miles an hour or over, but I guess watching pit road, because I felt like I knew that's what my aspirations were, watching people like Herb Nabb, Harry Hyde, Jake Elder, people like that on pit road. But the first race that I ever watched here, Mike, I mean, it was phenomenal to watch these cars go at that type of speed at this size of a racetrack.
They've had a lot of fantastic finishes here. Probably the best was in '81, where Terry Labonte and Darrell Waltrip dueled side by side through the tri-oval, and Ron Bouchard, in a move he learned from veteran Buddy Baker, dipped inside both of them, and as Labonte and Waltrip eyed each other at the line, Bouchard stole the win. We've also had some kind of strange finishes, like the one here last year when Jeff Gordon ended up in victory lane. Jeff Gordon will win.
A big win for the 24 guys.
It seems like from the years 2001 to 2003, it was all the DEI dominance, but the Hendrick guys have come on, Jeff Gordon especially, winning 3 out of the last 4 restrictor plate races, including the big one back in February. Do you feel like you guys still have that dominance coming into Talladega, Jeff?
Well, we feel really good about things. Obviously qualifying second with a car that we feel like is not our best car, because that one's at Daytona USA. So I'm really proud of the effort that was put out for this day and this racetrack, and we've got a great car and got a fun paint scheme on that car too for the DuPont Pepsi car. So if you're a Star Wars fan, if you're a Pepsi fan, go to www.callonyoda.com. Got Yoda on the hood today.
And you've got Yoda. Are you sort of like the Yoda to Jimmy Johnson in a way where you have taken him under your wing through the years? I remember back when he first started plate racing, you even used cell phones to try to explain to him the nuances of working the wind.
Maybe at one time I was, but I think Yoda once told Luke Skywalker, "You're on your own now, son." And that's kind of the way, Jimmy is like a sponge. He's really picked up things really well everywhere, especially on the restrictor plates. He really knows how to work the draft, how to use his mirrors, and now I know that he's one of the toughest competitors for me to have to beat out there. It's great when we can work together, and we work together well, but when it comes down the end, we got to win. We all got to do our own thing.
How do you minimize not being involved in the big one? Do you try to stay at the front as much as possible, or do you try to drop to the back?
Well, being at the front's certainly a plus. I don't believe in the pole, hanging at the back thing. You can get caught up in it. He's there. The biggest way is don't bump draft, especially through the corners, through the travel. It just blows me away, these guys that are bump drafting, in the middle of a corner. And it's bad enough to do it on the straightaway. The way our bumpers are shaped, it's easy to hook and get the cars out of control. So, I'm going to minimize that for sure as much as I can. Can't control what the guys do behind me, but I can control what I do with my front bumper. And until the end, when it really matters, when it counts.
The good news is for Jeff, he is starting up front today, chasing his 4th Talladega victory. Mike?
This summer, play the Call Upon Yoda game. Check specially marked Pepsi products to find game codes, then call in. If Yoda answers, you win. Visit calluponyoda.com for further details. Looking back again at that finish from last year, the race ended under caution. Jeff Gordon was named the winner over Dale Earnhardt Jr.,
and they ran 4 more laps under the yellow flag. Checkered flag followed. The fans voted with their Pepsi cans, seat cushions, and anything else they could toss out onto the racetrack. Shortly thereafter, NASCAR announced that they would go to a green-white checker finish in the Cup Series, ending the probability that a late race caution meant that the race could not be restarted. So good move in that respect. The man that Jeff Gordon beat here at Talladega, to the displeasure of some of the crowd, sat down with Darrell Waltrip.
This weekend, I could see a great promotion coming out of this weekend. A 6-pack. Because you're going for your 6th win here.
Yeah.
You know, Budweiser could capitalize on that pretty big.
Yeah. I know. I'm pretty excited. I always I always look forward to coming to Talladega. It's so much fun for me. I like the drafting and the big packs and the 3-wide and all that. You hope that you don't get yourself caught up in that crash because you won't every lap. You want to run every lap because it's so much fun.
Your dad, he would intimidate. Seemed like, people see him coming, they say, whoa, I got to get behind him. Do people work with you that way? I mean, do you feel like they see that 8 car and they say, oh, that's Dale Jr. He's got a great car. I got to get behind him. I got to help him.
I got a lot of people in there that I got a lot of respect for. I've always shown them that respect, and they when it comes down to it, it just seems like one of them guys gets behind me. And I know you win that race because of who pushed you to the win. So
it's co-opetition.
Yeah, I guess so.
His crew chief, the swap with a lot more than just the crew chief, the teams with Michael Waltrip, DEI, that doesn't seem on the outside like a good thing for a guy who is a championship contender.
The split, there wasn't a problem with internally.
Well, I mean, we had always kind of fought like brothers, but
we listened.
Yeah, and we never really, we never really thought that it would drive us apart. We just kind of thought that was part of how we worked, and how things were. And I'd always been curious as to what it'd be like to work with somebody else. And Tony Sr. would kind of go over here and be in charge of a lot more things. And Tony Jr. would be able to turn into the crew chief that he wants to be. And so it worked out real good for them too, I think. And still trying to get my end of it.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins at Talladega.
Now you're in victory circle this time. You're going to choose your words a little more cautiously.
I'd say that's something else instead of that ain't nothing.
Well, we'll see if DEI can continue their Talladega dominance here today. We've just learned, and this is breaking news, that the electric bill has been paid down at the Hollywood Hotel, so we can now return you to Chris Myers.
All right, thanks for helping us out. I told you to put it in the mail.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Myers, he runs this joint.
I told him to get out of that gas and go.
You better start asking for some service down here.
You could both kiss my circuit breaker, okay? Because if it goes out again, we're going to lose it here at the Hollywood Hotel. Interesting stuff.
Coming up short again.
You think parking cars is a bad thing right now, don't you?
Good to have a side job. Interesting with Junior. Is he closer to a championship this year than he was last year? It doesn't appear that way.
No, you know what? I think they're in a transition. A 2-car team is not really the hot tip right now. You got to have like 4 cars. 2-car teams were the hot tip maybe 5 years ago, but I think they're behind the curve. He knows it. They know it. They got to step up.
Yeah, and that's the reason Martin Truex is on the way for next year, so if they can kind of keep that little group together, well, they may turn things around.
Jeff, crew chief have a problem, whoever he is, when it's Junior? I mean, and it's Earnhardt sitting in the car to deal with in the right manner?
I think right there, I don't care who the driver is. I mean, you've got to deal with the driver. I don't care if he's an Earnhardt or a Waltrip. You've got to learn how to deal with your driver. The name is not what's important. It's trying to get inside that guy's head.
You know what, Jeff, though? They've been together. We've listened to them on the radio. Junior and Tony Jr. and Dale Jr. We've listened to them on the radio. Fight like brothers. And now he's got a guy that's pretty quiet, pretty reserved, and it's a different deal for him. I think he's having to learn all that all over again.
Difference in personalities for sure.
Junior, a superstar driver, still looking for that first championship, and we'll see how he does. Coming up, we'll meet a superstar from the big screen. Happy Gilmore, the Water Boy, Adam Sandler at the races with a movie on the way. That's when we come back. Don't go away.
Desperate times.
The warhead will be detonated before dawn on the East Coast.
Call for desperate measures.
No one connected with the government can admit to knowing anything about this.
But will an act of courage become an act of war.
Jack! I have my orders. I'm doing my job.
24, all new at 9, 8 Central tomorrow on Fox. Viewer discretion advised.
You know what I love about Subway restaurants? Same thing you do. Great tasting food and lots of it. They've got tons of choices, so you can get something different every day. And you get your money's worth. Hey guys, are we done yet? Because I'm going to go check out what deal they have today.
Come into Subway restaurants right now for the daily special. Get a different regular 6-inch sub for $2.49 every day. Hungry for more? After 4 p.m., you can grab 4 great-tasting regular 6-inch subs for $10.99. Nobody gives you more fresh taste for less. Subway, eat fresh.
With 1.6 million square feet on 130 acres, International Park offers customized space and competitive rates. We can accommodate your industrial, warehouse, office, and mini storage needs. Some of Fort Wayne's local companies have manufacturing and industrial operations at International Park. Come take advantage of our loading docks, rail, high ceilings, and available space. Recent renovations and a strong on-site management team make International Park a great property to consider. Contact International Park for additional information.
This May, WFFT is going to do something for him and her with the He Said, She Said contest. Just watch WFFT weeknights from 6 to 8. We'll air a guy, a girl, and the line that one of them said. If you know who said it, you could win a His and Hers prize pack, a $2,000 gift certificate from Bradley Golf Diamonds, across from Jefferson Point, and a $1,500 gift certificate to Bobix Golf Headquarters, where your game is our business. Visit WFFT.com for more information. Contest starts Monday, May 2nd on WFFT. You're watching WFFT. Here's what's coming up on Monday.
Floor? Oh, Gordon, please.
NASCAR is coming to work.
Just donate $5 to the 2005 NASCAR Day Charities to receive this collectible lapel pin.
Then wear your pin
and your favorite gear to work on Friday, May 20th.
Fox Tuesday, it's down to the final 5.
Scott, Kerry,
Anthony,
Gonzalez, Go Bice.
5 contestants, 5 unique talents. Which one will you vote for when Idol goes to the next level?
The good ones will remain calm, and the bad ones will crash.
American Idol, the final 5 at 8, 7 Central Fox Tuesday.
Remind me to ask the doctor when my other testicle's going to descend.
Have a ball with the Family Guy.
It's almost worth the bowel obstruction.
Own the Family Guy on DVD today.
Wherever you go, you've got NASCAR news, stats, and live racing on your phone or online with exclusive content on AOL and NASCAR.com to go.
This is your warning about the yellow line. Race above the yellow line. If in our judgment you go below the yellow line to improve your position, you'll be black flagged. You know, we've had in drivers' meetings before, one of the senior drivers would always stand up and make a point to tell the drivers, you know, watch this bump drafting thing. It's getting you in trouble. Watch that yellow line. Kind of refresh everybody's memory of what happened like yesterday or the year before. But you know what? Drivers never fail. You can tell them, you can show them, you can do whatever you want to. They put that helmet on, I don't know what happens, but
there you go.
Changes.
Well, the
switch goes off.
Drivers meeting, one of the unique things in all sport. All the drivers have to attend. They gather before the race, go over rules. It's a neat bonding time as well. All right, the longest yard on a racetrack can be the last 3 feet before the finish line. In Hollywood, the longest yard, a hit movie. It's still a hit movie, a remake of the comedy classic. Steve Burns is with one of the stars of the film, Adam Sandler, and Steve's also with the driver who has a Hollywood-style name, Casey Kane. Steve?
Thanks very much, Chris. And you see the longest yard on Casey Kane's uniform. We're here to do some business. Now, Adam Sandler, I know you're here to help promote the movie, but tell us about your NASCAR experience. What do you think of this?
I think it's unbelievable. Having a great time hanging out with a great guy. Just met Casey. I think we're getting along all right, right? Yeah. So far? So far, I haven't rubbed him wrong. But it was cool. I was in the drivers' meeting. That went well. Everybody, that was pretty serious. Yeah. People take it serious in there for good reason. And I got to see a lot of the guys, and I'm psyched. And I hear I'm going to get turkey legs later.
Turkey legs. We'll get into that in just a second. Now, Casey, I understand you and the Evernham Motorsports team got a sneak preview of the longest yard. I saw the original. Is this one good?
Yeah, this one's real good. We went last week and got to watch it, and everybody really enjoyed it. Adam's a great quarterback, and you know, the movie went good. I mean, it was pretty cool. They had a lot of the guards, you know, against the prisoners, and it was pretty cool how they did it. It was fun. Right on, Casey.
Yeah, and you happy with it?
Yeah, so Burt Reynolds is cool as hell in it. Chris Rock's great. All the boys are in there hitting each other real hard, and I'm still living.
All right, and let's throw it back to Chris Myers, shall we?
All right, thanks. Nice to see you again, Adam, and it's the crew from
Oh,
the
yeah, right.
Alltel
Sucking
team.
up like you know.
Oh, no, we
Adam.
go way
Yeah.
to Anger Management. There was a funny movie with Nicholson, some drivers.
No, I thought he got everything he did in the movie Waterboy from you.
I gave him pointers. All right, what are the other drivers to? I'm just going to ignore them for a moment. Oh, you like? Look, DW's like, I like that one, Jeff. All right, what are the other drivers to watch? Michael Waltrip, who's been moving up the charts recently, but he suffered a bump in the road when I asked him to sit down with me for our popular segment, 10 Laps With. That's good. What's the last thing you think about before the start of a race?
Just what I got to do and focus what it's going to look like with me taking the checker flag. I try to be very visual about my success and understand what it's going to look like when I win.
Here, finish this statement for me. You're saying this. I am most nervous when...
Qualifying.
Oh, really?
Qualifying, when you pull out on that racetrack, you have 1 lap to get it done. In a race, you got 500 laps.
If you had to have a 9-to-5 job that had nothing to do with racing, what?
Weatherman? Do they work?
Yeah, that might work. Yeah,
I'd like to be the weatherman. They're wrong more often than I am, and they keep right on keeping their job.
What's the craziest thing you've seen a NASCAR fan do?
One of them asked me to sign her Chihuahua the other night, and I'm talking, that's a little greasy dog, and you can't write real well on one.
All right, a little word association. Comedy.
Chris Rock.
Children.
Love.
Success.
Respect.
Pizza.
Domino's.
Restrictor plate.
Me.
I don't usually talk like this, but boogity, boogity, boogity.
Wished I'd never heard that before.
Your own brother, right? All you have to say, though, is...
I got it.
Yeah.
Hey, he had just won the Daytona 500. We were in Vegas. We walked into a restaurant, and the first thing somebody hollered out was, "Hey, DW, boogity, boogity, boogity." Michael
just
shook his head and he said,
I've had it. Right.
I don't get it.
He's had it. It's funny. All right. By the way, Michael, DEI, of course, usually dominate on Sunday afternoons here at Talladega. When it comes to prime time, tonight Fox will lead the way with the all-cartoon animation domination, including the season premiere, my favorite show, my sons love it too, The Family Guy. Here's a sample.
Not bad. Now let's see how fast you can change a diaper.
Okay.
Now, that's a typical driver right there, isn't it, Hammond? Change my diaper.
Here at the Hollywood,
Wipe my nose,
the Hollywood Hotel, we wanted to be part of animation domination, a little limited with our budget and somewhat lacking the appropriate skills, so we had to improvise and use each other's voices.
I am Chris Myers, and I kid because I care. I don't know a lot about race cars, but I do have somebody here who knows very much about race cars. Let's sit on over to my crew chief buddy, Jeff Hammond.
Golly gee Whitakers, we got a situation right here. I'm fixing to go over yonder and fool with my gear ratio. Only I, crew chief, so we understand that the most. I need my old buddy DW.
I always knew you two guys were a couple of characters.
All right. Hollywood Hotel, does it have a future? Is it on the drawing board?
Hey, I think they're going to cut the power again.
That's why the circuit breaker went.
Hey, coming.
All right, we're counting it down to a super race here in Talladega. Don't go away. It's NASCAR on Fox.
Yahoo!
What if we replaced everyone's chalky antacid with Rolaids soft chews?
This isn't my Tums.
Then everyone could try the delicious wild cherry and vanilla cream flavors.
Chewy, not chalky.
But I've got tough heartburn.
And have Rolaids soft chews neutralize 56% more acid than Tums EX.
Works for me.
Could we really replace everyone's antacid?
You just replaced mine.
Try extra strength Rolaids soft chews, a whole new kind of heartburn relief.
How do you take Reese's on the road?
When you're driving 200 miles an hour, it's hard to stop and eat. I grab a Reese's Fast Break because I don't have to slow down to eat one. It's like a Reese's peanut butter bar. 15% more peanut butter? Just call me happy.
Reese's Fast Break, now with 15% more peanut butter.
Roundup Plus. Its faster formula knocks out weeds in 12 hours. The leading imitator doesn't. Now improved Roundup Plus knocks out weeds in 12 hours.
Here's your Mediterranean chicken salad. Thanks.
Every once in a while, a really special salad comes along. Introducing Wendy's Mediterranean Chicken Salad with herb-seasoned chicken, crumbled feta, and red wine vinaigrette dressing. Wendy's. It's better here.
Fox River State Penitentiary. Most men would do anything to get out. But Michael Schofield will do anything he can to get in. Put down your weapon! Introducing a groundbreaking new series.
Trust me, I'm not here on vacation. They just don't know it yet.
Prison Break, coming soon to Fox.
Welcome back to the Talladega Superspeedway. Over 160,000 fans. It's more than a race, it's an adventure. Let's head trackside for the opening ceremony.
Will you please rise and remove your hats as the United States Marine Corps Color Guard from 414 out of Bessemer, Alabama, presents our nation's colors. And will you please remain standing and welcome Senior Pastor Rick Owsley from the church at Brook Hills in Birmingham, Alabama, as he delivers our invocation.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this beautiful day and the gift of life. We pray for drivers, crews, NASCAR officials, and fans of this great sport. And Heavenly Father, we pray for our president and our troops at home and abroad. Lord, we all know the big one is coming, so help each of us to be prepared to meet you by trusting you and loving you. Help us to step up, sober up, and stand up for what is right today. I pray that sincerely in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss America 2005, Deidre Downs of Birmingham, as she performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A sunny day, blue skies, temperature in the 60s, 188 laps, 500 miles. The drivers ready to roll. And fans invited to participate in the singular virtual crew chief during today's race. Stay tuned for details on how to play and watch for your chance to drive away in your own singular 31 car. It's the longest track on the circuit, 2.66 miles here in Talladega. And one of the fastest, if not the fastest. They'll go up to 190 miles per hour and hoping to avoid the big one, the spectacular crash. Hendrick Motorsports with Jeff Gordon on the front row, starting alongside Kevin Harvick. They've done well in restrictor plate races, and Jeff Hammond, they're doing some other nice things.
Oh, they really are. This weekend, they're remembering their team leader and engine builder, Randy Dorton, who lost his life in that crash at Martinsville a year ago, with a Randy Dorton Memorial Fund. And what they're going to be doing, you see the hats they're wearing about his birthday this weekend, but during the fun, which is going to be kind of like celebrated and kicked off on the 24th of May up at the NASCAR Technical Institute by the folks at Clevite Engine Building, they're going to be having a special fund and a scholarship for kids who want to learn how to be engine builders It's a really neat deal, and they got a real cool thing going on eBay. If you want more information, go to www.randydorton.com, and you can find out all about this great cause that they're supporting.
All right, thanks, Jeff. And as the crowd settles in here, we continue on our try as we try and settle our contest to name NASCAR's sexiest driver.
Thanks, Chris. Hey, Jeff, have you been working out? Well, things didn't work out for our current champ, as Jamie McMurray handily beat Kurt Busch with 81% of the vote. That's the biggest margin of victory so far, and Jamie's moving on. We're gonna double your pleasure this week with 2 matchups. First, it's points leader Jimmy Johnson versus Michael Waltrip. And in matchup number 2, it's a couple of young studs as Elliott Sadler faces Rocket Ryan Newman. 2 tough choices. Be sure to vote. It's so easy. Just log on to foxsports.com, powered by MSN. Keyword sexiest. The second round begins next week. We'll be right back.
Live from Darlington, it's a primetime showdown at the track too tough to tame. Saturday, the Dodge Charger 500 on Fox.
The crowd is growing bigger. Listen for the hammer sound.
The super hits of the 60s and 70s. WLDE 101.7.
Saving that push for something really important? Chevy Hot Button is here.
Push it real good.
Right now, get a great deal on a 2005 Cobalt with more standard horsepower and better value for your money than base Honda Civic and Nissan Sentra. Use Hot Button bonus to lease a Cobalt base Cooper sedan for around $159 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details.
Push it good.
See your Northeast Indiana Chevy dealer today.
At Menards, we guarantee to save you big money and provide the best service and quality. Create a new look with Citadel Patio Doors by Peachtree. This fiberglass door has low-E Easy Care glass in a V-groove grill pattern, only $899. Add a great look outdoors with cedar tub planters, square or octagon shape, only $14.99 each. Menards, guaranteed to save you big money.
Save big money at Menards. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't pull a mask off an old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Jim.
The super hits of the 60s and 70s. WLDE 101.7.
Is Fez going to Mount Rhonda?
You're just desperate to give it away, aren't you, son?
That 70s show.
Yes, I am.
Monday at 6:30 on WFFT.
Hello, I'm Ken Butler, President of Aaron Sales and Lease Ownership. And with me today are our top drivers who represent more than 8,000 employees and 1,000 stores from coast to coast. And we want to welcome you to Talladega Motor Speedway, where you're about to witness the Aaron's 499. And you wonder why we go $499, and it's because we can drive your dreams home $499 a month. So sit back, relax, and let's go racing.
43 cars at the ready. As for the 73rd time, NASCAR's Premier Series comes to the track that Big Bill France built. Since 1969, NASCAR drivers have been thrilling the fans here with the long freight train drafts, the last lap slingshot passes, and the occasional big one. Everyone dreads it, and yet everyone almost expects it. And if you saw yesterday's race, you know what a wild one can be like here at the world's fastest speedway. It's time. So let's go trackside for the command.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the most famous words in motor racing, Adam Sandler.
Thank you. All the troops overseas fighting for our country, just want to say love you. Can't wait for you to come home. And secondly, gentlemen, start your engine!
Did you think he was excited?
We have had some great gentlemen start your engines this year.
That was great, Adam Sandler. Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, is the proud sponsor of the Bud Poll Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each NASCAR Next Cup Series race. Budweiser congratulates the fastest qualifier for this weekend's race and the latest Budweiser Shootout eligible driver, Kevin Harvick. Here are the drivers he'll join in the Budweiser Shootout of 06 at Daytona. Let's get down to the front row. Steve Burns.
Mike, everywhere we go, Jeff Gordon is considered a favorite to win the race. He's the defending champion of this event, and he's won 3 of the last 4 restrictor plate races. He starts on the outside of row 1. But what about Kevin Harvick? Never a winner on a restrictor plate race, but he does have 5 top 5 finishes on these types of racetracks, and the last time he started from the pole, it was Indianapolis, and he won the Brickyard 400. To the editor of Speedway Illustrated magazine, Dick Berggren.
Tony Stewart drives car number 20. He will start in the 11th position today. He has come very close in Talladega in the past. He's finished 3rd on 3 separate occasions. He has finished 2nd. Greg Zipadelli is on his pit box, a brilliant tactician. Stewart, lots of experience at restrictor plate racing. This could well be his day to come home first. Matt Yoakum.
Much like Daytona, Dick, the DEI cars did not qualify well. In fact, all 3 have qualified 32nd or worse. Michael Waltrip will start 38 today. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the row right in front of him. Now, Michael probably had the best of all 3 DEI cars at Daytona, running easily in the top 5 when he lost a motor with less than 40 laps to go. Now, this team feels like this is probably the best car that they have had here. And keep in mind that Dale Earnhardt Jr. had a lot of success with this very team at this racetrack. They're expecting good things today for Michael. Mike?
Thanks, Matt. In yesterday's 312-mile wreckfest of the NASCAR Busch Series, which left cars looking more like they'd been on a short track than a super speedway, Larry, the winner, Martin Truex, and several other cars seemed as if maybe they were a little quicker after some inadvertent crash damage forced the pit crews to do some emergency surgery on the nose of those cars.
Well,
why?
This is not the first time we've seen this here. We saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. a couple of years ago. His team made numerous pit stops early in the race after he tore the front bumper and the valence off the car. And I think the thing about it, these teams know that that could always be a factor when you come here, and they're very prepared to put that car back, maybe even just a little better than it started the race.
Inadvertently. Nonetheless, Truex was the man who went to victory lane. Bump drafting was big yesterday, and we'll talk with Darrell Waltrip about that when we come back. We're getting ready for white knuckle racing at Talladega.
The catastrophic events that led 6 friends to Ambrose, Louisiana.
Hey, where's that house of wax?
Will never be fully understood.
Anyone here?
What is known is that the phenomenon they encountered has put terror on the map. House of Wax. Rated R. Starts Friday, May 6th.
Help! Save me! Oh, save me, princess! You are my princess. My hero.
Special moments are gone before you know it, but Radio Shack makes it easy to preserve and share memories. Get everything you need with this HP 3.2 megapixel digital camera, full-size photo printer, memory card, scrapbook software, and paper for $199.99 after rebate.
Here's your photo scrapbook.
Oh my, for me already?
It was easy.
Digital photography is easy at Radio Shack.
This guy needs a power makeover.
Dude, this should be illegal. Time to mow the lawn.
Gillette M3 Power. Turn it on and micropulses raise the hair for the closest shave ever.
Wow. Looks like our work's done here, guys.
M3 Power. The power behind the Gillette Young Guns.
Help me! Will somebody please help me? Someone stole my Visa check card.
Oh, lady. Leave my
my lips. If your Visa check card's lost or stolen, you're not liable for fraudulent charges.
And all that money will be put back in your checking account. Sheesh.
Signing with a Visa check card is super, super safe.
There's no need to fear. Underdog.
Never mind.
The field starts to roll in the Aaron's 499 on Fox, brought to you by Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership. Do the math. Nobody beats Aaron's. And unlike yesterday when rain ruled the day throughout the state of Alabama, not a cloud in the sky, chilly, a little cool, but bright sun. Yesterday was a slugfest. As right from lap 17 on, there were cars in the fence. Casey Mears upside down, the 38. And drivers being twisted and turned. Watch number 8, Martin Truex here. Watch the back of his black and gold Tracker Boats car as he gets a little bit of damage here. And then now, where am I going to go? Right down to the bottom and away from it all. He went to the grass to avoid that wreck. Tony Stewart in the 33, Cliff Bowyer in the 2. Stewart getting a bit of damage, but making the save. And getting a bit of rear end damage there, which either hurt or helped his car. We're not sure. It was pretty quick after that. Martin Truex's crew making some emergency repairs to the nose of his Chevrolet, which got him all the way to victory lane for his second win of the season. Chris and Jeff are at the Ford Cutaway car.
Thanks, Mike. And earlier in the pre-race show, Darrell Waltrip talked about bump drafting, how important that is and how much we'll see that. Jeff, I wondered at your Cutaway car, if as we look at the back of the bumper, can you take extra measures here to try and protect this bumper even more so?
Chris, you want to make the car strong enough so the back end doesn't give in. But if you make it too strong, then all of a sudden you're going to have a problem when guys do hit you pretty hard. It's not going to give that little bit that you want. It's going to spin yourself out. So it's real critical that you get it just right to make sure the back of the car stays like you want it to.
Yeah.
But so it doesn't get you in trouble.
You have to cover your rear end. Now,
you really do.
Now to the other part, the nose. Talk about aerodynamics. The nose really just as critical.
Just as critical, because what you get into when you start looking at the front end is you want to maintain the shape of the nose. It's very important as far as aerodynamics is concerned. But also we talk about the bump draft. You got to have enough front end strength up here so when you do bump into somebody, you don't lose these contours and these shapes. All this is so critical. You saw yesterday with Martin Truex. He was able to come back in, work some pieces back on the front area because it had been messed up and got his car where he could draft back up toward the front. But today, bump drafting and having the bumper where you can handle that is so important.
So you need a lot of parts and pieces to keep your car intact, up and running, and Matt Yoakum has more on that. Matt?
Chris here in the 16 pit of Greg Biffle. Doug Richard and his team making final preparations in the pit. Now, something should happen to the 16 car, much like it did yesterday with Martin Truex Jr. and Tony Stewart, and last year with Dale Earnhardt Jr. They have the parts and pieces, a deck lid, spoiler already attached, fenders all ready to go. They even have a nose that they can mount onto the race car to try to save time. Other fender pieces, smaller pieces for however much damage they have, they can make the repairs to get him back out and back in contention. This team enters Talladega third in points. Like so many other teams, they know they can make a big gain today in the championship standings or take a big hit. Mike?
Thanks, Matt. When cars are running in close formation nose to tail, the lead car is pushing through the air, pushing the wind. So the second car running in the slipstream actually can be quicker. And that's what's led to bump drafting, where you bump that car in front to give them a little extra push through the air. But Darrell, you're saying it's getting out of hand?
Well, driver mentality. If a little bit's good, a whole lot will be a lot better. And that's what's happened to these guys. Is they've gone over the line with it, and it's too much sugar for a dime. You know, a little bit's good, but a whole lot is going to hurt somebody.
But Larry, you want to reinforce the back of that car, like Jeff said, but if you reinforce it too much, won't the slightest amount of contact make it spin?
I think there's a fine line there, because there's no question the more solid that the back of that car is, the more that you're going to be apt to get spun out when a car gets into you. But I think the biggest thing going into this race today, Mike, is the fact that this is not an impound race. These guys, they have had no drafting practice here. Now, if you've got the same car that you had at Daytona about 2.5 months ago, maybe that's okay, especially if it drove good. But we have a lot of cars, teams that have brand new cars here, cars that's been reworked, and there was a lot of nervous crew chiefs and drivers in that garage area, even things down to tires rubbing the fenders. They have no idea where they're at exactly with this.
Yesterday's final practice rained out here at Talladega. Let's get down to Steve Burns.
Thank you, Mike. Mark Martin makes no secret of the fact that he's not a big fan of racing on restrictor plate racetracks. In fact, he said, I can't wait to watch next year's on TV because this is his last full-time season in Nextel Cup competition. But he's finished third or better 8 times here, along with 2 wins. He says, I do like to drive fast cars. He thinks he has one here today. Dick Berggren.
Well, you just heard from our booth as to how cars running in a group on this racetrack with restrictor plates run faster than a car running by itself. That affects pit strategy. Teams don't want to pit alone. They want to pit with other cars. And when they do so, they all want to have the same strategy. 2 tires, no tires, 4 tires, so that a group of cars can leave the pits together and get back up to a faster speed than one car could run by itself. Mike?
Thanks, Dick. Crews at the ready on a cloudless day here in eastern Alabama.
It's a perfect race day here. You see there's 65 miles per hour, just a little bit windy, which certainly could affect these cars at running over 190 miles per hour. But the biggest thing, we have nothing to go off of, because as you mentioned, Mike, practice was rained out yesterday, so these guys really don't know what to expect when they drop this green flag.
Yeah, Larry, of all places, I think this is one place where the impound rule would really pay off, because these cars have been totally rebuilt. They have gone through a huge transformation since qualifying.
First singular crew chief question of the day. Has Hendrick Motorsports dethroned Dale Earnhardt Inc. as restrictor plate kings on Daytona and Talladega? To vote, text the word crew to 191 on your singular wireless phone, or go to foxsports.com. where you'll also be entered for a chance to drive away in your own singular number 31 car. One lap, we'll be racing. Look inside Michael Waltrip's car. What you won't see there is the roof hatch that he popped out of here 2 years ago to debut it, and that's because in the car and team swap, the car with the roof hatch is now part of Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s team.
Yeah, they made that swap, and the things are so hard to put in. It takes a lot of time, and it affects the cars. So they didn't put it in this transition here.
But there are several teams, about 6 or 7 in the field today, that has that roof hatch. Just a way, if you get pinned up against the wall, driver's side, it's a way to get out of that race car.
Steve Burns.
Mike, listening to radio transmissions between Kevin Harvick and the 29 car, actually it's a one-way conversation. The team cannot hear what Kevin Harvick is saying. He can hear them fine. Fortunately, the spotter Rick Corelli can understand Kevin, but they cannot understand a word he is saying at this time.
And Mike, that's not unusual, particularly on the parade laps. You've got every team trying to communicate with their driver. Sometimes your radio frequency is real close to someone else's, you get jammed up.
And then remember, where they're on the backstretch where they're at right now, that's about a mile away from pit road.
Right, a lot of teams put a real tall antenna up in the pits to try to overcome some of that.
188 laps, 500 miles, pit road speed 55 miles per hour, which can be tough. That can be a real challenge once they're out there racing at over 190. But this right here could be a key. That's the one big thing that's different from the Busch Series. These guys in Nextel Cup, they run a smaller fuel cell, a move that NASCAR made a couple of years ago to maybe make the teams make more green flag pit stops to try to break the big pack up.
Haven't seen it to be all that effective, but they're still sticking with it.
30% of the field carrying onboard cameras for Fox today. Jason Leffler among them. Dale Jarrett. Ricky Rudd. 6 of the top 7 most competitive races in NASCAR history based on lead changes have happened right here.
DW, I'm not sure what we have, buddy. No practice. Reach up there and pull them belts tight one more time.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
It will take these cars with these carburetor restrictor plate engines, the carburetor restrictor plate under the carburetor, almost a full lap to get up to speed the next time at the start-finish line, over 190 miles per hour.
And that's why the cars just, they can't go anywhere yet. I mean, you got to get up to speed before things start to happen. They just pretty much run the way they started right now.
They're 2 wide right now, but it will not take long. They'll be 3 and 4 wide. We'll be talking about that a lot.
This is the most tense part of the race, the first 10, 15 laps here, with all the cars bunched up the way they are, jockeying for position. Jeff Gordon's going to come around and lead the first lap here pretty easily with Scott Riggs in the 10 car right behind him.
Jeff Gordon to get those 5 bonus points for leading early in the race.
This is Gordon's 25th Talladega race. He has led 20 of 25 times here.
And so many times on the start of a race when you've done a lot of work on the car, the crew chief will say, take it easy for a couple of laps, feel out and see what you got before you go racing.
Take it easy and Talladega. Those just don't belong in the same sentence, do they?
Yeah, take it easy, but don't lose the lead draft now.
Right.
Starting to see a few cars like Mike Skinner in the 23 car. They're starting to work that high side, and I look back there and I see a red and a blue car hooking up together. That's Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8, his teammate Michael Waltrip in the 15, as well as their other teammate Martin Truex Jr. in the 1 car.
Right now you just go where nobody is. I mean, and that may be 4 wide if that's what it takes. You just don't want to lift right now. You've got to stay with these lead cars early in this run.
Casey Mears way up on the top side in the 41. Joe Nemechek with him.
And you'll hear us all day long talk about 3 wide, 4 wide. This racetrack is plenty wide enough for that, but as these cars buff it around and bounce around, one bad move, that 4 wide becomes trouble.
Yeah, this track's pretty rough. It's got a lot of bumps in it. That's what those black places are. Got a lot of cracks in it. It's filled with tar. This track is getting in pretty bad shape.
And you can pass here. The 43 of Jeff Green in blue and yellow started 37th. He has come to 24th in just 2 laps and holds that position at lap 3.
See the front 5 single file right now, but Kurt Busch in the 97 car, the blue car, trying to get a little group together on the high side. And here they are 3 by 3 by 3 down the backstretch.
Just not a whole lot you can do right now, Larry. They just got to get wound up here, get sorted out. Handling, even though it's not critical, does become a factor after a few laps.
Jeff Burton moves alongside Ricky Rudd. Here comes Truex in the middle of that pack.
Well, this is the point right here where you got to make up your mind what you're going to do. Are you going to soar with the Eagles and run up front? Or are you going to be a buzzard and ride around in the back and wait to pick up some pieces?
And based on what we saw yesterday, not sure if either place is safe.
Probably not. A lot of guys decide to go to the back and just kind of let it unfold in front of them, hopefully not around them.
Or are you going to be that turkey leg that Adam Sandler's going to enjoy after the race?
That's after the race. There'll be some turkey legs handed out after the race.
And as we ride with these different cars, if you notice, the RPM pitch never changes. You never lift around here. The only time they get out of the throttle whatsoever is in case they're about to run over the car in front of them.
And unlike any other racetrack where we turn 9,000 to 10,000, here you turn about 7. Looks like 7,500 actually.
And we need to do away with this right here because you really never touch your brakes. But look right here, 192 miles per hour off into the corner and only 188, 189 in the middle of the corner.
And that's really what you want. You want a car that doesn't bind up in the turns. You want to run as free through the turns so it can make as much speed as it possibly can. That's why I'm saying about handling. If your car's handling right, it won't lose many RPM through the turn. That's going to make it fast.
Seven-car breakaway at the front of the field, led by Jeff Gordon, the Daytona 500 winner this February.
This year's air
years long and 1,000 stores strong.
It looks like somebody got him quite a present.
Man, what a box. Want to open it?
Sure.
What's inside every Aaron's store are these high-definition widescreen TV monitors at the guaranteed lowest price.
Kenny Wallace?
Happy birthday, Aaron! Let's party!
Michael, what's he doing in there?
He's gonna drive the old Aaron's Dream Machine.
We need to talk.
So Dale, now that you're gonna race the truck, we need to look at aerodynamics. Not too bad. That's pace speed. Now let's take it up to 200. Oh boy.
4 more megahertz.
What happened?
I'm tired of eating all this junk at night.
You got a better idea.
Hey, guys, over here.
Look out, look out!
All right, punch it.
Wendy's has a better way to satisfy those late-night cravings.
Welcome to Wendy's. Everybody hide.
We make everything fresh right when you order it, like our hot and juicy classic hamburgers and our famous spicy chicken sandwich. So you can eat great, even late.
It's good to be nocturnal.
Wendy's, it's better here. Our pickup window is open till midnight or later.
Imagine this is your baby. If it's snatched, it could end up in a chop shop. Thieves rip up your car and sell it off for parts. They profit while we pay millions in higher insurance rates. That's not right. Allstate's 600-person fraud team is on it, spotting scams like these so ultimately you pay less. Crime doesn't pay. Neither should you. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands? How tough does your truck make you?
The Aaron's $4.99 on Fox is brought to you by Aaron's. Aaron's makes dreams come true with dream prices on dream products. By the next Ford F-150, built Ford tough. By Wendy's new Mediterranean chicken salad. Wendy's, it's better here. And by Allstate. Are you in good hands? 9 laps in, Jeff Gordon, his 5th straight race led this season, 6th straight Talladega race that Jeff Gordon has led. Riggs, Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, and Mark Martin rounding out the top 5. Pole sitter Kevin Harvick slipping and sliding backward.
Yeah, he's definitely got some kind of problem right now, Chris. You can see he went all the way from the very front of the pack all the way to the back. And one shot we had earlier on, he was waving his hand. He's got some kind of problem, but he seemed like he's settled in right now.
We'll keep an eye on Harvick moments ago. And Jeff, describe what, I guess, is there a wave here?
Yeah, what he's doing, and you'll see him also, he's going to try to get real high. See him waving his hand outside. He's letting everybody know, I've got a problem, guys. Go below me. Go around me. I'm not trying to make a move. I'm trying to get out of everybody else's way. He's trying to let everybody know, just like the Casey Mears car, get out behind me right now. I'm trying to get to the back.
Steve Burns has more on Kevin Harvick. Steve?
Yeah, Chris, we just heard Kevin tell Todd Berrier and his team, he said, I have got to drop to the back to get some air. When I get up behind somebody too close,
11,
it gets
Kevin,
way too hot. Way too hot. I've got to be by myself to get air.
So Kevin Harvick has gone from 1st to 43rd. 10 caution-free laps so far at Talladega. Jeff Gordon is our race leader, but Jimmy Johnson, our point leader, running in 3rd in this race. Here's how they stand in points for the lead. to get to 10th to make the chase for the championship, and Scott Riggs just barely out of that 400-point range to the point leader. That would also get you into the chase.
Two things on Harvick. One, we saw him in there flipping switches. Larry, maybe he didn't have the fan on and he turned it on, the electric fan on these cars. And the other thing is a product of no practice, messing with that tape on the grill. Not sure about, how much to run when you haven't had any practice.
I know as I walked through the garage area this morning, as we look back at Scott Riggs, the 10 car, if you notice, there's very little opening in that grill. I'm looking at Dave Blaney, the 07, though, Kevin Harvick's teammate. We've already heard a report also. He had to get out of the draft because he was running warm. The guys get very aggressive with that tape. Remember, that really helps the straightaway speed when you block that opening up. And I think a lot of them have been caught off guard since they didn't get practice yesterday.
Two veterans moving fast. That number 17, the DeWalt board of Matt Kenseth, started 23rd. He has climbed to 7th. Scott Wimmer, Brian Vickers right behind him. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. started his Bud Chevy, the number 8, 36th. And he has now climbed up into the top 15.
He was about to peek to the inside of Boris Said in the 36 car as he still has his teammate. We're looking back at him right there, Martin Truex Jr. in the 1 car. But I think Boris was running the low side through the trial. Remember, you saw in the pre-race, the drivers' meeting, they gave him their warning about that out of bounds, that yellow line there. You go below it, advance through position, we will bring you in and talk to you about it.
Very reminiscent of Daytona with the 8 and the 15. They didn't really come to the front early on, but it was later in the day as they got the race wore on that they finally found their way up there. They're not blowing through the field like I have seen them do.
But Darrell, I don't see on the track the sense of urgency to get to the front that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, remember, we had rain, and we thought maybe it was a half. We'd only get half a race in, and those guys were driving like it was a heat race.
We had 15 of these guys in that race yesterday, and all of them were involved in a crash. Hopefully they're quick learners, too.
And none of them finished in the top 18. In fact, few of them finished at all. That is none of the Nextel Cup regulars that were in that race. Martin Truex is in both races. He won it yesterday. Riding with Sterling Marlin, that's Ricky Rudd coming up on his tail.
Ricky had a great qualifying run, qualified back in 7th.
But I know one thing, that 25 car is, he's all over the back of Matt Kenseth in the 17, Brian Vickers.
And he's been another big mover. He started back in 37th position, and now he's in the top 10. In fact, he's one of our biggest movers.
Yeah, he's been making some pretty dicey moves, I can tell you that, and I guess it's paying off for him.
Had that great run at Phoenix last week, finished 5th.
Dick Berggren.
Well, Junior basically now, Mike, has been told to go to the bottom of the racetrack. He started in 36 spots. And this morning I talked to his crew chief, Pete Rondo, and said, gee, you guys are used to running a whole lot better than that here. And he sort of looked at me and smiled and said, don't worry about a thing. We've got a car that's real fast in the draft. We just haven't figured out how to qualify it. So no surprise to anybody except those who thought starting 36 was trouble for Junior. Junior's motoring forward with a good race car.
Give me a good handling car here, easy to drive so I can focus on what I need to do and not worry about where the car's going to wander around or not. I'll get the job done.
From Michael Waltrip, Casey Mears in the middle. They were 3 wide a moment ago.
Say before the day's out, we'll hear from that 15 car. The same car he had in the Daytona 500. Felt like he had the car to beat, had engine problems just past the midway point.
Look at this pack, Larry. Now, normally we'd run, what do we got here, 15 laps, 16 laps. There should be some cars at the back that kind of fall off the pace. But look where everybody is. I mean, they're still almost as if they started. You got a few cars back here in the back, but they're all hanging on to that lead draft.
Well, to put it in perspective, Kevin Harvick right now is in 43rd. He's 4 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Gordon, at 24.
But the last time by, who had the fastest lap?
Kevin Harvick.
All the way in the back.
Yeah, here goes Jeff right there, and here comes Harvick right here. So that's how much difference there is from front to back.
Well, it was 2 years ago that Gordon finished 1 second behind the leader, but he was 20-something within a second of the winner. the fans vote no. Hendrick Motorsports has not dethroned DEI's restrictor plate king. Participate in our next poll for a chance to drive away in your own 31 car.
I know DEI has won 11 of the last 17 restrictor plate races, but Hendrick, in particular Jeff Gordon of 24, has won 3 of the last 4, including here a year ago.
Take that poll during the day and it probably change periodically.
Steve.
Mike, just listening to Kevin Harvick, he was talking to team owner Richard Childress. He said that his temperature has dropped back down to about 220. And Mike, I noticed before the race started, Kevin Harvick's nose, the bottom opening was blocked off solid with tape. Jeff Gordon right next to him had an opening about 4 inches by 4 inches. Also, one note, Richard Childress told Harvick that Jeff Burton was running about 250 degrees and he had to pull out of the draft.
Not the only driver to have trouble. Ricky Rudd has just pulled to the back of the pack in the Wood Brothers number 21.
And we're about halfway through this fuel run, so that first pit stop, I think you'll see a lot of teams start to pull that tape off those openings a little bit anyhow.
Report on Ricky Rudd, maybe a left front shock absorber problem as he has dropped to the back. 18 caution-free laps at Talladega. Jeff Gordon out in front of the Aaron's 499.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the record, a fan's love of the race has no finish line. Busch Beer. For 24 years running, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Busch Series.
Oh, come on. Man, that is fast. No way. He's got to have a bigger carburetor.
I got this figured out. I'm messing with the shock. No, it's the traction control.
He's running nitrous. So tired.
New rapid release gels.
Huh. Rapid release gels?
Rapid release gels? What is that? Why do I pick Enterprise? Because of Maylene, who answers the phone, Alex, who picks me up, and Michelle, who makes renting easy. So all I have to do is drive.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Here comes Brian Vickers leading the pack.
I gotta make dinner.
She's gonna make dinner.
We gotta wait for her.
Oh, man, I was leading.
Wouldn't it be nice if the race stopped for you? Well, now it doesn't have to. Introducing the Family Race Pack from Pizza Hut. It's everything you need from start to finish. Breadsticks, a large one-topping pizza, cinnamon sticks, and a 2-liter of Pepsi. All just $16.99.
Hello? You mind if we get going?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Gather around the good stuff.
So this is the living room, plasma TV,
The awesome sound system!
toast, the hot tub, the grill.
Oh, yeah. Did I mention the driveway?
Check out Visa.com to learn how you and 3 friends could win the ultimate NASCAR experience. Stay in a luxury RV, get a hot lap with Rusty Wallace or Kurt Busch, and tour the pits. No purchase necessary to enter. Visa, if you love NASCAR.
These are my neighbors. They're kind of noisy.
It's everywhere you want to be.
Fram is protection. No matter what you drive, no matter how you drive it. Before you slam it, Fram it.
Kyle Petty cut down a tire, hit the wall, but drove the car back to the garage. He's okay. Caution is out. Pit road is busy. Dick?
Jimmy Johnson pits right now. It's going to be a 2-tire change called by his crew chief, Chad Knaus. Temperatures are good in this car, unlike many others that we have been listening to. There it is. The 2 tires done. Steve.
Scott Ridge has been very fast early on. They take right side tires only as well. Matt.
Right sides for Jeff Gordon, the leader. So the car was overall good. They're waiting on the fuel. Bobby Loomis says, okay, we are good to go. And he's away.
Gordon wins the race off pit road, followed by Riggs, Johnson, Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth, Sterling Marlin, Brian Vickers, and Kyle Busch. Watch from the back of Dale Jarrett's UPS Ford, and you'll see what happened to Kyle Petty.
Pretty hard lick into the outside wall. Looks like the right front tire just went down on him.
Yeah, right here in the tri-oval. I mean, you're running fast. Fastest part of the racetrack, really.
A lot of damage to that car.
Oh, yeah, that whole right side is just flat.
So Kyle has driven the Brawny Dodge back to the garage. He'll be the first car out of the race if he's unable to return. Average speed through 50 miles, 189.5 miles an hour. Dick Berggren?
Dale Jarrett could not hear it. If there is any place that you need to hear your spotter to help guide you in the holes in traffic, it is here at Talladega. To try to fix it, they have changed his helmet. He is on the second helmet of the day. Crew members now still working on it, trying to make sure that DJ can hear his spotter and hear his crew chief.
If there's one place you can make a helmet change under caution and not lose a lap, it would be here at Talladega. But the two cars I know that caution was a huge break for, I think Kevin Harvick in the 29, they were able to get a little bit of tape off the nose. Also Ricky Rudd in the 21 that was having some problems.
Larry, if you look at that helmet, you saw him, they hooked everything up. Got his air hose on the top there for his fresh air that you see on that helmet. Got him good to go.
Ignition. Saving that push for something really important? Chevy Hot Button is here. Visit a participating dealership for a chance to win one of 1,000 GM vehicles. Now use $1,000 Hot Button bonus cash on top of most current incentives on any Chevy vehicle.
You've won a car. Yeah. Push it good.
Chevy Hot Button. See your local Chevy dealer today.
If you're looking for more in an auto parts store, get ready. Advance Auto Parts is working harder to make our stores better than the rest. Get ready for an auto parts store unlike anything you've experienced before. Get ready for a cleaner, brighter, better place to shop. Get ready for a store organized so you can easily find what you're looking for. Get ready for in-store innovations you won't find anywhere else. When you want more than just another auto parts store, the first place to go is Advance Auto Parts.
We're ready in advance.
Hi, I'm Dale Earnhardt Jr. Welcome to a new generation of Wrangler.
New fits, new fabrics, new styles. Wrangler Jeans Company, a new generation of Wrangler.
So, we're gonna open the whole thing up, move the lips out to about here. That should get you at least an inch. Trust me, this is going to make you a lot happier.
Double meat, cheese, bacon. The new Ultimate Double Whopper. Out of your way.
Help, save me! Oh, save me, princess! You are my princess. My hero.
Special moments are gone before you know it, but Radio Shack makes it easy to preserve and share memories. Get everything you need with this HD 3.2 megapixel digital camera, full-size photo printer, memory card, scrapbook software, and paper for $199.99 after rebate.
Here's your photo scrapbook.
Oh my! For me already?
It was easy.
Digital photography is easy at Radio Shack.
All right. The 9.
Thank you. Jen.
No.
Excuse me a second.
FedEx is proud to introduce the number 11 car.
Getting set for the restart after the first caution flag of the day. Kyle Petty's car is in the garage as Jeff Gordon leads them back to green. Mike Wallace and Jeff Burton did not pit the first time by. Wallace picked up 5 points for leading a lap. They are both now at the tail end of the field. Kyle Busch made a second pit stop, and his older brother Kurt, the defending Nextel Cup champ, came into the pits fourth, but came out 14th.
And this is when you can really get the field all busted up right here, Larry, because your single file restart. When Jeff Gordon took the green flag, the last place car was still up there coming in the middle of the triangle. So this breaks them up a little bit for a little while.
All it takes is one car lagging back on the restart in somewhere in that pack.
Let's enjoy your high-definition picture and your surround sound. Let's crank it up a bit. There is Jeff Gordon's lead, and it's a tenuous one, just about 2 car lengths back to Scott Riggs with Tony Stewart. That orange Home Depot number 20 battling on the outside.
Well, the people that are loving this 3-wide racing up here is the cats that were way back on the restart. You can see how it's broken up the field. Remember early when we showed you how they were all bunched together on their start of the race? But that single file restart has given us 2 distinctive groups.
And the key will be this group here doing 3 and 4 wide. That group there start with Kenny Schrader in the 49 getting single file. They'll be able to run that pack back down, but they need to stay single file.
They got their work cut out for them to catch back up.
Now Michael Waltrip in the 15 ran way up on the high side all the way up to about 4th place, and there you see he's drifted to the back of that lead pack. That high side worked well for a while, but now he's tail end Charlie in that 20 car group.
And that can happen, Mike. You can catch a big bust of air off of the pack of cars you're around. It'll shoot your car up the track, and you got to lift, and if you lift, you're done.
It worked until he lost his help up there. Now we're seeing Tony Stewart in that 20 car. He moved away from Jeff Gordon on the high side. He's got lots of help behind him with Matt Kenseth in the 17.
Stewart had the lead for a moment, but remember, lead changes are only official at the start-finish line. Gordon has led all but 1 lap under caution. Can Stewart lead this one? It's going to be a matter of inches.
Gordon. Looks like Jeff had it by an inch.
Gordon by 3 1/1000ths of a second.
There's an inch, 1 inch. You measure positions here by inches.
And look who has come with Tony Stewart. Matt Kenseth has brought his Ford up to 2nd in that outside column.
Now Scott Riggs there in the 2nd right behind Jeff Gordon. Boy, his car is moving around a lot, but here comes those guys. As long as these cats up front here will get 3 wide and race a little while, these guys will be able to catch back up. But they're pedaling really hard right now to get there.
They have their tongues hung out right now.
I tell you, I've been in there and you almost like are hunching on your car saying, come on, baby, pick up a little bit of speed.
They are running them down in a hurry. In fact, now they're starting to get a little racy in that 2nd pack.
Once you realize, hey, we're going to catch them back, then you go back to business as usual.
Now remember, pole sitter Kevin Harvick dropped to the tail end of the field during that first green flag run. How's Harvick now, Steve?
Yeah, Mike, remember, he was running hot. They did, in fact, pull some tape off the grill. And Kevin's comment was, I can get back up to the leaders. I just don't want to risk losing the engine this early.
And he has a little bit of help from his teammate there, Jeff Burton, in the 31 car.
And we're back to 1 pack of cars again.
You know, in the initial start of the race, we talked about how busy the drivers are, all bunched up. He wasn't probably looking at his gauge. All of a sudden, he looked down and saw the temperature had shot up. He had to do something in a hurry. Good move on his part.
One of the Roush Fords that is not up toward the front is Greg Biffle, the number 16, back at 34th place. Matt, what's up with the National Guard car?
3rd in the championship standings coming in. The concern for this team was Biffle's vision. The left side A-post mirror was giving in the wind, much like your passenger car at home. If you bump into something with your side mirror and it would give but then rebound back, but it wasn't rebounding. The wind was pushing it back. 2 crew members, Adam Emmert and Jeff Merkel, put it back into place with duct tape on the first stop.
Yeah, you just drive down the highway with no side mirrors and where there's 3-wide traffic on a big interstate, and you'd be lost.
Most people drive like they don't have any side mirrors.
Well, but here at 190 miles an hour, it has become such a vital part of the driver's ability to stay out of trouble.
I know who used his mirror last time off turn 2. Right about here, last lap, Tony Stewart in the 20 car. He got a run through 1 and 2 on Jeff Gordon in the 24 on the high side. Right at the exit of turn 2, right about here, Jeff Gordon moved up and basically put a block on Tony Stewart.
And that backpack now, Larry, has we get a big wide shot here. We're all together again.
We have 37 cars in less than 3 seconds from each other.
43 really close friends working together.
For the time being.
Look, they were lagging almost a straightaway behind, and in 10 laps they caught back up.
Now that inside row, the first 4 cars are all Hendrick or Hendrick-powered cars. And it appears, since nobody's peeked out from that inside lane, that they're sort of working together.
I'm impressed with that 10 car down on the inside there behind Jeff Gordon. Remember, he had a great finish at Daytona, run up front all day. Scott Riggs in the 10 there. And here he is, following on behind old Jeffy Gordon.
Picked up right where he left off at Daytona. Ended up finishing in 4th.
I'm moving up, 2 by 2 behind you.
Now, you saw Riggs go up near Tony Stewart to get what the drivers call a little side suck.
Side draft, yeah. That, and he might have wanted to just run Tony up the racetrack a little bit to keep him from making the pass. Not that he didn't. That's not wrong. It just took a little momentum away from Tony.
32 laps complete this time by at the world's fastest speedway. 1 minor caution flag for Kyle Petty. Jeff Gordon has led almost every lap.
Fly in a helicopter to the NASCAR Nextel All-Star Challenge. Wave the green flag, meet NASCAR drivers, and go home with $50,000. The Nextel All-Star Challenge Sweepstakes. Vote for a driver you'd like to see race in the All-Star Challenge on May 21st. You could win a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the race. Enter online at Nextel.com/All-Star. Text STAR to 7827 on your Nextel phone, or visit a Nextel store. To shop or find a store, call 8777 Nextel now.
The new hot, fresh toasted subs are here. Like the Chicken Bacon Ranch. Toasted hot inside and out. Subway. Eat fresh.
Nice. Very nice. Do you think they're...
Oh, yeah. They're plastic. And they're spectacular.
Just in time for summer, it's the Coors Light Cooler Box. 18 16-ounce plastic bottles that stay colder longer. Just ice it up, take it out, and enjoy. The Coors Light Cooler Box.
Wow. Close up, they look even bigger.
You're going to like these guys, though. They're a pretty good crew. Everybody listen up. This is Levon.
Hey, Levon, I'm 1 team.
You're on the 120 today.
How are you?
So if there's anything you need, just ask these guys. They'll take care of it, all right?
Okay.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
You ever been around anything this fast before?
Yeah. In my last job.
Well, you sound like you know what you're doing.
I do.
I saved just because we got the twins.
I'm State Farm Agent Stephen Bridges, and these are all true stories.
I added a home policy and saved huge on my car insurance.
We got discounts we never even knew existed.
I saved just because he got good grades.
State Farm saved new customers an average of $356 last year.
I got on statefarm.com at 3 a.m. Easy savings.
No more restaurants with drive-thrus.
Great service, great rates. That's why 40 million drivers trust State Farm. Call an agent now.
Like a good neighbor,
State Farm is there.
Wherever you go, you've got NASCAR news, stats, and live racing on your phone or online with exclusive content on AOL and NASCAR.com to go.
The Aaron's 499 on Fox is brought to you by State Farm. Great service, great rates. That's why 40 million drivers trust State Farm.
We're back at the Nextel Experience to meet the Nextel Fan of the Week. And this week it's Bobby Hall and his 9-year-old son Dalton from nearby Hueytown, Alabama. Racing is all about tradition. What brings you here?
Well, I started coming to the races when I was about 9 years old with my father, and I'm bringing Dalton back, and he's 9 years old now. So I want to try and instill the tradition, in him to keep bringing his son back hopefully one day. And that's what I feel Talladega's all about, is tradition.
Who's going to win today, Dalton?
Jeff Gordon.
You sure?
Uh-huh.
All right. Let's have a nice round of applause for the Hall family.
Thanks, Dick. I was with Charles Barkley, who grew up in Leeds, Alabama, nearby Talladega last night. Barkley said Jeff Gordon, my man, will win this race today. Also a fan. If you'd like to be considered and appear as the Nextel Fan of the Week, go to www.foxsports.com/Nextel and enter today. You could be next. Jeff Gordon on lap 36 has led all but one lap so far, and throughout the race as we continue this reset in progress point standings with the critical moments or critical breakoff of the top 10 and then those within 400 as we chase for the Nextel Cup Championship. Remember, the top 10 drivers get in after race 26. And this is the 9th race so far.
Well, right now, Chris, there's been a change in the lead. Tony Stewart has finally gotten that outside line to help him just a little bit, and he has inched his way back out in front of Jeff Gordon. We got trouble on the back straightaway, though.
Jeff Green has gone spinning. Churio's Dodge. Not sure yet if there are any other cars involved. But he spun right through the middle of the pack.
I think he cut a tire down.
I definitely saw it looked like the tread of a tire going through there. Remember, his teammate Kyle Petty had a tire a while ago.
I think it was a left rear tire. I saw a tire fly up in the air.
Greg, she's running. No apparent damage from back here. No apparent damage.
Now that grass is muddy, so Jeff Green on these treadless tires has a little trouble getting going. There is a tire carcass as we have the second caution flag of the day, lap 37. Watch the yellow and blue 43.
There's where the tire came apart right there. How in the world another car did not get into him is a miracle.
And keeping it out of the wall, they usually turn and you go back out into the outside wall. He just kept spinning around and around.
Look, every time the car gets backwards, the roof flaps came up. See there, the roof flaps up on the roof, which keeps the car on the ground.
Well, he is right up in the middle of a bunch of cars, and boy, everybody just did an amazing job. The big thing is that looks pretty simple from this side of looking back at it from where we are, but those drivers are coming through a cloud of smoke.
There may be collateral damage, Darrell, because several of the following cars did hit that tire.
And Darrell, the strange thing about these two tire issues that we've seen.
It's funny. Back it down. Spin it in front of you. Real bad. In the middle of the track, it looks like.
Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, right into the windshield. See what it did to his put those big black marks on the window.
Nice job, Herm.
But Darrell, I was going to say that the strange thing about these two tire problems that we've had, and they've been with two team cars, Kyle Petty, now Jeff Green, is a lot of the crew chiefs in the Nextel Cup garage asked me this morning, did you see any tire problems in the Busch race yesterday? We never had any long green runs. We had 9 cautions in that race.
We didn't run long enough to know if we had a tire problem or not. And the thing about this is the same. Tire has the same compound they raced here last year, but it has a different construction design.
It's a good thing these windshields are made of Lexan, a pretty much unbreakable plastic. A number of years ago, about 15 years ago here, Dale Earnhardt caught a piece of somebody's drive shaft in the top of what was a glass windshield, knocked the windshield header, knocked the glass. Earnhardt said, tape it up, I'm going. And he did. He finished the race. Dick Berggren.
Tony Stewart comes in as the leader, just keyed the radio and told his crew that he's having fun just riding around out here. So they're going to change left side tires only. On the first stop, they changed the right side. Nice pit stop by Stewart's guy, Steve.
Same exact strategy for Scott Riggs, Dick. Right sides last time, this time left sides. Matt.
Continuing with the cycle, the 24 car will take lefts as well. Chasing his 4th plate win in the last 5 races. His car handling pretty well. He stalls it almost, leaving the pits.
And Stewart's going to beat him. Tony Stewart is first off pit road. Matt Kenseth, Jeff Gordon, Scott Riggs, and somebody lost one on pit road.
And that will be a penalty. They'll probably have to start at the tail end of the longest line. But you can see right there, Casey Kane in the 9 car, those guys gained the most positions, 8 positions on this race off pit road.
One of the things that's making pit road so crowded, Larry, is by the time the lead cars get their pit work done, they're coming out into cars from the back of the pack that are trying to get into their pit box.
Especially with a lot of these teams just changing 2 tires and not filling it up with fuel because it's not completely empty on fuel. That's about a 10-second pit stop.
Cars that did not stop: Greg Biffle, Kerry Earnhardt, Kenny Schrader, Carl Edwards, and Jeff Burton. So that is the running order at 39 laps in the Aaron's 499 on Fox.
That's the reason why we won tonight. I knew we had a good truck.
Freeze. Why does the winner of a NASCAR Craftsman truck race give so much credit to the truck? The truck this, the truck that. Come on, driver, stop being so modest.
You're making the truck do things it never dreamed of. 180 on a 45-degree bank, 6 inches from the wall, 6 inches from another truck.
You think if they interviewed the truck, he'd be as humble as you? Oh, my driver was really on today. I don't think so.
No matter what moves you, Progressive Direct is the insurance expert. For cars, boats, motorcycles, and whatever else you love to drive or ride, we're always focused on making things better and easier, whether you're getting a quote or getting back on the road. Visit Progressive.com. Think easier. Think Progressive.
On May 29th, the top 3 places to experience the Indy 500 are a pace car seat, a driver's seat, and your seat. Race day reserve seats start at just $40. General admission $20. To get your tickets, call 800-822-INDY or buy them online at IndianapolisMotorspeedway.com. May 29th, the Indy 500. Accelerate your senses.
Isn't it time that you discovered what mobility products can do for you? At McCrocklin Ford and Mobility, we offer the area's largest selection of items designed to meet your specific needs. From wheelchair-accessible vehicles to personal mobility items, we offer items that will help you make life the best it can be. Discover why so many have said, you not only provided me with a great product, you gave me a whole new way of life.
You're watching WFFT. Here's what's coming up on Monday.
Wherever you go, you've got NASCAR news, stats, and live racing on your phone or online with exclusive content on AOL and NASCAR.com to go.
Starting tonight, make a play date with your 2 best friends.
Brian, hit me in the mouth.
What? Why?
I hear this tooth fairy gives you money for your teeth. Have at it.
Okay.
No, stop. Why did you stop? I said hit me.
You flinched.
Well, of course I flinched. You were going to hit me. No, don't. I'm sorry. Look, I know I'm being hard to read, but...
Family Guy returns tonight at 9, 8 Central. Part of Animation Domination on Fox. Viewer discretion advised.
Our Quaker State aerial coverage shows you half of what, when built, was the world's longest grandstand, 4,300 feet long. From the exit of turn 4 to the entrance of turn 1, it and the backstretch stand are chock full of fans in what looks to be a sellout for the 37th annual Spring Cup race at Talladega. Tony Stewart the leader, green flag. Jeff Gordon in second, Matt Kenseth in third. Gordon the leader, Stewart second, Kenseth third, Scott Riggs fourth as we take the restart.
Tell you who had real problems on this pit stop right here.
Together, 17 by himself, a little bit of a gap, Penrith over the gap, and then the rest of the pack.
Spotter giving those guys good information, but I was just about to say the guy that really had problems on that pit stop, Carl Edwards in the 99 car, he pitted out of the box. They held him a lap, and the problem was he was in the pits when they got the green flag, so he's going to lose the pack. So right now it'll be a race between him and Jeff Green to get the free pass should we get a caution.
Well, out of the box, that's shame on the driver, but also shame on the team for not getting him in the box before they started working.
Yeah, you can push it back in the box as long as you do not do the work.
Kurt Busch also had a late or lengthy stop. He is at the back of the pack on this restart as Jimmy Johnson swings his Lowe's Chevy to the outside, trying to bring Brian Vickers with him, but no, Vickers dropped low, and I think he got a bump there from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Inside.
Yeah, Vickers had been working really, really well with Jimmy Johnson up there. They kind of bump draft themselves up there in the top 2 or 3.
Here goes help.
Vickers bailed out on him that time, though.
So Junior coming to the front while his teammate Michael Waltrip was the team that rolled the tire out across pit road and had to restart in the back.
But did you see how Junior, now he bumped into the 48, but he did it gently. He didn't upset the 48 car. He didn't upset Jimmy Johnson. Gave him a little shot and pushed him ahead.
And
Both
he did
of
it
them
on the
went.
straightaway.
Yeah.
And we're riding with Michael Waltrip right now. He's back in 38th. And he has a pack of about 3 cars running with him in single file, but they have a lot of ground to make up. But we have teammates side by side. Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car, points leader. He'd love to lead this lap and get 5 points.
That 24 car is strong, Larry. 48 was way out there, and the 24 just chased him down, and of course, he got good help, too.
And Gordon may well let Johnson have an inch or 2 at the line so that the point standing leader, Gordon's teammate, can pick up those 5 bonus points. Let's see here.
Maybe anywhere else he would do that, but it's pretty hard to do here with Tony Stewart bumping into the back of you.
Gordon continues to lead. Jeff Gordon has led all but 4 laps today. He has led all but 1 green flag lap.
I just believe that red car we were riding with right there, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the Budweiser car, I think he's tired of seeing these Hendrick cars lead this race. He wants to get up there and showcase a little bit.
Our pole sitter, Kevin Harvick, was back in again for a lengthy stop, Steve.
And Mike, it's been nothing but problems for Kevin Harvick. There you see him on pit road. He could not see through his windshield. They pulled the tear off so he could. There you see how much that improved his vision. He's also continuing to run hot. You see the team at the nose of the car cutting more tape off to help cool that engine down. It's been as hot as 240 degrees. He restarted 37th.
Probably some of that glare on his windshield was from some water being blown out of the car.
We were hearing maybe that the 33 car, Kerry Earnhardt, was losing a little bit of liquid.
Now this should be interesting because here's Gordon with Jimmy Johnson, and right behind them, Dale Earnhardt Jr. with his occasional Daytona Talladega so-called teammate, Tony Stewart.
Those guys work very well together, especially in the early part of the race.
When Junior won the Daytona 500, he credited Stewart with drafting help all day to help get him to the front and keep him out front.
Oh, yeah.
These 150,000 people, they're all standing on their feet. They want to see that 8 car, I think, lead a lap. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Dale Jr. side by side for second. If you do the math, he's gained 33 spots since the start of this race.
See, he's moved to the high side. He has that dancing partner, Tony Stewart, in the 20 car working with him. But just right now, it seems like the low line is prevailing. You can see how far they're trying to get away from that 24 and 48 car on the straightaway, trying to put as much space in there as they can. That will help their drafting efforts.
Where you make so much time with these restrictor plate engines is at sailing off into the corner, and particularly on the outside, because you can just pick up a little momentum going in there. But then from the center of the corner off, the inside line's a little bit better. But it's going to, you can see right here, Tony Stewart is giving Dale Jr. a real nice shove.
Shoving him to the front, and the fans come to their feet.
Now, will Dale Earnhardt Jr. go to the bottom?
It'll be hard-pressed to lead this lap. He might make it. Yeah, he's going to make it. Gordon was coming back on the inside.
I don't think he's going to lead it, Darrell.
No,
Nope.
Gordon got him.
And that's the big difference between here and Daytona. When Bill France built this track, they put the start-finish line down past the exit of pit road to make those seats more saleable. and it has made for a lot of fantastic finishes in those last 1,500 feet. Jeff Gordon continues to officially lead at the start-finish stripe. Matt's in his pit.
Gordon apologized to his team under the last caution about losing the lead, but he said he did not want to hang out the 10 of Riggs and the 48 because they had been working well together. He also said it just does not seem like the High Line is working as well as it did yesterday in the Busch race.
Well, there's just so much difference in the package on the Busch cars than it is on these Cup cars. They got a different restrictor plate. Busch cars do different spoilers. These cars are a little bit more sensitive to the draft, and they don't have the acceleration that the Busch cars do.
Tony Stewart had his nose tucked so far up under Dale Jr.'s rear bumper coming past the start-finish line, you couldn't even see Tony's grill.
And you can see how much it shoved Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car off into turn 1. Now Tony's coming back to him.
I think that Junior is going to have to figure out another way, though. That outside line is, it gets him up there, but I don't think it's going to keep you up there.
Now they've kicked Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car out of line up into the middle of the racetrack.
Watch this, Darrell.
Let's see here. He's got him. Watch the opening between the rear tire and the body work. He just got him almost off the ground.
If they were any closer, they'd have couplers.
But once again, that was on the straightaway, and you can do it there.
But Darrell, you're right. Even the middle lane right now is working better than that way up high groove as Junior and Stewart and Casey Kane fall back.
Man, that's a familiar sight. If it was yellow, I guess, but that 4 car, Mike Wallace, look at him come up into the picture.
Started back in 33rd position. This team, it seems like week by week, they keep getting their act together a little more.
Mike has 2 top 10s here in the last 7 races.
Probably what's helped that team the most is consistent sponsorship. When they got that Lucas Oil sponsor on the car, it's given them a steady budget to work off of.
See a few Dodges starting to assemble behind Tony Stewart in the 20 car. We have Casey Kane there in the 9 car, Sterling Marlin in the 40, and another good run for Johnny Sauter in the 09. Had a good run at Phoenix last week.
Our next singular virtual crew chief question: do you want to run up front or do you want to hang it back early in the race? And look at that number 18 of Bobby Labonte that you saw there behind Jeff Burton's car. He was used to staying in the back on these restrictor plate races. Not today. He's been trying to run up front. So where do you want to be at this stage in the race? Up front or out back?
You want to be an eagle or you want to be a buzzer?
But this 31 has had some strange pitting strategy. You and I were talking about it at break, Mike. They've been waiting to the second time by. I think they've been trying to stay out to try to lead a lap, but other cars have had the same idea.
"52 laps complete. Jeff Gordon has led 48 of them at the world's fastest speedway. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
That cheeseburger you do not want.
I do not want that cheeseburger.
Those fries give Yoda.
Here, have my fries.
Your drink desire you not.
The Diet Pepsi, I do want.
Want you not.
Do
not want.
This summer, grab a Diet Pepsi and see Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
You know, a lot of people think rent-to-own is high prices, used merchandise, and payments that last forever, and they're right. But Aaron's is different. We're not rent-to-own. Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership has a guaranteed lowest prices. Brand new, brand name merchandise, 90 days same as cash, and you can own it in as little as 12 months. No wonder Aaron's is shaking up those rent-to-own stores. Well, I say, let them shake.
Hello? Hi, sweetie. I'm on my way home with KFC.
KFC? Crispy strips. I want crispy strips. She wants popcorn chicken. Trust me. No, I don't. I want crispy.
Hey, that's enough. Any chance of some original recipe?
Introducing the Variety Bucket from KFC. 4 pieces of the Colonel's freshly cooked original recipe chicken, 4 crispy strips, and a large popcorn chicken all in one bucket for just $9.99. Give the people what they want at KFC. And don't forget the 99-cent KFC snacker.
Ready to make the move to Levitra for a strong, lasting experience? Ask your doctor if Levitra's right for you. Levitra is what many men with ED count on for a strong, lasting erection, for that quality sexual experience. Strong and lasting when he wants it. It's what Levitra's all about.
Levitra is only for men healthy enough for sexual activity. Do not take Levitra if you take nitrates for chest pains or alpha blockers for prostate problems or high blood pressure, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, and stuffy or runny nose. In the rare case an erection lasts for more than 4 hours, seek immediate medical attention.
Strong, lasting. Experience Levitra for yourself. If you're on another ED treatment, maybe it's time to try Levitra. Ask your doctor about a free sample.
I gotta change my blade. You wanna take a coffee break? Sure.
The Instant Change Utility Knife from Stanley.
The Aaron's $4.99 on Fox is brought to you by Aaron's. Aaron's makes dreams come true with dream prices on dream products. By Diet Pepsi, light, crisp, refreshing. By KFC, celebrating Mom and Chicken Capital USA. And by Levitra. Ask your doctor about it today. Levitra, when it counts. And enter the weekly Gillette Young Guns Challenge. A lucky fan who correctly picks the top-placing Gillette Young Gun each week will win $5,000. Log on to GilletteYoungGuns.com for details and enter for a chance to win. The Gillette Young Gun Challenge brought to you by M3 Power, the world's best shave. And Matt Kenseth, speaking of young guns, working his way all the way up to second in his Roush Ford, has never had a restrictor plate win. His best Talladega finished 4th.
Well, right now he's really looking pretty strong, and he's been hanging around that top 5 ever since the start of the race. He's made his way up there and been hanging pretty tough. Another guy back through there, a wily old veteran. How about Rusty Wallace all the way up to 4th right now? I mean, it's looking pretty good for him. Never has won a restrictor plate race. And Kevin Harvick, who was on the pole, dropped back to 43rd, is now working up, trying to get inside the top 10. You know, Kevin had that problem with the overheating early on, but they worked on it. Got it, looked like it's probably where it's doing like he wants it to do, and also got to where he could see. Remember, he couldn't see out the windshield. They pulled the tire off. He's up on the high side right now trying to get his 29 car back up toward the front. Jeff Gordon, 50-plus laps, the most laps he's led in a race this season, continuing to hold on here. Mike, what about Junior and Tony Stewart?
Well, 7 or 8 laps ago, Chris, they were fighting for the lead. Now Junior is 33rd and Stewart is 30th. They both got shuffled up to the high side. Mike Wallace went up top to try to keep them from passing, and boy, he did. Back they went.
It's called a regroup. Go back, group up, try it again. With that 24 car, if they put 8 on it from last year and the year before, that's the way he did. The 8 car can sit out there and everybody just kind of, remember we talked about the Pied Piper? Well, guess who they passed the pipe to?
Now, this is not the car in which Jeff Gordon won the Daytona 500. That car went from victory lane straight to the Daytona USA attraction at Daytona International Speedway. And the team won't get it back until next February. So this is a brand new car.
You want to see what a penalty on pit road will do to you, especially at about the time they're about to go racing. Carl Edwards in the 99 car, remember, under that last caution, he was pitted out of the box. And right now he's at the start-finish line, and he's about 20 laps from being lapped by the pack, because when you're by yourself, you're losing about a second to a second and a half a lap without the help of a dancing partner. So he's in the verge of going. He needs a caution. He's going to be 2 laps down shortly.
If the start-finish line was in the middle of the trial, Matt Kenseth would have led that lap. But he comes to the line a car length back of Jeff Gordon with the start-finish line down here toward turn 1. So Gordon hangs on to the lead, but Kenseth keeps coming. Dick Berggren, how about strategy among Tony Stewart and Dale Jr.?
Well, they're talking together, and it was Junior that made the call. He decided he had been in some situations up front that were too dicey. Called back to the 20 car Stewart and suggested that they drop back and kind of let the front do what it wants to do. So they're dropping back. Nothing wrong with either car. Matt?
Michael Waltrip paying the price for that lost tire on pit road. He had to pit again. He took lefts that time since they're already coming, but he is running back in 39, telling Tony Eury Jr., there isn't any place for me to go. They're 3 wide, and it would just be dumb of me to get up in the middle of that. So right now, he's riding and just being patient at the back.
As long as you have partners back there with as many pit stops as we know we'll have, whether it's under caution or under green, I don't know that that's bad strategy. You just can't get too far away from that lead pack.
No, he's got Dale Jarrett back there, and now there's, the 8 car back there of his teammates. So if you can get 4 or 5, you got to have at least 4, maybe 5, then you can catch back up.
Dale Jarrett, along with his dad, 2-time champion Ned, have long been known as one of the sport's savviest drivers. Jarrett talked about running up front versus hanging out back.
The thing that matters in that 500-mile race is putting yourself in a position the last 50 miles of that race, and that's all that matters. And I've had success in hanging back sometimes, and then there's been other times that it hasn't benefited us at all. We just didn't have the car. It wouldn't have mattered what strategy I might have employed that day. It wasn't, we just didn't have the car to get the job done. So last year we used the strategy of hanging out towards the back, and we ended up finishing 3rd. And we find ourselves missing a lot of the action that takes place.
Here's Jarrett right in front of Kenny Schrader, and right now he's hanging out back, running 36th. Michael Waltrip just went by. There's Schrader and Ricky Rudd in the 21.
Yeah, he's 36, 3 seconds behind this leader right here, Jeff Gordon, in the 24. So he's still in the rim of the pack.
And if you just watch TV year in and year out, or do a little history, you know that probably they're going to wad a bunch of these things up sometime today.
I mean, look at there. You have about 7 or 8 rows of 3 wide.
Boy, look who's back up to 4th place. Our pole sitter, Kevin Harvick, went from the front to the back. Got a little hole in that grill opened up so he could get some cool air to the engine, and now he is 3rd on the outside.
Yeah, Gordon got up off the bottom, though, and then Matt Kenseth went to the bottom in the 17 car, and that's where Gordon has been so strong. I'm surprised he opened the bottom up.
And he has the help of Jeff Gordon's teammate, the 48 car.
Got the 2 car back there now pushing on him, and Rusty has done a good job of getting himself up in the top 3 or 4.
And they're back to the bottom of the racetrack now.
And they're all 3 wide right behind them. Jeff Gordon, Rusty Wallace, Matt Kenseth, and then the pack. That's the way they race at Talladega.
By anchoring a more powerful 6-liter Power Stroke diesel engine to its frame, we gave the new Ford Super Duty more pulling power than any other pickup. Enough to lug up to 19,200 pounds. Don't get in its way. This is the next Ford Super Duty. Built Ford Tough.
Now, let's see. Yeah, we're going to need to go a lot bigger. This is our largest model. I call it the Big Daddy.
Double meat, cheese, bacon. The new Ultimate Double Whopper. Have it your way.
You paid for 300 horses. Are you sure you're getting all of them? Introducing new Q from Quaker State. Q's patented heat-activated formula fights power-robbing friction better than any conventional oil. To help maximize power. And let all your horses come out. New Q from Quaker State. Unleash all your horses.
Wow, Cherry Pepto. I love cherries.
It's the Pepto flavor everyone will love, and that's reason to dance.
Yay, Cherry Pepto!
Pepto's gone cherry.
Hey, I can call Jeff Burton without using any of my minutes. How's that? Well, I get unlimited calling to over 50 million singular customers. Jeff Burton's bound to be one of them.
You don't know he has singular.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you're probably right.
Only Singular lets you make unlimited calls to over 50 million people. That's the largest mobile-to-mobile calling community in America. Singular, raising the bar.
You think lap times. We think laptops. You think of making your engine hum. We think of making your business run. We're Office Depot, official office products partner of Roush Racing and NASCAR. Teammates of Carl Edwards and Kurt Busch. This is their office, and here's how we supply it. So come to Office Depot and join the team. Because if anyone thinks they can blow by Roush Racing, they don't know Jack Roush. Office Depot, proud sponsor of NASCAR.
Taking care of business.
Fox tonight. Who will survive a King of the Hill firestorm?
I always hoped we'd die together. Peggy, you go die over there.
All new. Then, if you watch only one horse wrangling, breakdown causing, stilt splitting, all new Malcolm of the season make it this one. Part of Animation Domination. Starting at 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
Welcome back to Talladega, Alabama. Sunshine Day. Our view brought to you by Quaker State. Our aerial view as we're on lap 67. Jeff Gordon has held off runs from Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, and more recently, Rusty Wallace. And we'll constantly keep you up to date as they're running points-wise. The critical lead within 10, as you see where Rusty is currently in that 400-point barrier.
What you're looking at right there is this. Each time that we reset this, you have an idea where the leader is as far as on the racetrack and whether or not he's moved up or moved back as far as the points are concerned.
The drivers aren't worried about this right now, Jeff.
No.
But they go into a race understanding their position. Obviously, they want to win, but they're taking in the big picture here.
The big picture is always going to be one of those kind of things. And here at Talladega, Chris, one thing that's always interesting is the fact that at this track, more than any other one, there's a lot of deals being made. You take a look right now. You're looking at Chad Knaus, and he's talking to one of the members of Scott Riggs' team, and I'm sure they're talking about when they're going to pit and how they're going to work. Now you see a member of his team's been down there. All these crew chiefs and crew members are running around letting everybody know when you're going to pit, because you don't want to mess up and be caught on the outside trying to get on pit road and get run over or get blocked off.
And at this point of the race, you can trust each other?
Well, at this point of the race, it's better to work together than have somebody create a wreck. And that's what those guys are trying to do, is get some kind of feel about what your idea is when you're going to come.
And in terms of drafting partner, not necessarily a teammate. It's whoever's going to work with you best.
Who's ever going to work with you best. And right now we took a look and we saw the pole sitter right there, the 29 car, Kevin Harvick. Again, he got his overheating problem taken care of. Now he's up to second place and putting a little bit of pressure on the 24 car, Jeff Gordon.
And Gordon has held off all the challenges so far.
To the outside, Chris. There he goes.
Is going to take the high side.
He needs a little bit of help right now from Rusty.
Mike?
In the Daytona 500, which Gordon won, he didn't even lead until this point in the race. Today, he's led all but 2 green flag laps, all but 4 laps total. Will we have a new leader this time by the stripe? We do. Kevin Harvick.
Now, Jeff Hamlin and Chris Myers were just talking about it. You can see right here, we're probably within about 5-6 laps of these cars having to make a green flag pit stop. And this is where it's so critical, because you want to be on pit road together. Most racetracks we go to, you want to pit without other cars because having that draft partner is not important. But we always see teams get in trouble making green flag pit stops. They're at 190 miles per hour. You have to be 55 miles per hour coming on to pit road. And one mistake, just like Carl Edwards in 99 made, to take you right out of the equation.
Harvick not the only one who wants to lead a lap here. Here comes Rusty Wallace on the high side. He's got his brother in the 4. Can Michael come up and give Rusty a little help? Nope.
I think he got in the wrong line that time. He's done a really good job, Rusty has, of kind of picking his way and getting in the right line, but I'm not so sure about that move to the high side. But Larry, what you got to watch on those pit stops, locking up the tires, flat spotting them, then you got to change them. You got no choice.
And here comes Sterling Marlin on the inside. Marlin battling Jeff Gordon for second. Let's go to his pit.
Closing in on their pit stop on lap 72, Mike. They've been trying for 5 laps to get the 40 car down on the bottom so he can peel off easily for pit road as we're closing in on the next window. Steve?
And Matt, the instructions for Kevin Harvick: keep your race car on the bottom of the racetrack before pit stop. We cannot get caught on the outside. They need a clean shot onto pit road.
And here come about 10 of them, Steve, on to pit road. Scott Wimmer just made his stop by himself, so he'll be a lonely guy on track. A whole lot of brake lock up at the entrance to the pit lane.
And that will flat spot those tires.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of that. And what happens is, if you come in a bunch of cars, say the guy up front locks him up and smokes his tires, that causes the guy back in the line somewhere to panic, have a wreck trying to get on pit road.
Mike Skinner led that group onto pit road. About a dozen cars this time.
I shouldn't say panic, overreact.
Which leads to
panic.
Right.
Looks like we almost saw on the right-hand side of your screen, Travis Quaffle in the 77 almost got in the M&M car of Elliott Sadler as he was coming out of his pit box. Now here comes these guys off pit road. Here comes the pack off turn 4 with about another 12 or 14 cars coming to pit road for a green flag stop.
Harvick among those pitting. Jeff Gordon back to the lead. As you ride with Harvick ahead of Sterling Marlin. Kurt Busch among those in.
Now, Larry, here you're going to pit for fuel. I mean, you're not pitting because your tires are giving up or your car isn't handling good. This is all about fuel. So it'll be interesting to see who stays out the longest.
Steve?
2 tires only for Kevin Harvick, but they pack as much gas as they can in that car, Mike.
And just remember, these are 13-gallon fuel cells. We only run them here in Daytona. It's something NASCAR did to try to break the pack up, making more occasional green flag pit stops.
So Harvick will have Kurt Busch, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt Jr. to draft with, along with Ryan Newman, Michael Waltrip, and others.
Here comes about 10 more to pit road.
Green flag stops at lap 73. Matt Kenseth in. Dick?
Matt Kenseth, who's had a very, very good day today. Pitting, he's going to take 2 tires. It'll be a quick pit stop. Gone.
And really not surprised that a lot of these teams are electing to go with just 2 right side tires.
I don't. Kenseth took left sides, didn't he? Looked like he had left sides up there, or was that a?
Matt?
9 car Casey Kane. Trouble waiting for the fuel. He finally is away, passed by the 1 of Truex and the 18 and 31.
It was left side tires for Matt Kenseth.
And we used to do that. Jack the left side up. Whoa. He's got a right front down. Gordon blew his right front tire getting on pit road.
John 4, I locked him up pretty bad. It's going to be 4 tires. Get a good pull. 4 tires.
Dick.
Johnson slid to his pit, almost slid over the line. He had him absolutely locked up. This is a 4-tire change as opposed to all the 2-tire changes that we have seen in the past. Nice job.
Gordon eased into his pit box. They are now going to have to go with a 4-tire change since Gordon, you heard him say on the radio, locked it up too hard entering pit road. Left side tires going on. Fuel almost full. His drafting partners have already passed him on pit road. He'll catch up on the race.
I think he's going to be fine, Matt, because he came out right with his teammate Jimmy Johnson in the Lowe's 48 car.
You can see, I mean, he is on the, he's trying to get that thing down to 55 mile an hour. You see the tire blow out because it was locked up. He just slid through the cords.
And behind him, you saw Scott Riggs have to overreact, as you said, Darrell, and lock him up as well.
DA coming in for a stop and go. 4,000 seconds. Change off 4. I locked him up pretty bad. It's going to be 4 tires. Get a good pull. 4 tires.
Guys, what we're talking about, he locked it up so hard that 3,400-pound car, you can see it wore clean through the tread of this tire right in it and blew itself out. That's what you got to be careful about when you come down pit road. It basically from 180 down to 35 miles an hour. That's what happened to Jeff Gordon.
So Scott Riggs got a chance to lead a lap. And after making his pit stop, Kevin Harvick is right back where he started the day, out front. But now his mirror is full of new contenders: Kurt Busch, Mark Martin.
And that's Mike Skinner, I think, in the 23 car. He was one of the first cars to come to pit road. And all that went on with Jeff Gordon in the 24, Jimmy Johnson in the 48, they are at the back of this big pack right here.
So the first green flag pit stop round of the day complete at lap 75. Kevin Harvick, your leader, over Kurt Busch, Scott Riggs, Mark Martin, and Mike Skinner.
Downtown today, temperatures are going to soar into the hundreds.
$2,000.75.
When beer starts out this cold, it ends up this refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Hey, fellas, you gotta act right now. Click here and you're a winner. Click here and you...
Spammer, huh?
Yeah. This exclusive offer is just for you.
You know, we helped reduce the amount of spam our members reported by 75% last year.
Oh,
Wow. Thanks for blocking them. Yeah, well, they're not just annoying. They can cause computer viruses or even identity theft.
Well, hey, you two. You have been pre-selected to be an instant winner.
Oh, never mind.
Want a better internet? You belong at America Online.
Come and let it out, baby, let it out, ladies, come on. I need to run, I need a ride. I need some fun, yeah, on this night, alright. Because the dogs are out, yeah, the dogs are out, baby, make the
Chevy, the revolution race is on.
Help, save me! Oh, save me, princess! My hero.
Special moments are gone before you know it, but Radio Shack makes it easy to preserve and share memories. Get everything you need with this HP 3.2 megapixel digital camera, full-size photo printer, memory card, scrapbook software, and paper for $199.99 after rebate.
Here's your photo scrapbook.
Oh my! For me already?
It was easy.
Digital photography is easy at Radio Shack.
Okay, who are we talking to?
Hey, Dale and Michael, this is Margaret.
Hi, Margaret. How are you today?
Well, I'm on the air with you two handsome racer boys. If I died right now, I'd die a happy woman.
So, you've ordered our 1979 Buick Regal door pin and bushing kit before?
Oh, yes, and I loved it so much I ordered 3 more as gifts for my grandchildren.
Ah, these make wonderful gifts, Margaret.
They sure do. It's the kind of gift that just keeps on giving. Every time you open and close your car door.
I just love Napa.
The Aaron's $4.99 on Fox is brought to you by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. By America Online. Want a better internet? You belong at America Online. By Napa Auto Parts. Napa, get the good stuff. And by Chevy, the defending manufacturer's champion. The revolution races on. 79 laps in, and Ryan Newman has moved to the front, Jeff, with Michael Waltrip, Matt Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt Jr. running fourth.
Yeah, great run right now by Ryan Newman, but you also, Michael Waltrip, he's got slid back a little bit in this last little round, but he had problems on pit road, lost that tire, had to go out of the tail end of the pack, and he worked his way back up here into the top 10. So these DEI cars, now they've kind of gotten sorted out, are flexing a lot of muscle. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is running second right now behind Newman, putting a little bit of pressure on him, man.
And Jeff Gordon, you illustrated the tire problem caused by the brakes going into the pits, now up to fourth.
He's got a fast race car, and I mean, he made a little bit of a mistake, got in the pit road a little bit too hard, but right now we take a look at what DEI has been doing as far as restrictor plate racing. They have got a very impressive resume.
In this race, 7 leaders, 11 different lead changes.
Not there anymore. The pushes will be different.
And we've had some drivers going from the front to the back, like Kevin Harvick, and then back up in front, and the DEI cars have worked their way up front from starting beyond 30th.
This is what drafting does for you. If you got a good race car, you can get shuffled all the way to the back, pick your way back up to the front. That's what's so exciting about Talladega and this style of racing.
And for Ryan Newman, the current leader, his 7th race here at Talladega, his best finish 4th. So far, Jeff Gordon has led the most laps today at 66.
Well, what's interesting right now, if you'll notice, these front 5 cars have got themselves a little bit of a separation from this other pack. It'll be interesting to see if they can get lined back up and run them back down.
Junior in second place, but rejoin Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
The Rocket, Ryan Newman, is leading. He's called that because of his prowess at winning poles. But the man who is riding a Rocket is in 4th place. Jeff Gordon was one of the last drivers to pit. He came out 26th. He is up to 4th. So our viewers agree. They'd rather race up front than hang out in the back.
Yeah, he got 4 tires, too. Of course, that was necessitated by the fact that he blew one of them out. But you heard Dale Jr. say, I think you heard Dale Jr. say, the breakaway doesn't seem to be there anymore. So I think he just figures, you know, get in here and hang in here the best you can because you're not going to get that far away from everybody.
Kevin Harvick looking to break into the top 10 in points.
You know, we talked about mistakes on that green flag pit stop. We had talked to Dale Jarrett just a little while ago. He's riding here in the 88 car. He was too fast on pit road. He was speeding, and now he's back in 39th position, and the leaders are zooming in on him. He's off into turn one. The leaders in the middle of the tri-oval. DJ he just does not have his arms around his speeding because he had back-to-back pit road speeding penalties at Atlanta that pretty much took him out of the equation of that race. And Hermie Sadler as well was penalized for speeding. You see him there in the yellow car on the high side, the 66. We're riding with him here.
And Sadler has now gone a lap down along with Jeff Green. Carl Edwards 2 laps down, also a consequence of a penalty. Kyle Petty is the only car out of the race. He cut down a tire and hit the wall at lap 19. Watch how close things get in turn one. Watch Jeff Burton in that orange car as he gets bumped by Rusty Wallace and things back up, and that was almost big.
Yes, it was. Darrell, the way the gap opened up between Jeff Burton and the 31 and Mike Skinner in the 23, it's almost like Jeff Burton rolled out of the gas just ever so slightly.
Sometime up there on the high side in turns 1 and 2, coming off of 2, the car will pick up a big old push, and you got to squeeze up out of the throttle ever so slightly. You get run over from behind.
But Burton has fought his way back. He is 10th. Newman out front, but Gordon led that lap at the start-finish line.
And that's what the driver has to be able to do here. Put that out of your mind. Don't think it's going to happen every time you come off a turn 2. Put that out of your mind and keep pushing forward.
I know a car that has overcame one of his penalties. Michael Waltrip in the 15 car, remember, had to go to the back of the field the last caution we had because a tire rolled across pit road. Now he's up there in the top 5 trying to get hooked up with his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8. Now, the way Ryan Newman in the 12 got the lead is he loses it here to Kevin Harvick in the 29. Matt Borland, his crew chief, decided to go with just 2 right side tires, as a lot of teams did.
Next Saturday night under the lights, it's prime time NASCAR action on Fox. The Dodge Charger 500 from fabled Darlington Raceway in South Carolina.
Now, it's exciting on Sunday afternoon. I can't imagine what it's going to be like on Saturday night under the lights.
Oh, the lady in black. She'll be laying waiting.
Yes, she will.
Jeff Gordon has led 67 of 85 laps today. The most laps led here in a race, Pete Hamilton, 1970. The Dedham, Massachusetts Flash, driving for Richard Petty, led 153 of the 188 laps in a winged Plymouth Superbird.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
The stars of NASCAR rock Pocono Raceway twice this year. June 12th, it's the Pocono 500. July 24th, it's the Pennsylvania 500. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. Operators standing by. Or visit PoconoRaceway.com. For lodging packages, visit 800poconos.com.
1, 0, ignition.
Saving that push for something really important? Chevy Hot Button is here.
Push it real good.
Qualified lessees can use Hot Button Bonus to lease an 05 Silverado regular cab work truck for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. That's an 05 Silverado regular cab work truck for around $199 a month. See your Northeast Indiana Chevy dealer today.
So back to more exciting action in round 2. Players, who was the first Tsar of Russia?
Corned beef, Bob.
No, that's not right, Charles.
Thank you.
What does a stitch in time say?
Melted Swiss.
No. What does VCR stand for? Charles, I see you. Charles, stop hitting the button.
Thousand Island dressing.
That's not it, Charles.
Turkey.
He's thinking Arby's new Market Fresh Reuben sandwich. Your choice of corned beef or turkey with melted Swiss and Thousand Island dressing on toasted marble rye. It'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
They're here. The 2005 line of Polaris ATVs have arrived at Snelker Marine. Hit the trails in a new 2005 Polaris ATV four-wheeler starting as low as $31.99. And look good doing it with Snelker's complete line of ATV accessories and safety gear. Family-owned Snelker's Marine has backed up Polaris ATVs with their award-winning Best of the Best certified service department with over 40 years in business. The 2005 ATVs from Polaris have arrived only at Snelker Marine in New Haven.
You're watching WFFT. Here's what's coming up on Monday.
Wherever you go, you've got NASCAR news, stats, and live racing on your phone or online with exclusive content on AOL and NASCAR.com to go.
Only 4 episodes left of House. And this May, CeeLo Ward joins the cast.
I have missed you.
Fox Tuesday.
Call 911.
An epidemic strikes.
2,500 people at the pool center were exposed.
But the strange symptoms of one girl
My eye's bleeding.
she's going to be dead in 8 hours. Lead to where no child should ever have to go. There is one other possible cause. Oh, God. House, all new at 9 Fox Tuesday. Parental discretion advised.
Kind of sitting down when Gordon was just sitting there cruising.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. grabbed the lead last time by. But now he's got a lot of company on the bottom, Kevin Harvick, and up top, Kurt Busch, trying to work his way to the front. Jeff Gordon, meanwhile, mired in rush hour traffic as Junior comes by to lead his second lap of the day. Busch is second, Harvick third, Gordon fourth.
And Kurt Busch is doing his normal restrictor plate racing. He always quietly hangs out as he gets pushed up to the high side. Jeff Gordon falls in line, but Kurt Busch seems like he's always there at the end in that 97 car.
Jeff Gordon got stuck pretty well in the back.
When you get too cocky. Give me an unbelievable race car today, boys. I appreciate it. We're going to get that baby right back up there.
That's what Gordon said when he got pushed back to 9th place. Now he's right back up there as promised, fighting for the lead with Dale Jr. and pole sitter Kevin Harvick in the 29.
Yeah, you get boxed. You know, you got a fast car. You got to know where to go. So you have to be real patient and wait for the openings to come your way. And Jeff's really good at that.
And just remember, this is not the car he won the Daytona 500 with. It's on display in Daytona, USA, in Daytona Beach, Florida, until next February. These guys had to come up with another car, build a new car.
Hey, Larry, have you ever found, I mean, we did occasionally, that our Daytona car didn't run as well at Talladega, that we almost needed 2 different cars.
A little less drag for Talladega, a little slipperier. Handling not the issue.
Gordon forces the issue to the inside for the lead.
Kevin Harvick in the 29, he wants to fall in behind him, keep Junior on the high side.
You know, I heard Junior say this morning, he said even the other drivers' fans wear 8 stuff when they come to Talladega.
Seems that way. Elliott Sadler moves through on the bottom for third, and Michael Waltrip right behind Sadler. Kurt Busch has fallen back to about 14th on the high side with Jimmy Johnson.
You know, talking about Jeff Gordon and being a little cocky, think back to Daytona and Tony Stewart, who led the race, said, don't worry, I got it covered. And look where he ended up. So we got a long way to go. There'll be some cats that'll get up there and race you before it's over with, I bet, Jeff.
Let's join Matt in the leader's pit.
Indeed, the 24 has gotten back on the bottom and back out front. Now, Larry Mack, you were asking about his car. Did they build a new one or did they roll out an old one? This one has a lot of history and a lot of race-winning history. It has a win here last year and also won the night race at Daytona. 4 top 10 finishes in 7 races. Pretty stout if you got to leave $1 million winner at the beach.
So it's definitely a proven race car. I tell you what, a good run for that car behind Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 8 car. Scott Wimmer in the 22 car, the Caterpillar car. We're looking at him now. Had a good car at Daytona, took that wild ride late in the race over in turn 4. Good run for this group so far as we're approaching the halfway point.
Dodges don't look too bad today, Larry. I mean, you got Rusty hanging in there and on the outside there, about 3 back. Wimmer's running good.
Only one Dodge has led. Ryan Newman has led 5 laps. As Scott Wimmer looking for his best run since 3rd in the Daytona 500 in 2004. Steve?
Mike, he's having a good run now, but they didn't get their enough gas in on the last stop. They're telling him to watch his fuel pressure. He may have to stop in 2 or 3 laps.
Now Wimmer was the first car to pit in that one round of green flag pit stops.
Pit stops, pit mistakes. I mean, you know, it happened to Jeff Gordon. It's happened to a number of tires. Michael had a tire rolling out. He didn't get his tank full.
Now, his saving grace, though, is we're within about a 10 or 12 lap window of that next scheduled green flag stop. But the worst thing that could happen to him right where he's at right now if that car runs out of gas.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You better hope it doesn't run out of gas in the middle of that pack.
Tony Stewart has led today, and now he's back in 27th, Dick.
Yeah, he's got problems with that car, Mike. The car is pushing both going into the corner and through the middle. Good thing that Earnhardt has his official teammate, Michael Waltrip, with him, because ordinarily we see Earnhardt and Stewart running together as unofficial teammates. And it's just not that often that you hear that many complaints about a race car here at Talladega. We were talking about it earlier. Handling just not as much of an issue as Daytona.
That's why I want to take 4 tires every time I come to the pits. When you take 2 tires, you run the risk of your handling going away. Jeff Gordon took 4, and he's up there leading the race.
And I don't know that it makes you faster. It just lets you be able to maneuver that race car.
Oh, yeah, when you get in that aero and all that stuff, air pushing you around, you need that grip. You can take 4 and get grip, or you can take 2, and eventually you're going to get gripe.
Well, this is what has happened in Jeff Gordon on his first 3 pit stops. Now, the first 2 that you see there, he took 2 tires on both those stops. Remember, that was under caution. Now, we think the plan on the last stop was to take 2, but because he slid the tires coming in the pits, he's taken 4, but it certainly has not hurt him any.
Jeff Gordon has led 72 of 96 laps as we close on. It just passed halfway in the Aaron's 499.
What are you doing now?
Well, Michael, I thought since it was Aaron's 50th birthday that we could go 50-50 on driving the Aaron's Dream Machine.
50-50.
Yeah, you know, you drive the first half, I drive the second half. 50-50.
Why's your name first?
Get the lowest prices on brand new brand name computers. Do the math. Nobody beats Aaron's.
I got a new plan. I'm going to drive the first and second half. You take the third.
Oh, wow. That's too many halves.
Hello? They're all waxed. Please don't kill me.
House of Wax. Rated R. Starts Friday, May 6th.
Sunday is race day. That's why the Domino's 555 deal is perfect. 3 medium pizzas, just $5 each.
I've got 3 pizzas here for Mr. NASCAR.
That's mine.
You're right. Mine would be for the king of NASCAR.
Really? Mine would be for the emperor of NASCAR.
Well, mine would be for the czar of NASCAR.
The grand poobah of NASCAR.
Generalissimo of NASCAR.
El Presidente de NASCAR.
King Daddy.
This race day, get your 555 deal from Domino's. Buy 3 or more medium one-topping pizzas, and they're all just $5 each. Get the door. It's race day from Domino's.
Turn right. You have reached your destination.
Great directions, Carol.
You named the phone?
Yeah. Carol.
You have reached your destination.
She's accurate, she's pleasant, and she's funny.
You've fallen in love with the phone.
No, I haven't.
You have reached your destination.
All right, yes. I didn't plan it. It just happened.
Wow. Cherry Pepto. I love cherries.
It's the Pepto flavor everyone will love. And that's reason to dance. Pepto's gone cherry.
I'm Chris Alexander.
I'm Joel A.
I'm Lisa Adelsberger.
And I'm proud to work at Anheuser-Busch.
The only major American brewery that's still American-owned.
Because when profits stay in the U.S.,
so does your money.
And because all of us believe
that the greatest country in the world deserves the best beer in the world.
Why do the employees of Anheuser-Busch work so hard to make the world's finest beer?
Because I am an owner.
I'm an owner.
I'm an owner.
This is America's beer. This is Anheuser-Busch.
The Aaron's 499 on Fox is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR and proud sponsors of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the number 8 car. Junior currently running 5th after having the lead briefly. Jeff Gordon has recaptured that. We're nearing 100 laps. Kevin Harvick, the pole sitter who dropped all the way to last, worked his way back up, currently running with Michael Waltrip. He slipped down to 3rd, Michael running 2nd.
Yeah, right now we're seeing, kind of like what we maybe expected to see. Hendrick car versus DEI, and already it's pretty impressive the way this 24 car has been able to come from the front to the back to the front. No matter where you put him, he makes his way back up to the front. Got a lot of power underneath that hood today, it looks like to me.
It's also like night and day, or rain and sunshine compared to yesterday. A record number of cautions, 10. We've only had 2 so far. No major wrecks. And Chevy's leading the way. Then the top 3 spots. Elliott Sadler in the Ford, currently running 4th. Celebrated his 30th birthday yesterday. Elliott, you'll all remember, flipped in 2 of the last 3 Talladega races, hoping to keep all 4 tires on the ground in this race. Let's check in with Dick Berggren.
A couple of years ago, Robert Yates and Jack.
Trouble on Bobby Hamilton Jr. He's cut down a left front tire and taken that car down to the apron, and that will put us under caution.
Left front's all toward a hell.
And that was a huge break for Scott Wimmer in the 22 car. He pitted 4 laps ago. Jeff Gordon was about a half of a corner from putting him a lap down. You see him right there. He will stay on the lead lap. Remember, he had to pit early because they didn't get the car full of fuel. And here was the beginning of green flag stops. You see Mike Bliss in the 0 car on pit road.
He ran out of fuel, yeah.
Yeah, he ran out of gas and coasted in, so the caution is a break for Bliss as well.
And I don't know, I didn't see if Bobby Jr. was trying to get on pit road, and that's how he blew out the left front tire, but he definitely had a left front tire failure.
3 caution flags today, and all of them for cut down tires. The first, Kyle Petty cut a right front, hit the wall hard, went to the garage. Jeff Green cut down a left rear just in front of traffic, spun, and miraculously nobody ran into him. And this time Bobby Hamilton Jr. cuts down a tire, no cars near him, plenty of room to escape, and he slides down to the apron of the track, bringing out the 3rd caution of the day. They'll have some debris to pick up, and we'll rejoin Dick Berggren.
And as I started to say, a couple of years ago, Jack Roush and Robert Yates decided to get together and build all of the engines for the Ford race cars. It's been a good combination. It debuted at the 2004 Daytona 500, and it's produced results. 14 wins. Then last year at Chicagoland, a new Ford cylinder head. This year so far, Fords have won 4 out of the 8 Nextel Cup races. Ford, built for the road ahead.
Elliott Sadler running in the top 5. No relation to the Grand Marshal for today's race, Adam Sadler. At least as far as we know.
As far as I know, but I'm going to tell you, speaking of Fords, who that was a huge break for was Roush driver Greg Biffle in the 16 car as well. Had handling problems earlier, lost the draft, and he was just slapped by our leaders. He gets the free pass.
Not only are they not related, they don't even spell it the same.
He had me scratching my head. Maybe they are kin.
And Mike Bliss in the 0 car did stay on the lead lap. They got him off pit road before the leaders came back around.
So he was lucky because he had to coast the whole way around to get to the pits and get some fuel.
Pit road will be very, very busy right now because we were within about 3, 4, 5 laps of the leaders starting to make green flag pit stops. So I'd say this would be a good time to get those 4 tires.
Yeah, don't do that anymore.
Greg Biffle will get the free pass, be back on the lead lap. So when we restart, that'll give us 37 cars on the lead lap and still just 1 car in the garage area, that being Kyle Petty. Well, no, here comes Kyle. He's back out after repairing right front heavy damage. 82 laps back, but going racing again. Here's Dick Berggren.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been on the same left side tire since he did a 4-tire change on lap 20. They are getting ready now to do a 4-tire stop to try to give him fresh rubber all around. To Steve.
Kevin Harvick says, I'm getting a little bit loose on the long runs. Todd Berrier, the crew chief, said 10-4 will give you 4 brand new tires this time. Matt.
The top and bottom cars on the left side of the screen, Gordon and Michael Waltrip taking on 4 tires, both called an audible. They were going to go with 2. A little bit of trouble on the left front of Gordon, and he is down and away, and he loses a number of positions.
Now, guys, with 85 laps to go right now, I anticipate possibly when we get the one to go, we may see some, especially Chevrolets that are getting a little better fuel mileage. We may see a lot of cars come to pit road to top off of fuel, because you can make it on one stop if you do.
Jeremy Mayfield, 19 car, stalled his engine, but they got him pushed off, and there he goes.
2 cars did not stop under this caution. Joe Nemechek and Kenny Schrader. They run 1-2 here in Talladega.
I would have problems with heartburn lots of times, like when I go out to dinner.
Millions of frequent heartburn sufferers like Jackie are taking heart thanks to the amazing relief of Prilosec OTC.
I take the one pill in the morning, and the rest of the day I don't have to worry about heartburn.
Prilosec OTC is the only OTC that can work for 24 hours with 1 pill a day. That's because it directly shuts down lots of acid-producing pumps in your stomach. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
It's great with the Prilosec OTC. I love it.
I had a really good time tonight.
Me too.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yep.
It's getting really late. Night.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
It's different when you got a Harley Davidson.
Yeah, having a little car trouble.
I'm State Farm agent Larry Bitterman, and this is a true story.
I was there on vacation, so I called the local State Farm agent.
We're not really sure how the car got into the lake.
Yeah, the map was a disappointment.
They called a local diver, and it turns out that's me too.
I think he started my claim before he even dried off.
And we settled it the next day.
Where would I have been without him?
Sunk.
Any insurance company can promise you a good price, but nobody takes care of you like State Farm. We'd love to prove it to you. Call an agent today.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
Which one of those do you think will look better in my bathroom?
Well, the celery ice is pretty popular right now, but I kind of have a soft spot in my heart for smoky slate. Kind of adds an air of sophistication. Or you could use a suede finish. That would look great. Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem.
Whether it's NASCAR or home improvement, the difference is know-how.
Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both together. Put the lime in the coconut.
Now let me get this straight. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both up.
Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both together. Put the lime in the coconut and you feel better. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both up. Put the lime in the
Wow, this is Coke with lime.
It's down to the final 5.
Scott, Kerry, Anthony,
Bonzel,
Bo Bice.
Which one will you vote for when Idol goes to the next level?
The good ones will remain calm, and the bad ones will crack.
American Idol at 8/7 Central Fox Tuesday.
Animation Domination starts tonight on Fox.
Talladega, you will be mine.
84 laps to go at Talladega. This is a Visa race break just to get you caught up with what's going on. Kevin Harvick, Richard Childress Racing, started on the pole. Had some problems, some overheating problems early. Faded to the back of the pack. Had to signal to everybody to steer clear. They worked out those problems, and he's worked his way back up front. First caution came out. Back of the pack, Kyle Petty. A flat tire bringing out a caution. Another Petty car bringing out the second caution. Jeff Green with a tire problem that unravels. Amazingly, no one else involved in this mishap. Jeff Gordon leading, has led most of the day. Into the pits, a little hot with the brakes. He blows on a tire. Cost him the lead just briefly. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who started back of the pack, along with the rest of the DEI cars, worked his way up to the front and actually led, to the fans' delight, but moments later, Hendrick Motorsports' Jeff Gordon, who won this race last year, takes the lead, and the force is with him. He's got that paint scheme working for the new Star Wars movie that's coming out later this month. 10 leaders, 17 lead changes, and so far 3 cautions, and we have not seen the big one. And speaking of the big one, Elliott Sadler experienced this twice when he's run at Talladega and has been able to walk away. A tumultuous trip every time he races here. Let's get a State Farm safety report. Jeff Hammond below the Hollywood Hotel at the Ford Cutaway Car. Jeff?
you've seen right there where Elliott Sadler had a very vicious wreck, and a lot of the drivers, especially the size of Elliott Sadler, had asked NASCAR, not only do we need to be able to get out the driver's window or the passenger window, big guys like us in certain accidents, we need to be able to get out some other way. So NASCAR came up with another safety issue or idea called the roof hatch, and this is it located in the very top of the roof. And what it is in the event of a problem, they need to be able to get a driver out if they elect to put it in. That's an elective deal that NASCAR makes optional. About 6 guys are running it here at Talladega. They can pull the pins. The hatch comes open as you can look down inside the driver's cockpit so they can get out of this race car in the event of a fire or in the event if they want to celebrate, a lot like what Michael Waltrip did a few years ago here at Talladega.
Thanks, Jeff, for that State Farm safety report. Jeff and his outfit, he'll seat you at a table curbside if you'd like to be able to enjoy the races. Michael Waltrip, all 4 of his Nextel Cup wins have come at restrictor plate races. Right now, Scott Riggs leads with Kevin Harvick, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon running 4th, and Elliott Sadler, whom we just talked about, he is running 5th. Let's check in on what's happening down in the pits, and with Jeff Gordon, Matt Yoakum is there. Matt?
We've been following a lot of mistakes, whether it be driver or crew on pit road today. Now, we told you earlier about Jeff Gordon's team. They were a little slow on the right front. Michael Waltrip's team, they lost 12 spots. They were slow on the left front. To Steve.
Well, Matt, Rusty Wallace had been having a great run here at Talladega. 43 starts for Rusty Wallace, never a winner, but his car, he just brought his car down pit road. They had a hole which would be located right below the right front headlight. They had to patch the hole. They're not sure how it happened, but they had to spend some time here on pit road getting that repaired, Chris.
All right, thank you. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has led 3 laps. Jeff Gordon has led the most. Next weekend, our Wendy's race venue takes us to Darlington for the Busch Series. You'll see that on FX Friday night. Don't miss Nextel Cup racing with the Dodge Charger 500, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Saturday night on Fox on the eve of Mother's Day. This has been a Visa Race Break.
Kenny Schrader stayed out to lead a lap before pitting, and he joins the tail end of the field as you look at some of our onboard views. Schrader, one of 8 drivers to get his first career victory here at Talladega Superspeedway, the only one of those 8 running in today's race. As we get set for the restart, there's Schrader. 106 laps complete here, 82 laps to go. Scott Riggs is our leader in the Valvoline Chevy. Then Kevin Harvick, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, all in Chevrolets. Then the Fords of Elliott Sadler and his teammate, or rather the Fords of Elliott Sadler and Mark Martin. Then Jimmy Johnson Chevrolet, the point leader, the defending champion of the series, Kurt Busch, Tony Stewart, and the first Dodge in the race is Jamie McMurray in 10th.
Now, we only had 2 cars that actually topped off when we got the 1 to go. Joe Nemechek in the 01 and Jeremy Mayfield in the 19. 82 laps to go. That means they would have to run 41 laps per run to do it on 1 more stop.
It's probably just outside the window, I would think.
Real close.
Yeah,
real
about
close.
38 is about the most I think they've heard.
Scott Riggs, after a fine finish in Daytona and a strong season. Riggs 19th in the point standings as he brings the field down to the green flag. Harvick, Earnhardt, Gordon with him.
We do need to mention that Harold Holley and that Tide crew, they kept Bobby Hamilton Jr. on the lead lap. Right now we have 37 cars on the lead lap with 81 laps to go. And all the cars are on the racetrack.
What a contrast to yesterday, when half the field finished the race in the garage. Riggs trying to hold back the 29, and at 88, the UPS car Dale Jarrett trying to fight his way back to the lead lap here.
And how Scott Riggs in the 10 car took the lead. Doug Randolph, his crew chief, elected to go with just 2 left side tires.
Harvick wants the lead on the outside. Whoa, Riggs got a little loose there.
Yeah, that'll happen with those left side tires. They're brand new probably, and take a lap or 2 for those babies to hook up.
Lead change. Harvick comes back out front.
This thing's it's like a volcano. You know, she's been laying there kind of quiet. All of a sudden, a little smoke starts coming up out of her, and next thing you know, a few little sparks start to fly, and then kablooey.
You think we're still going to have kablooey?
I think the volcano is warming up.
Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car, he moved to the low side, but that car right there on the outside of him, Mark Martin in the 6th, quietly hanging out in the top 5, top 10. He has his teammate behind him, Kurt Busch, in the 97.
And here comes Tony from the top to the bottom. Stewart slices down for 6th place alongside Mark Martin as Jeff Gordon is back out front.
I think they have finally overcame those handling problems they've had.
And how about Michael Waltrip in all this, Matt?
Running back in 24th, Mike. Now, under that caution, Michael told his team that he is not happy with the mirror. Not the small little mirror on the A post. That's okay, but he tried a different mirror today that attaches to the windshield so he can look out the back. It's unsettling. He says every time he looks up there, he's not used to it. It freaks him out. And one note about this race car, it was built before the season started. It's not an old Dale Earnhardt Jr. car, so it does not have a roof hatch because Michael said he didn't want one anymore. So none of the 15 cars this year will have a roof hatch.
I believe those Fords and those Dodges kind of ganged up on Jeff Gordon in the 24 that time. They kicked him to the low side without any help.
Kurt Busch busted a hole through the center of that pack and brings Elliott Sadler with him. Who's going to lead this lap? Good question.
I think they all led that lap.
Nobody.
It was a dead heat.
A dead heat.
So they'll have to now look at the camera since the computer scoring showed that they were a dead heat.
Neither driver had led yet today. Each one is searching for the 5 bonus points. So NASCAR has a high-speed camera mounted right across from the start-finish line for just this kind of situation. They gave it to Sadler.
So that'll be 5 points for him. Remember, both of those cars are in the top 5 in points. But how about that 6 car up there? He'd like to get 5 points.
I don't think we'd ever seen a dead heat for the lead.
I don't know that we have, but Mark Martin, that 6 car, running side by side with his teammate Kurt Busch in the 97.
Like I said, the old volcano, I see a little smoke coming out of her. Like the storm is brewing.
I'm with you, Darrell. All this politeness, you lead a lap. No, go ahead, you lead a lap. Okay, you need to lead a lap, you lead a lap. This can't last.
No, what happened? You have plenty of patience when you start, but you run out of them before you get finished.
But guys, we're 111 laps into this race. 36 cars within 2 seconds. And who had the fastest lap? The man in 36, Greg Biffle.
Was that a bump draft or was that a shot?
Well, it'd be called bump and run if you were somewhere else.
Wow. Martin Truex into the back of Tony Stewart there, trying to propel Stewart's number 20 a little closer to the front.
That's what happens, though. You just get, you run out of patience. You start taking chances, making drastic moves.
Now there's a power move, Darrell. On the outside, Jimmy Johnson, the 48, with no help, got right up to the second row, and they're 4 wide right behind him. My goodness.
Yeah, that's a power move. It's going to run out of power.
Right.
It lasted for a little bit.
You can get some short-term gains in this business right here.
But it's only temporary. Johnson's got help from Sterling Marlin in the 40. See, still 4 wide.
You get a sense of false security. You know, you get bumped, you bump into somebody, nothing happens, and you start to think, hey, these cars are handling really good today, and you can do anything you want to with them.
Stewart right up the middle. Stewart pushing Truex now. Slow car back straightaway. It is Kyle Petty, and he will probably make it around to safety. Here comes the pack.
These cars have incredible coast down with the kind of gears and everything that they run here. Coast down meaning they'll coast almost all the way around the track with no power.
Now, Dale Jarrett, the 88 car, would love to see a caution for Kyle Petty because he would get the free pass and be back on the lead lap.
Where'd all those Fords come from, Larry?
They have been lurking back there. Remember, they're teammates, but not teammates. When you look at Elliott Sadler, Mark Martin, and Kurt Busch in the 97, Roush Yates engine package. It's like right now, most of the good Chevrolets are boxed in back there as they're 3 and 4 wide.
Jeff Gordon's trying to find him some running room. He is, as you said, he's been kind of boxed.
Well, he's not in a box like this one. You ride with Jeff Burton.
This is a crate right here.
And it's packed.
It's packed. Got Fragile written all over it.
You can hear him having to roll out of the throttle because he can't go anywhere.
Amazing. 185 miles an hour, and you can't go anywhere.
In a box.
You're driving along. A car pulls in front of you. Another pulls alongside. When the guy up front stops short, you rear-end him, just like he wanted. It's called a swoop and squat. And fraud like this can add hundreds of dollars a year to your insurance bills. It's why Allstate has a dedicated fraud team to track down criminals. Fighting fraud helps keep your insurance affordable. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
I'm gonna take the shotgun.
Well, now, where's the fire, boys? Oh, fresh toasted sandwiches. Well, get those babies home before they get cold.
Fresh toasted sandwiches from Subway restaurants.
I'm hungry. You hungry?
Sponsors of Greg Biffle and Car 16.
Oh boy, I think we're about to hear some phones ringing.
No doubt, Dale. This is a radiator for a 1999 Chevrolet C2500 pickup. Item number PFR 192547.
This is a real thing of beauty, folks.
Amazing craftsmanship, Dale. And that thing holds a lot of coolant.
Okay, nobody panic. Everything's cool.
Yep, that's a Napa radiator. I'm sure it's fine.
Hey, Mr. Randall.
I gotta get out of that back room.
Spending too much time on paperwork? Then get the Visa Business Card. And forget about checks and sorting charges from your personal card because all your expenses are detailed on one statement. Visa Business. Just about everything you need to run a better business.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying... What? Oh, man.
I ain't going in there.
We don't just make our trucks tough, we make you tough.
The Aaron's 499 on Fox is brought to you by Visa, proud sponsor of NASCAR. By Subway, experience the great taste of a fresh toasted sub today. Subway, eat fresh. By Wrangler, makers of Jeans Company, a new generation of Wrangler. And by Allstate, are you in good hands?
Kyle Petty stalled out on the track, didn't make it to pit road, so caution is out for the fourth time. Dick?
Elliott Sadler, Kurt Busch both had the same strategy, Mike. Fuel only, no tires. Matt?
Same strategy for the 24 of Gordon. They packed it full, Craven got it in, and he's away.
And for the second day in a row, Tony Stewart got out into the grass. Had to get out there to avoid cars coming into the pit as he exited his pit stall.
One thing I didn't like, I saw smoke off the right front tire of that 24 when he came into his pit box.
And he went with fuel only, as our guys reported. Yeah, because we had basically every car on the lead lap on pit road that time. We just had talked about the caution being timely for Dale Jarrett, the 88. He got the free pass.
Here's the race off pit road.
Mark Martin in that 6 car.
He will be the race's 12th different leader, and it's the first time he will lead today. Let's go down to Chris Myers for a Visa race break.
Thanks, Mike. Guys from the Hollywood Hotel. We're trackside. A couple of Roush cars in front at the moment. Greg Biffle and Mark Martin. In fact, the last time Roush won at Talladega was Mark Martin in 1997.
1997, yeah. He knows how to get to victory lane, and right now we're really seeing these Fords be awful strong. I mean, at this point, they were 1, 2, and 3 just a few laps ago.
How about Darrell talking about beneath the surface bubbling? We haven't seen the big wreck. We saw enough of it yesterday to last a long time, but so far, so good.
Well, so far, so good. But, Chris, we've been watching the intensity kind of build. Early on, we saw a lot of guys, it was okay to basically run 2 by 2, back all the way through the entire pack. But now, all of a sudden, we're seeing 3 wide, 4 wide, and even sometimes down the back straightaway, 5 wide. we're getting closer to the end, you're going to see this intensity pick up, so you better go ahead and buckle that seatbelt a little bit tighter.
The later the lap, the more heated the competition will get. This has been a Visa Race Break. We have 71 laps to go under caution. We'll pick it up and head for home here in Talladega. We still have quite a ways to go. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
What if we replaced everyone's chalky antacid with Rolaids Soft Chews?
This isn't my Tums.
Then everyone could try the delicious wild cherry and vanilla cream flavors.
Chewy, not chalky.
But I've got tough heartburn.
And have Rolaids Soft Chews neutralize 56% more acid than Tums EX.
Works for me.
Could we really replace everyone's antacid?
You just replaced mine.
Try extra strength Rolaids Soft Chews, a whole new kind of heartburn relief.
I got it.
FedEx is proud to introduce the number 11 car.
Looking good.
When you want to look your best, Enterprise will pick you up so you can drive the best.
Dale Jr., you best open that door for me.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
I gotta change my blade. You want to take a coffee break?
Sure.
The Instant Change Utility Knife from Stanley.
Inside those cars is something familiar. A battery. And if you think all batteries are the same, consider this. When every second and every measurement counts, Kevin Harvick's pit crew trusts one brand of battery in every critical instrument they use. Duracell. So whether you're racing NASCAR's best or the kid down the street, it just has to work. Duracell. Trusted everywhere.
This year's Aaron's 50th birthday.
50 years long and 1,000 stores strong.
It looks like somebody got him quite a present.
Man, what a box. Want to open it?
Sure.
What's inside every Aaron store are these high-definition widescreen TV monitors at the guaranteed lowest price.
Kenny Wallace?
Happy birthday, Aaron! Let's party!
Michael, what's he doing in there?
He's gonna drive the old Aaron's Dream Machine.
We need to talk.
April is National Car Care Month. A great time to give your car the checkup it needs.
Be car care aware for a safe and dependable car.
Safe and dependable car.
Be car care aware.
Be car care aware.
Be car care aware and take care of the little things before they become big things.
Take care of your car and it'll take care of you.
Be car care aware. I'm car care aware. Are you car care aware?
Mark Martin leading with 69 laps to go. Jeff Gordon right behind him, and then Martin Truex Jr., who won Saturday's Busch race when we had a record number of caution flags and a 16-car wreck. We asked you our singular virtual crew chief question: what causes the big one? We're already, 28 cautions ahead of last year's pace after 8 races in the Cup Series driving. Jeff, is it driver aggression or other issues here?
Well, it's a byproduct of the restrictor plate. Let's put it that way. I mean, these drivers get together so close. It is definitely a game of inches, and when these guys miss it by a 1/16 of an inch, a lot of times that's what triggers the big wreck.
The risk reward is exceptional. The most we've ever had, a 27-car wreck in this race. Elliott Sadler's view on the big one.
It's hard to ask 43 human beings to be perfect for 3.5 hours, and whether you get into somebody, if somebody gets into you, and we run so close to each other, you can't get away from each other. You know, one wreck is going to cause one heck of a wreck usually down in Talladega, and I've been the unfortunate one the last few times here to go up on my lid, and that's not a fun feeling. I tell people all the time, I'd rather hit a wall really hard one time than flip 5 or 6 times. It's just the way I feel about it, and because you can get braced up for that one hit, but when it gets real quiet and all you see is the ground in the sky, then the ground in the sky, you really don't know where you're at, and that's not fun.
Elliott Sadler hoping to avoid the big one this time around. He's led 6 laps, currently running 4th, and that's the way you can enter. Text message, and you'll have a chance to drive away in your own singular 31 car. Mike?
Elliott's brother Hermie Sadler, first car on the inside lane, trying to get back on the lead lap. Mark Martin, your leader. Jeff Gordon, who's led the most laps today. Then Martin Truex, Elliott Sadler fourth, and Kurt Busch fifth.
68 laps to go. With that caution there, we feel like everyone can make it to the end of this race on one additional pit stop.
Got to believe old Jeff Gordon will get him a little run here and blow right by Mark Martin.
Had an accident in Jeff Burton's pit on that stop. Here's Steve.
Mike, when the 31 car of Jeff Burton came to pit road, the jackman Josh Yost suffered an ankle injury or a leg injury. Medical personnel here at the track have been attending to him since it happened. I've watched the replay 3 or 4 times with the team down in their pits. The teams record all the stops. It's hard to tell if Rusty Wallace clipped the outside of his leg or not because you can't see it on the screen. But in any case, Josh Yost collapsed while they were making their pit stop. He'll be replaced by Kurt Bowman. Again, medical personnel attending to Josh Yost as we speak.
Well, thanks, Steve. We'll hope he's okay. Tony Stewart has climbed to fourth, and Michael Waltrip fifth as things sort out from this restart.
Yeah, I think that caution flag threw a little cold water on our volcano. It's cooled down a little bit for the time being.
But Darrell, you were right. Jeff Gordon off turn 2. The last time he turned to the bottom, and before it was all said and done, they had kicked the leader Mark Martin in the 6th car all the way back to 7th position.
And now again, we're split into 2 packs of cars with a lot of 3-wide racing in the second pack and a lot of bump drafting like this up here in the first pack.
Yeah, those single file restarts, I mean, like I said, they're so strung out. When the green flag comes out, it takes a while for them to get grouped back up.
That bump drafting's from those 2 cars on the outside. Tony Stewart in the 20, Michael Waltrip in the 15. Michael pushed him up there. Now Tony Stewart in the 20 wants to lead.
Oh, he's going to run Jeffy up the hill. Here they go, here they go. Finally have to get off of him.
Yep, Gordon has the momentum on the outside, and here comes Elliott Sadler way down on the bottom to make it 3 wide in the front of the pack, and it's all one big happy group again.
And he has all his Ford friends behind him.
Man, McMurray just found him a little opening there and shot right through.
Well, you got the Fords on the bottom, the Chevys on the top. The only place for that Dodge was right in the middle.
Yeah, that was a good move that could have been ugly. I don't know, boys. You can just feel it. I think you watch enough races at Talladega, the urgency and the got to get it done. The other thing is the crew starts telling you, okay, buddy, we've been riding around long enough. It's time to go up there and get the job done.
Tony Stewart in the 20 car fighting his way back. He had a little help a second ago from Mike Wallace in the 4. Now there's not a lot of help up there, but Jeff Gordon in the 24, he jumped to the high side.
Sadler getting a push from Kurt Busch, and the Ford's back to the front. Darrell, looks like it's a little early for you've got to go time, but it looks like it's right about let's see what you can do time.
No, you're exactly right, Mike. I mean, the crews, it's spotters, everybody's saying that, you know, if you got it, it's getting close to time to use it. Let's don't get caught way back in the pack. We got to stay up at the front. If you're not at the front, you got to get there.
Boy, the Vice Titans here from about 8th place on back. Wow. Carl Edwards, Jimmy Johnson, and Mike Wallace. I think there had to be contact among those 3.
They were bouncing off each other pretty good.
Now Mark Martin, he's got kicked back out of the lead. He's back to 6 right now. Any problems with that car, Steve?
Larry Mack, I wouldn't say they're having problems. When the caution flag flew, there was a debate between Mark Martin and his crew chief, Pat Trison. Trison wanted to put on 4 tires. Mark said, if you do that, we'll restart 20th. So it was fuel only for the 6 car of Mark Martin.
And I think why Pat Trison possibly wanted to do that is possibly on that last pit stop, get the track position by only changing right side tires and get 2 runs out of the lefts.
One good thing about it, Larry, if the driver tells you to do it, it's okay.
Yes, sir.
Because he got to live with it, and he won't be complaining.
Give him what he wants.
4 wide behind that pack. Ken Schrader all but scraped the wall in the middle of turn 2. in that light yellow number 49.
Last time by 38 cars in less than 2.5 seconds of each other.
Here comes Gordon for the lead again.
Well, that thing is just so strong. I mean, he has really got a fast race car.
But Darrell, it's like it's changed. In the early going of the race, he was strong around the bottom. Now he's up in the middle to the top side of the racetrack strong.
I think he's just looking for help right now. McMurray seems pretty fast. I mean, he's made some good moves to get where he is. I think Jeff's just looking for a push right now. He'll take it high or low.
See those two DEI teammates. Michael Waltrip in the 15 has his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 on the high side. See Rusty Wallace back up there in that 2-car fighting. Remember, they had major repairs on a pit stop not too long ago from the bump over in turn 2.
The last lap, only 2 positions did not change among the lead lap cars. McMurray in 3rd, Martin is 4th. When you see all this bump drafting and positioning going on, you can see why.
35 positions changed.
I wouldn't call Dale Jr. bump drafting. That's a soft push. I mean, it's amazing how gentle he can get up against Michael and not upset Michael's car and push him forward.
I'd say a little later in the race, maybe bump drafted.
Change.
38 cars on the lead lap, all knotted up in one big pack.
Why?
61. Sure to be tension-filled laps to go at the world's fastest speedway. You're watching the Aaron's 499. This could only be NASCAR on Fox.
Hey, I can call Jeff Burton without using any of my minutes. How's that? Well, I get unlimited calling to over 50 million singular customers. Jeff Burton's bound to be one of them. You don't know he has singular. Yeah, I do. Yeah, you're probably right.
Only Singular lets you make unlimited calls to over 50 million people. That's the largest mobile-to-mobile calling community in America. Singular, raising the bar.
It's time to look at stars in a whole new light. The full line of Star motorcycles. For a limited time, get special financing on any Star motorcycle.
Why do we work? Why do we get up every day and leave the people we love? At the Principal Financial Group, we know you work for more than just a paycheck. For 120 years, the Principal has helped people keep more of the money they make and do more with the money they save. You work hard. We make work hard for you. The Principal Financial Group. We understand what you're working for.
Nice. Very nice. Do you think they're...
Oh yeah, they're plastic. And they're spectacular.
Just in time for summer, it's the Coors Light Cooler Box. 18 16-ounce plastic bottles that stay colder longer. Just ice it up, take it out, and enjoy. The Coors Light Cooler Box.
Wow. Close up, they look even bigger.
Scent is the strongest sense tied to memory. How will you be remembered? Introducing Red Zone Body Spray in 4 great scents that all last longer than the leading body spray.
I love camping.
Red Zone Body Spray. Spice things up all day, all night.
The Aaron's 499 on Fox is brought to you by Singular, raising the bar. By Rocky Mountain Refreshing Coors Light. Taste the cold. By the Principal Financial Group, we understand what you're working for. And by Old Spice, keep cool, smell great. 58 laps to go at Talladega. Good time to check on the Coca-Cola family of drivers. Elliott Sadler, who's led 9 laps today, currently running second. Michael Waltrip saw Tony Stewart make a move to try to get through the pack a little bit earlier. Kevin Harvick, the pole sitter, Dale Jarrett, a former winner here, and Kyle Petty rounding things out. Jeff Gordon leading Elliott Sadler, and Jamie McMurray, Jimmy Johnson fourth, Mike Wallace fifth, and everybody's in it, Jeff Hammond. I don't want to jinx anybody, but the last race where every car was running at the finish, as we have Junior and Riggs
get together out there, the 10 car. 8 get together.
But still no major wreck. Junior currently running 6th. And the last time we had everybody.
Whoa, I've got trouble right there. Mike Wallace is around right there, along with Matt Kenseth also.
And this will take some people out of the race, no doubt, Mike.
And Jeff, that was right at the same point in the pack. Scott Riggs got turned up to the high side. And look how many cars pile in.
I'm seeing 11 cars here on the backstretch. This is 11 cars. I don't think that we're involved.
The accident happened at the exact same point on the racetrack where Riggs got up into Dale Jr. 1 lap ago, the one you saw on replay. Joe Nemechek's car won't run.
You all right? Scott.
All right, there's Ryan Newman, Dave Blaney, Scott Riggs, Jason
I know you probably
Leffler.
got the wind knocked out of you. If you can hear me, just key to Mike so we know you're...
That's Ricky Rudd. There are, looks like the parking lot. It looks like the line of cars trying to get out of here after the race. Casey Kane's day may be done.
I believe I see the nose of Rusty Wallace, 2 car, Mike Bliss, the 0. Here's Sterling Marlin in the 40.
The volcano erupted.
Bobby Labonte in the 18 car.
That little smoke we saw from the 10 and the 8, that was the first sign right there.
Had Mike Wallace, Casey Mears, Rusty Wallace, Kyle Busch, Bobby Hamilton Jr., Scott Wimmer. I think that's
the 09 back there.
The 99 of Carl Edwards, Brian Vickers, Mark Martin.
And of course, Mark wanted to not take 4 tires where he would not be in the back of the pack, and he was still involved. Matt Kenseth in the 17.
Let's see how this started coming out of the tri-oval right to the start-finish line.
Yeah, there was some contact here. Dale Jr. was pushing on the 10 car. Dale Jr. goes to the middle. That shoots the 10 up the outside here.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson up into Mike Wallace.
Got into the 40. The 48 got into Mike Wallace, and that's all it took.
It was on from there.
Riggs was just in the wrong place.
He was. I thought that he and Junior had. I thought that contact between he and Junior may have had something, but it really didn't. Other than it pushed him up there where he could get in it.
Half the field has crashed in turn 1 at Talladega. We'll take a further look at it after this.
Okay, boys, check out these shots. Oh, I love this. Jeff passes Junior at Talladega. This is where Casey got his first pole. Hip-hop! Junior wins the 500 all together now. Junior! Obvious. Rusty breaks the streak.
Wherever you go, you've got NASCAR news, stats, and live racing on your phone or online with exclusive content on AOL and NASCAR.com to go.
We just made the switch to Dish Network satellite TV. It's the best decision I ever made.
Excuse me, your decision?
Honey.
Dish Network. You get over 60 of America's top channels, including your local channels, starting at just $31.99 a month.
$31.99 a month?
About $1 a day.
About $1 a day.
Try getting that from cable.
And we're talking America's top channels.
And this was your idea?
Absolutely.
Call now and get standard professional installation free. You can watch a different program in 1, 2, 3, even 4 different rooms.
Plus, you get this Dish DVR upgrade free, so you can record your shows without tape.
Try getting that from cable.
Do what I did. Make the switch to Dish Network.
Dish Network. Like this dish.
Dish Network satellite TV. Over 60 channels, including your local channels, for about $1 a day. Plus, a Dish DVR upgrade free. Call and get it now.
What's new? The all-new 255 horsepower Ridgeline, which means Honda now has more trucks to choose from than ever before. The Element, the CR-V, the Pilot, and the all-new Ridgeline. Looks like we have all the bases covered. Oh, and right now you can lease a Pilot EX at a price you won't believe. So, what's new with you? Lease a top-of-the-line Pilot EX for $279 a month.
You're watching WFFT. Here's what's coming up on Monday.
I say, I rather like this network. I shall make it mine.
Surrender your Sundays. Animation domination is coming. All your favorite animated shows are on one night.
Hi, boys.
I didn't have my hand down my pants.
Good for you.
Starting with King of the Hill and a special Malcolm with a new look.
No way.
Cool. Then it's The Simpsons 350th episode with Ray Romano.
I just came down with a case of shingles. What's in the book?
And Family Guy is back on Fox.
Hey, Stewie.
Go away, fat man.
Then meet Stan Smith, the American Dad.
You know, when I was a boy, $5 was a...
Tell you what, I'll give you $10 not to tell me this story.
Animation domination.
I will take over this entire network.
It all starts tonight at 7, 6 Central, only on Fox.
Add Ricky Rudd to the list of wrecked cars. Matt Kenseth spun down to the apron. Not sure how much damage on his machine. As cars come to pit road and to the garage. It's questionable how this got started. Watch the 48, the 4, and the 8.
Yeah, it's right in here, and it appears that the 8 bumped into the back of the 4, which made the 4 wobble just a little bit and get into the 48 momentarily. It just comes out behind the 10 car, Scott Riggs. He runs down here and he gives the 4 car a little shot. Watch the 4 car. Watch it wiggle. See the 4 car start to get loose right there. See the back coming around, and that turns the left front into the right rear of the 48 car, and that's what started the whole thing.
Let's listen to Junior's onboard, see if that helps determine what happened here. Well, the first contact is between Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Mike Wallace, but also you've got Jimmy Johnson starting to come up the racetrack a bit.
Well, I think what happened was when the 8 bumped the 4 car, it made the 4 car wiggle just a little bit. It makes it appear that the 48 came up, but I think that actually what happened was the 4 started to go to the left just ever so slightly.
Yeah, it was not much.
Yeah, and made contact with the 48.
Look how quickly, though, the racetrack clogged the whole width of the racetrack as this unfolds. Track's blocked.
I don't know how Michael got through that. He just went flying down on the apron and made it.
Just basically started up about the 5th position.
A huge pileup in turn 1 at Talladega. 25 cars.
Hi. Hey. See that UPS guy? The official delivery guy of NASCAR. Say a mechanic is missing one of these, but UPS can have it there tomorrow morning. And this looks critical. Hate to be without one of these on race day. So, when you need something delivered fast, use UPS.
Hey, kid, put those back.
Dale, I was just trying to help you out. Dale Jarrett.
You think lap times. We think laptops. You think of making your engine hum. We think of making your business run. We're Office Depot, official office products partner of Roush Racing and NASCAR. Teammates of Carl Edwards and Kurt Busch. This is their office, and here's how we supply it. So come to Office Depot and join the team. Because if anyone thinks they can blow by Roush Racing, they don't know Jack Roush. Office Depot, proud sponsor of NASCAR.
Taking care of business.
Stronger denim. More comfortable, relaxed fit. Wrangler 5-star premium quality denim. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Advance Auto Parts is working harder to make our stores better than the rest. Get ready for a store that's cleaner, better organized, with in-store innovations you won't find anywhere else. When you want more than just another auto parts store.
We're ready in advance.
Nice. Very nice. Do you think they're...
Oh, yeah. They're plastic. And they're spectacular.
Just in time for summer, it's the Coors Light Cooler Box. 18 16-ounce plastic bottles that stay colder longer. Just ice it up, take it out, and enjoy. The Coors Light Cooler Box.
Wow. Close up, they look even bigger.
You paid for 300 horses. Are you sure you're getting all of them? Introducing new Q from Quaker State. Q's patented heat-activated formula fights power-robbing friction better than any conventional oil to help maximize power and let all your horses come out. New Q from Quaker State. Unleash all your horses.
You're watching Fox Sports, broadcasting in HD and presented by DirecTV. Rethink TV.
NASCAR Nation on Speed. This is one nation that never rests.
NASCAR on the Speed Channel.
NASCAR Nation, this week, exclusively on Speed Channel.
The Aaron's $4.99 on Fox is brought to you by UPS. We're going to race the truck. People love the truck. UPS, the official delivery company of NASCAR, delivers the chance to win 4 tickets to next year's Daytona 500. Go to foxsports.com, keyword UPS. 55 laps to go. More than half the field has been wiped out in this spectacular crash involving some 25 cars. Let's check in Mike Wallace in the 4-car part of all that. Dick Berggren is standing by. Dick?
Mike Wallace had a beautiful day running in the top 5. We're going to show you an overhead shot of what happened in our monitor. Mike, walk us through it. What happened to you and the rest?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Looks to me like, I'm not sure who the outside we just got together. I mean, unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, it's best I could tell, outside got together and spun and caused a heck of a big wreck. So
did you get hit from behind?
Well, you don't spin out in the middle of the straightaway, so I mean, I don't know. We got turned. We somehow. You have to make your own viewpoint there. I mean, I was looking out the front of the car, and next thing I knew, I was looking at the grandstands. So whether it was behind, side, up to the door, something like that. I mean, that kind of almost. Who knows what happened? Almost. Well, that would be somewhere else. But you know, it's a shame again to be involved in a wreck. We were in one yesterday. The whole group had a great race going today, and it's a shame to see everybody's day end like this.
Glad you're okay. Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, Scott Riggs, another who had a great day going in the top 10 all day long. Scott, from your point of view, what did you see? What did you feel?
You know, not real sure. Just I just saw the 4-car all of a sudden come up really hard and pinch me into the outside wall and then get sideways, and you know that's where it started. And you know, I didn't think we were ever going to stop. Just hate it. You know, all I want to do today was just have a good, solid finish, take care of the car. You know, try to miss the big wreck if it had one, and hate it for these guys in Valvoline Chevrolet, Centrex, and all those guys have put a lot into us, and we've been needing a good finish here, and we had a car to do it today. I hope everybody's okay, but I also hope whoever calls it, trying to be Mr. King Kong, I hope he got taken out also.
Dick Berggren.
Rusty Wallace still looking for his first restrictor plate win. What happened to you?
Hey, all I can tell you is I had a great car all day long. I was really, really happy, and just running on the top lane. Not the top lane. I like the middle lane better. Sitting there running along, and all of a sudden I saw smoke just pouring up front. So just got collected, and that was it. I couldn't see what happened up there at all.
See you next week.
All right, thank you very much.
It's one of those things where nobody's really to blame. It's just tight racing.
25 cars in all involved in this crash. There's Brian Vickers going back on the hook. And here is a list of those involved in numerical order. The initial contact appeared from the replays to be Dale Jr. getting into the back of Mike Wallace, but that last in-car view also saw Jimmy Johnson's car twitch to the right, making contact with the left front fender of Mike Wallace. So what caused Mike Wallace to slide over into Scott Riggs? We'll probably never know.
I know what caused it. Restrictor plates. Mostly. Just tight, side-by-side, uptight racing right here.
There's the bump from Dale Jr. and then a little wiggle by Jimmy Johnson, and here we go.
It's almost like the two things happened at the same time.
If the 10 wasn't on the outside of the 4, probably no harm. If the 48 hadn't twitched a little bit, probably no harm. But all those things created that.
Back to Dick Berggren.
with Brian Vickers this time. Could you see anything through your windshield?
No, not at all. It was, I have no idea what happened. I saw smoke coming out of the trial when I started checking up, and just everybody wrecked, and we all got in a big pile, and that's speedway racing. I mean, I had a fun time while we were out there. The GMAC Chevy was running good. The guys did a good job. We ran up front most of the day, most of the beginning part of the race in the top 10, top 5 all day, and we just fell behind on that green flag stop, and we were just kind of behind from that point. We were just trying to make it up, and we got caught up.
Is that the wildest thing you've ever been in?
I don't know. I've taken some pretty hard flips and go-karts and stuff coming out of the cart. That was pretty wild.
All right, glad you're okay.
There are 17 cars running without damage. Some of the 25 that were in that wreck may come back onto the racetrack.
Inside those cars is something familiar. A battery. And if you think all batteries are the same, consider this. When every second and every measurement counts, Kevin Harvick's pit crew trusts one brand of battery in every critical instrument they use, Duracell. So whether you're racing NASCAR's best or the kid down the street, it just has to work. Duracell, trusted everywhere.
Here comes Brian Vickers leading the pack.
I gotta make dinner.
She's gonna make dinner.
We gotta wait for her.
Oh man, I was leading.
Wouldn't it be nice if the race stopped for you? Well, now it doesn't have to. Introducing the Family Race Pack from Pizza Hut. It's everything you need from start to finish. Breadsticks, a large one-topping pizza, cinnamon sticks, and a 2-liter of Pepsi. All just $16.99. Hello? You mind if we get going?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Gather around the good stuff.
Hello.
Hi there.
I hear AOL is helping protect me against identity theft.
Yeah, we give you spyware protection, which helps to automatically disable many programs from stealing personal information.
Well, I just wanted to say thanks, so I baked you my famous apple crumb cake.
Oh, thank you. But it wasn't just me. A lot of us work on that.
Wow.
I smoke cake. Want a better internet? You belong at America Online.
You know, a lot of people think rent-to-own is high prices, used merchandise, and payments that last forever, and they're right. But Aaron's is different. We're not rent-to-own. Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership has a guaranteed lowest prices. Brand new, brand name merchandise, 90 days same as cash, and you can own it in as little as 12 months. No wonder Aaron's is shaking up those rent-to-own stores. Well, I say, let them shake.
Chevy Suburban, the original and most capable full-size SUV. Chevy Tahoe, the best-selling full-size SUV.
Take it. You take it.
And the powerful 275 horsepower Trailblazer.
Boys.
It's one tough family of SUVs. Chevy, an American Revolution.
Have you pushed the hot button yet? See your local participating Chevy dealer today.
The Aaron's 4.99 on Fox is brought to you by Aaron's. Aaron's makes dreams come true with dream prices on dream products. By Pizza Hut, home of the new 3-cheese stuffed crust pizza. Gather around the good stuff. By Duracell, trusted everywhere. And by Chevy, the defending manufacturer's champion. The revolution races on. Time for a Visa race break. Chris Myers from the Hollywood Hotel here in Talladega. 55 laps to go and the red flag is out. Activity has been stopped on the track, at least in terms of racing. Jeff Gordon, who's led 90 laps, is currently the leader, and 25 cars involved in the wreck. Sterling Marlin, one of those. Steve Burns is with him. Steve?
Chris Myers, I can tell you this. There's a lot of torn-up race cars in this garage down here. Sterling Marlin is number 41 of them. What happened, Sterling?
I don't know. I couldn't see it. Just you seen the tire smoke and then more smoke, and just a bunch of good race cars. And you know, it's ridiculous. We can't run here. You know, all professional drivers ought to be running 3 deep all day long, and not hit each other. But I guess everybody saw the Busch race yesterday and seen it today, and it's just we're running 133 laps, hadn't wrecked, so you knew it was coming.
Sterling, was the racing more physical than in times past that we've seen in restrictor plate racing at Talladega?
I don't think so. It's ridiculous. Here you just run 3 deep, 4 deep, you can't get away from nobody. It's like riding down the interstate, one lane and go, another lane and go, and it's hard to pick which lane. But had a good car, the Coors Light Dodge. We got the second and rode around top 10 a lot and was working way back up and got caught up in it.
Is it damaged beyond repair?
No, we got to put a radiator in it, oil cooler, set the toe in, and do that.
Thanks, Charlie.
There's what Sterling Marlin saw as he drove through it. They'll try to get him back on track. The first big multi-car pileup ever here came in 1973. 21 cars were involved of 60 that started, and that too was a restrictor plate race.
You want to see a $1 million junkyard?
I'd say you're looking at it right there.
Right there.
And you know, we talked earlier in the show about running at the front or hanging out at the back. We had cars that were in the top 5 involved. We had cars that were outside the top 25 involved. And about half of our top 10 in points, like Sterling Marlin, was involved.
The second most cars involved in a Talladega pileup. And boy, Darrell, you were right. A lap before, we saw the smoke from the volcano, and Scott Riggs and Dale Jr. got together. And then was it 1 or 2 laps later, at the exact same point on the racetrack, this happens.
She erupted.
Dick Berggren.
Now, Joe Nemechek for the second day in the row. A big crash. Joe, what happened from your point of view?
Well, we were committed to the outside lane, probably back about 15th in the line there. And when you're committed up by the wall, all of a sudden, all there is smoke. You know, they're saying crash, and normally stuff goes down, but what goes down also comes back up, especially where it's flat there. And tried rolling down. Next thing I see, smoke. And then someone bounced off the wall in front of me, and it got me in the right front, broke the right front lower A-frame, broke the steering box. Just a tough day for Army Chevy. We run good. We could get up in there, then you get hung in the wrong line, go back. U.S. Army car is good. We're tough, just like the soldiers out there. We don't ever give up. We'll be out there to get some points, but we'll be back with a new car at Daytona. I guarantee you that.
How frightening was that to be in the middle of that?
Well, it's not really frightening. I mean, you're slowing down. I mean, the first thing you do is you got to put the brakes on, and you just hope no one runs in the back of you. But everybody woed down good, just cars were spinning, and they went up the track. You know, normally they go down, but it was on the flatter part of the track there, and the way they spun, they went up, and unfortunately got me. Got all 3 MB cars, the Valvoline car, the Centrex car, and the Army car. Tough day, but we'll rebound.
A clean sweep. Steve Burns.
And, Dick, there's a lot of disappointed crewmen down here on Mark Martin's number 6 crew, and Mark, your thoughts. I know you're not a fan of restrictor plate racing, but gosh, you had an awful good race car today.
Yeah, we just got ourselves caught up in the big one. I don't know what happened out there. The drivers have done such an incredible job, but you can't do this and not have that. I don't care how good the drivers are. You know, the closer it gets to the end, the more you need to race, and when you start needing to race, that stuff happens.
Mark, good news is everybody's been treated and released, and we'll go to Jeff Hammond with more on safety.
The reason why all these drivers are able to walk away is because NASCAR has really stepped up their safety program. But the main thing about NASCAR safety begins with this roll cage. You notice all the structure here in the door bar area, 4 door bars to protect this driver in case of a side impact. The top loop bar that goes up around the driver halo that protects his head and everything in the event the car gets upside down. They really emphasize how to build the structure of this race car, understanding how to absorb energy, how to protect the driver. NASCAR has done a tremendous job in recent years to try to improve the driver safety, their cockpit area, so that drivers can go through what really appeared to be a very scary and very, fearful type accident and walk away, go to that care center, come back out and have time to be able to talk to us on television and tell us what their experience was like without having any kind of injuries.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that safety report, Jeff Hammond, out at the Ford cutaway car. And those that survived the wreck, Jimmy Johnson was running a 4th when this incident took place involving the 25 cars that has brought out the red flag. And the DEI cars, which started 32nd, 36th, and 38th. Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is currently 6th. Martin Truex Jr. is 8th. And Michael Waltrip currently running 9th. As you can see, all the skid marks from more than half the field involved in the big one. This has been a Visa Race Break. We got a lot to cover here at Talladega. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
live from Darlington. The greatest thrill ride in sports continues in prime time. Friday, the Busch Series on FX. Saturday, the Dodge Charger 500 in prime time on Fox. Major League Baseball is back on Fox.
And he can keep on running to New York. That ball in, got
Where baseball memories live forever.
The Boston Red Sox are world champions.
This year's premier events are only on Fox. It all starts with the return of Fox Saturday Baseball, May 21st.
Fox Tuesday. It's down to the final 5.
Scott, Carey, Anthony,
Bonzel,
Vice.
Which one will you vote for when Idol goes to the next level?
The good ones will remain calm and the bad ones will crack.
American Idol. Then an epidemic strikes. But the strange symptoms of one girl
My eye's bleeding.
lead to where no child should ever have to go.
There is one other possible cause. Oh, God.
All new house, parental discretion advised. It all starts at 8/7 Central Fox Tuesday.
Fox tonight, animation domination invades your home with a 1-hour Simpsons event. The landmark 350th episode with Ray Romano.
I haven't seen this much melted cheese since I left my Billy Joel albums out in the sun. The sun.
The Simpsons 350th episode, part of an all-new hour at 8/7 Central tonight on Fox.
NASCAR Nation on Speed. This is one nation that never rests.
NASCAR on the Speed Channel.
NASCAR Nation, this week, exclusively on Speed Channel.
No, I didn't want this. I was riding the whole thing.
Welcome back to Talladega. Another view, Jason Leffler's, of what happened as you see Ryan Newman go spinning off his nose. And looking back from Michael Waltrip. How did he get through this? Down to the apron.
Just barely.
From Tony Stewart. Down to the apron.
Just about stopped, but he made it through.
And you know, it hadn't been too long ago that was not paved in the turn 1 area down there. They've repaved that recently.
Those two cars spinning down the track behind him almost got him from behind.
They didn't slow down. They kept coming. You know, it looks like a multitude of things happened. It almost looks like the 42 got into the 48 and the 8 got into the 4, and it kind of all wadded up right there together.
All happened at one time.
There were a lot of different small incidents of contact. And in that replay, we saw Kyle Busch go up to the high side in turn 1 and actually punch a hole in the safer barrier with his number 5.
See, watch up there, the yellow numbered roof, the car with the yellow number on top. That's Jimmy Johnson. It looks like he and possibly the 42 car make a little contact right at the same time that Dale Jr. gives the 4 a little shot. So it's kind of a spontaneous kind of thing there.
And then the 10 car, Scott Riggs, he was all the way up against the wall, nowhere for him to go.
Possibly if Scott hadn't been out there, you know, the 4 could have straightened up and kept going. But just that's why you don't hear I never heard any driver say it was somebody's fault. They all tried to figure out what the heck happened.
And you saw Ryan Newman also spin up and give a hard hit to that turn 1 outside wall. Steve is with him.
Yeah, a lot of damage to this number 12 car, Mike Joy, and Ryan Newman just got a few words of encouragement from the king, Richard Petty, and what can you say? Your car was at the front for a while, but now there's a lot of damage.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out how we can get the Altall Dodge to meet minimum speed now, but just unfortunate. Had a good race car, got stuck back there in the middle for a little bit there, and that was all it took to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, but we'll just try to get her fixed, get back out, get some points like everybody else is doing.
Ryan, you said earlier in the week that you used to dread coming to this place, but now you're really looking forward to it. Have your thoughts changed after this mess today?
I was happy running today. I mean, we ran in up front, led some laps, without pit strategy or anything. So, happy in that respect. But still got the same problem that they always had here at this racetrack.
Thanks for your patience, Ryan Newman. Let's go back to Chris Myers.
All right, thanks very much, Steve and Ryan. Once again, all the drivers involved, all 25, those that received medical attention were okay, so no serious physical injury, a lot of physical damage, and waiting for the big one, watching on board the difference between experienced drivers and maybe those that aren't as experienced.
Yeah, I noticed we were looking at the back of Tony Stewart's car, and the accident happened. You see the 23 go by him. Tony goes to the bottom side of the racetrack. He's slowing down. He's slowing down. He's slowing down. He sees what's going on in front of him. All of a sudden, boom, there comes the 99 car of Carl Edwards flying by. You see all these cars almost hitting him. But guess what? The 99 car passed the 20 and drove right up into the wreck. When you take a look at this here, you see the wreck starting to occur up
Where's
the front
the 99
part of the
car
pack.
at this point?
Wait 1 minute. We'll bring it into play here. As the accident occurs, the 4 car gets turned to the outside. The track starts to get blocked. Down at the lower part of your screen, you'll see the orange number 20 of Tony Stewart. He starts slowing down. Look way back here going low. It's the car the lowest on the racetrack. There you see
Carl
spot
Edwards.
shadows. That's the 20 car. That's Tony Stewart's car. Now look as it comes into play. That's the 99. It just went up in between these two cars.
Kind of drove right into the pack.
Went up right by Tony Stewart, and here comes the rest of the field down, and boom, he gets collected right up into the accident.
All right.
If he would have just kind of slowed down a little bit more, he could have been like Tony Stewart and slid his way through this. I mean, that takes a lot of calm, cool, collective reacting right there to get through an accident like this, and that's where experience sometimes pays off.
Well, we also have to talk about spotters, which we addressed in the pre-race show. We will in a moment, but let's find out from Carl Edwards. Steve Burns is with him.
Yeah, Chris, and he's been watching the replay here down in the garage. And, Carl, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, Jeff's right. I mean, if I could have just got slowed down a little bit more, we might have been able to get by there. I've had a problem all day. I went through the pits twice. My bias was really far to the front. I kept locking up the left front, so I got down there on the apron, and it just locked and locked. And I was like, man, I tried my hardest. And I got down there, and we got collected. We were in a unique position. We were 2 laps down because we suffered a penalty on pit road, just miscommunication, slid through the pits. Worked on it before we got it back. I hate it for ortho. Season-long weed and grass killer, and we kill a lot of grass down there. It's just not the way we wanted to do it. It's very frustrating.
Carl, a lot of damage to your race car. Any chance to get back out when the red flag is lifted?
Boy, I sure hope so. I really hope so. It's hard to race here. There's 2 ways you can race. You can go up there and race as hard as possible, which I did that for a little while trying to get my lap back, and I made enough guys mad. I thought that's my quota for the day. So I just thought I'd go back to the back. And yeah, Jeff's right. If we could have got slowed down a little bit more, we probably would have been okay. But, man, the track was just blocked.
Thank you, Carl. Let's go to Chris Myers.
Thanks, Steve. Of course, coming in 8th in points, Carl Edwards, 4 Roush cars. Carl, one of the 4 in the top 8 in points coming in to this race. Let's talk a little bit about spotters and how they can or can't help in that situation, how critical they are.
Well, I think right there what you saw when you look up at the top here, these guys are basically the eye in the sky. When they see this type of thing occur, a lot of times you can help your guy, and other times you can say, hold your line, because when the smoke may obscure your view, and you have to kind of like lean on your driver to find his own way through. But a lot of times you'll hear these spotters saying, back it down, just stop, or keep going, go, because they can see the wreck developing and happening around you, and they try to get you out of that situation. And Carl Edwards' situation, I understand now, the brakes weren't working like they needed to on that particular race car, and it made it a little more difficult to get slowed down. And at least you understand why he wasn't slowing down like everybody else was. And a lot of times super speedways will put smaller brakes on the car to try to make the cars go faster. But when you have an accident like this, you really want them to slow down, you need the bigger brakes.
Now, we're under red flag conditions. Basically, we've got about 16, 17 cars that have not been damaged or involved. What can other drivers and their crews do to try to get back in this race?
Well, when you take a look at what's going on here, when they do lift the red flag condition, now understand they cannot work on the cars during this red flag condition, but the teams can get everything lined up. And if you're in the contention trying to, save points and get back out there and get your race car on the racetrack, you see all these cars sitting on pit roads, you got to believe they can have some repair done to these cars and they can get back in the race. And what we're waiting on right now, you watch them, they're making repairs to the safer barriers that are around the racetrack. And I was told not too long ago, this is something that they can, do pretty quickly. As you see the gentleman right there with the welding helmet on, he'll be able to weld a plate up on the outside of this here and make this necessary repair to this hole. and we'll be able to go back racing. And this wall, can take another shot if necessary in the event of another accident and still do its job. And that's what's also important. But what these teams are doing is they're laying down the strategy so they can repair their cars, get out there and get those valuable championship points, and maybe even take a bad day and turn it into something, decent.
So the big one taking out a wall partially. Let's check in with Dick Berggren.
And I'm with Todd Parrott, and he brought a brand new race car to this speedway for driver Elliott Shadler. They did not have any fast practice other than in qualifying trim. So remember this morning I asked you, how'd you get the car set up? What did you use? What'd you tell me?
Told you we went off our 2003 notes in October when we sat on the pole, had a great race car, and really we went back and looked at the balance of that car, how it was, and basically this thing's got the same setup in it as the car had. We did whatever it was doing back here on the back there with a few laps to go, but the guys have done a great job. All the guys in the fab shop, the engine shop back at Yates Roush Engines. He come on radio a while ago and said, "I appreciate you building us a car like this. This thing's fun to drive." So we just see what happens. The 24 car is awfully strong, and I saw one time when we got our car out front, it was hard to pass. So hopefully on lap 188 we can be out there and we can have a big old birthday party.
Okay, so how do you get it out front?
Good pit stops and keeping him up front track position, and just getting in line with the right guy, getting the right push from the right type of car, and hopefully stay out front.
They've had a good car so far all day long. To Steve.
Well, Dick, Casey Mears getting some cool air from a portable fan inside of his race car. Jimmy Elledge and the crew waiting to get the word to get back to work. And Casey, what happened, and do you think you can get this race car back in the event?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened. It just a lot of smoke and cars going sideways. We just got caught up in it. But fortunately, we don't think we hurt the car too bad. So the guys can get it back going here before we go a lap down. We can stay on the lead lap and hopefully still be competitive enough to run up front.
All right, thanks very much, Tony Stewart's car. Everybody still, as we are under red flag conditions, and 3 DEI cars in the top 10, Jeff. And so once we get back to racing, that teamwork could figure in here.
It could come into play, and we've seen in years past how the DEI cars will work together to get to the front and eventually, push one another to a victory. So, with Dale Earnhardt Jr. up there in 6th place, and you look back here in 8th, there's Martin Truex Jr. making a really strong run in a DEI car. And I believe Dale Jr. may be taking a little siesta right there, or at least, he's chilling out here a little bit, relaxing.
He's not listening to us.
He's not listening to us, yeah. Okay. Oh, I think somebody just woke him up and said, hey, you're on TV.
I don't need to disturb him. He's got ice water in the veins before he's going to go another 190 miles per hour.
Well, take a look right there at veteran Dale Jarrett.
Currently again, 14th,
and he's one of the guys that got by the wreck. And Michael Waltrip, like I said, I think he closed his eyes and went through that caution just a minute ago. But he's in good shape right now. Again, he's got 2 other teammates out there. Strong run once again by Richard Childress' car. That's Jeff Burton. All these guys have got a shot at winning this race with 55 laps to go.
We asked earlier our singular question, what causes the big one? Jeff had some thoughts on that. We asked you to give us your opinion, checking the results. Survey says the drivers do. You didn't necessarily agree, Jeff.
I said it was a byproduct of restrictor placement.
Well, 68% say the driver.
I always hate blaming the driver. They're right. They're the one that's got control. We've seen.
Daryl told me you'd blame the driver when you two work together.
Well, it's when we work together.
Oh, okay. Let's go up to Daryl, Larry, and Mike.
All through this race, we've seen so much battling at the front of the pack. Some drivers easing toward the back of the pack, but a big rush for the front. And now, Daryl, I think we've seen why. Because the only safe place on this track is out front.
Well, that's normally the case. That's why we were talking early on about, flying with the Eagles, flying up front, being an Eagle. And you get caught in the middle or near the back, you got to be way back to miss one of these things. Because you're doing 190 miles an hour, and just like Carl Edwards, that baby won't stop until you hit something.
Well, there'll be a race on the racetrack now with about 20 cars that's trying to win this race, but the other race will be those cars that are on pit road and in the garage area for repairs, because we've been documenting all year long after the chase for the championship last year how important 5 points can be to a team trying to stay in the top 10, trying to stay within 400 points of that leader, or trying to be in the top 35 in owner points. That will be the real race. Remember, though, you only get one shot at repairing that car and getting it up to speed, to the minimum speed.
Some of these crashed cars could pick up as much as 60 points if they can get back onto the racetrack and complete enough laps to stay ahead of the rest of the wrecked cars. We've heard from Mike Wallace, from Scott Riggs, from some of the other drivers involved. This is the man who had the best view, Dale Earnhardt Jr., as this began to unfold, and he may have had a part in it. Let's find out.
Hey, Junior, it's DW up here. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Junior, can you take us through what happened there with the 4 and the 10 and that whole deal? Can you give us a bird's eye view of what happened?
Yeah, I was behind the 10 coming onto the front straightaway, and I pushed him, and I thought he'd go to the outside, and we'd done tried that all day long, and I wasn't wanting to go up there with him, so I got behind Mike. Mike's helped me in the past, and I like working with Mike a little bit. So I got behind the 4 car and was kind of pushing him, waiting to get out of the tribal to give him a little bit of a bump draft, and I had the bumper right there ready to ease it to him, and I couldn't see who it was, but like a silver or gray car just come up the track into him, and he was trying to lift, and as he was lifting, he was just bouncing off the front of my car like a woodpecker, and I was out of gas too, but there wasn't much I could do to help him. He was already turned into the fence by the 10, and whoever else took him out. It's a shame. I mean, he took a lot of guys out, looks like. I ain't seen as many black marks down in turn 1 since way back, but it was a wild crash.
Yeah, roger that. It looked like, Junior, that the 48 car was down on the inside, almost like he and the 42 car, McMurray, had some sort of a little issue, and then the 4 car got down into the 48, and from there it all, you know the rest. But it just kind of all wadded up there.
Yeah, they need a tissue for their issue, I reckon. I've been seeing some funny stuff out here. I just hope that nobody got hurt. I guess everybody got out of there, and nobody told me nothing, but there's a buddy of mine back home in the hospital who I want to say hey to, and I hope he gets better. He's not too good off right now, but been praying for him, and he knows who he is. And say hey to my mama back home.
Yeah, roger, buddy. Everybody's okay. No injuries. Everybody walked away okay. And have you got a car good enough now to go up there and race the 24? He looks like the class of the field today.
Yeah, his car is really, really good. Rick Hendrick and everybody, they got an awesome car, and that's what they've been wanting. We've been working real good last couple of years, and they've been trying to catch us, and I believe they've done that and then some. So Michael's car looks good out of our stable. Little Martin's been driving a good race. I can get up there, but it just seems like I need somebody to help me. I just can't really. I ain't got a car that just takes off on its own like normal. And we just didn't get a lot of practice to get some things fine-tuned. You like to work with the cows and other things to get the thing working a little better and pulling up and drafting better, but we might have been able to get a better car if we had some practice. Maybe not, but we'll see. I mean, heck, you just got to do what you got to do, and hope you come out on top.
All right, 10-4. Well, it's still quite a ways to go here, so keep working on it. Get the crew chief to wave that magic wand they got down there on it and fix it.
Y'all take her easy.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., who bumped into the back of Mike Wallace after, as Dale put it, there was contact from Jimmy Johnson, and that sent Wallace up into Scott Riggs, and when it was over, 25 cars were crashed. We still have 55 laps to go here in Talladega, with 16 lead lap cars not involved in that crash, and nobody's leaving. So go down to Dick Berggren.
With Pete Rondo, he is Junior's crew chief. That car qualified 36th, and almost at the drop of the green flag, it was one of the fastest cars here. How is it possible to qualify in the back of the field and still have one of the fastest cars on race day?
Well, I think we've fallen off the qualifying package deal a little bit through various parts of the car. We've been working hard at it here since Daytona, and we feel like we got it a little bit better, but we're still not where we need to be. As far as come race time, I feel like we have the best drafter out there, so he's the one that turns the magic when it comes race time.
What's your strategy for the rest of this event once we get to the green flag?
Well, obviously to miss that part right there, and now we're just trying to get a little bit of speed out of it and tweak it just a little bit more to try to help him get by that 24. 24 seems like it's pretty strong.
Well, they sure have got the race day set up squared away on this car. The crowd just goes crazy every time Junior passes even one car out there, and he's passed a bunch. Steve?
Thanks, Dick. Yet another driver with a torn-up race car here in the garage, Scott Wimmer. And, Scott, from your point of view, what happened? And give us a damage report.
I really couldn't see too much. It looked like everybody started checking up, and
I didn't think it was going to be that bad. We all got slowed down pretty good, and then I think our holes just closed up, and everybody started running at everybody. And the Caterpillar cars tore up pretty good. It's not going to look very good, but I think it still make minimum speed. The wheels are straight, and the nose isn't tore off it, which is good. So guys are working on her, and hopefully we'll get it back out there.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
A garage full of wrecked race cars, and even the wall took some damage. They've been doing the wave here in this, which is something to see in a 4,400-foot-long grandstand.
It's been taking them a little while to get synchronized, but I think they're about there.
Darrell, Tony Stewart's had an up-and-down day, but it's mostly been up to this point.
Hey, Smoke, it's a DW up in the tower. Got a copy?
Yeah, you woke me up from a nap, but I'm here, bud.
Hey, do you have any idea how close you come to being involved in that?
Yeah, I had probably the best seat in the house on it, but I guess the cool part is I didn't get in it, even though everything was going on around me like that.
Roger that. Did you have any idea what happened? Did you see enough to figure out who did what?
Nah, the only thing I saw was the 17 car spinning down, and the spotter told me to go low, so I went down to the apron knowing that it's paved down all the way across like that. So, figured that was a good spot to be and could get away from a lot of it, but a lot of it kept coming down to us.
All right, 10-4. Well, you got through that. Good luck, and they're cranking them up, getting ready to go again. So have a good finish.
All right, pal. Thank you.
Tony Stewart getting ready to go. He is 16th, and now the yellow flag is being waved at start-finish, which means in the garage and on pit road, work can continue on 25 damaged cars. Tony Stewart made a little noise this week. He and Kevin Harvick came out with a new T-shirt. Said Harvick and Stewart attorneys at law, and then had an unflattering reference to Jimmy Johnson's car number in the phone number to call for legal advice. Jimmy thought it was a hoot. He signed the T-shirt. There's no feud there, but there's going to be a pretty good rivalry, but don't even call it a feud. Here's Steve.
Thanks, Mike. And all at once, when that yellow came out, all you can hear down here is Sawzalls working on these torn up race cars. And Ricky, how bad is the damage on the number 21?
Steve, probably like most of these cars, they're just going to do the best they can to ride it out. You got about, I don't know, a lot of cars tore up right now, and it's a shame these guys work so hard on these speedway cars to come down here and have this mess happen.
Ricky, you've been coming to Talladega for a long time. How would you describe the racing today? Any more aggressive from your point of view?
Typical restrictor plate racing. You know, you can't put guys out there 3 wide all day long and ask them to be perfect all day. It's just not going to happen. Come down here years ago when there was no restrictor plates, run 200 and some mile an hour, and I've been with plates, but I know NASCAR has to run a plate or something to slow them down. But that's not racing. That's just out there. It's line racing. You know, you get in a line and that line moves and the next line moves, and I don't know what the answer for it is, but that's not racing.
Thank you, Ricky.
The good thing about those 43 minutes of the red flag is it gave all these teams on pit road and in the garage area time to really form a good game plan to save as much time as possible as repairing these cars.
In some cases, that game plan is lower the lift gate and load it up.
And the frustration that we all feel when we come to Talladega and Daytona is nobody has an answer. You know, what would you do? Well, I don't know. I was an answer for what they would do to keep these cars from running over 200 miles an hour, but still being competitive.
Now you see all our lead lap cars on pit road. It's been about 15 or 17 laps since that last pit stop. I think this would be a great time, Dick Berger, 4 tires and full of fuel for one more stop.
And that's exactly what Elliott Sadler's doing. He had been running in the second position, missed the big one in Charlie. His car is undamaged after going up races in a row. He has a brand new car here. To that.
Jeff Gordon slid to a stop in his pit box. They are going to pull Jay Lupo a tear off the windshield. He was concerned about the last tear off. It left glue wheel marks as he's away, and they were concerned whether to try and pull another tear off. It might make the windshield actually worse as you're watching Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car being serviced on pit road.
It appears everybody possibly, but maybe Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car decided to go with those 4 tires. I like the 4 tires because these guys are going to be about 15 to 20 laps shy of making it to the end. That would formulate some interesting strategy for that last pit stop. Now, Kurt Busch in the 97 car actually stayed out. I get a feeling this is to get those 5 points for leading the lap.
Exactly. It'll be the first lap that he has led today in the Irwin Tools Ford of Jack Roush. So when we restart, there will be 16 cars on the lead lap, plus any that can make it back out from the pits without further damage. After this unfolded, when Jimmy Johnson and Mike Wallace got together with a little bump from Dale Jr. as part of it, and the track just closed up. Now, though, we're getting ready to go back to green.
It is time to forget about football, because it has forgotten all about you.
I need some alone time to think about our future. Yellow.
Do not get one scratch on my car.
That is our problem. You care about this car more than you do us.
What you are watching is live footage of a vehicle being pursued by police.
I hope they like this.
Pro quarterback Paul Crewe has made some mistakes.
I think we should start seeing other people.
But on May 27th, he's getting a second chance.
You're going to put together a team of inmates to play against my guards.
Will you teach me to football?
Yeah, I'll teach you anything. Just don't eat me.
Adam Sandler, Chris Rock, Nelly, and Burt Reynolds.
Why can't I be quarterback, huh? Hit me, I'm open. Sit down and shut up.
The longest yard.
That's scary. They're ugly now, but in 8 months, he's going to look like Beyonce.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, May 27th.
Tammy's here.
Not too late.
I know. Hey.
Found everything you need?
Yeah.
Just checking.
Why do we work? Why do we get up every day and go to work? Because we make things, fix things, send our kids off to learn things. At the Principal Financial Group, we know you don't just work to retire, you work to live. That's why we give people the financial tools to help them keep more of the money they make and do more with the money they save. You work hard, we make work hard for you. The Principal Financial Group, we understand what you're working for.
Nextel helps all kinds of vendors get their merchandise to NASCAR races.
The order's ready. Pick it up at the south end.
Vendors can coordinate delivery with a coast-to-coast walkie-talkie. Scan inventory with a barcode scanner. Even accept payment with a credit card. It's how Nextel helps NASCAR vendors get things done.
Desperate times.
The warhead will be detonated before dawn on the East Coast.
Call for desperate measures.
No one connected with the government can admit to knowing anything about this.
But will an act of courage become an act of war?
Jack! I have my orders. I'm doing my job.
24, all new at 9, 8 Central tomorrow on Fox. Viewer discretion advised.
The Aaron's 499 on Fox is brought to you by Nextel. Go to foxsports.com to find out how you can be the Nextel Fan of the Week. The Talladega Wreckathon, red flag delaying 43 minutes, triggered here with 25 cars involved.
Yeah, we see the 48, the 4, the 10. I mean, just big multi-car crash. I mean, we got 20-plus cars that are tore up, sitting down on pit road making repairs. But fortunately, Chris, everybody walked away from this accident.
Wrecks in the city. There could be a major shaking up in terms of the points on the left side where they were coming into the race and where they currently stand as we are running. Of course, Jimmie Johnson, the points leader at this moment, out in front as we're under caution with 52 laps to go. Of course, the top 10, and then after 26 races, those in the top 10 or within 400 points of the leader.
And we saw Kurt Busch, who's second in points right now, stay out so he could lead a lap and get bonus points so he can keep basically pace with the first place Jimmie Johnson.
Let's rejoin Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
And Jimmie Johnson leads this race for the first time today. Larry, might that been part of the reason they just took 2 tires to get that lead?
And it may have been because, as I mentioned, it had only been about 12 or 15 laps since that last pit stop. But I just think when I look at the grand scheme of things, knowing that we have 52 laps to go, I like the theory of having 4 tires and then maybe some strategy with 15 to 20 to go on that final stop.
What usually happens, you got all these wrecked cars. They come in, they repair them, you know, they pop stuff, tape stuff, and then they go out. They cause a caution from all the debris that blows off of it. So more likely we'll have a debris caution or 2.
The 2 Hendrick Chevrolets out front, Jimmie Johnson, Jeff Gordon. The Yates Ford of Elliott Sadler, the Childress Chevy of Jeff Burton, the Roush Ford of Greg Biffle, the Earnhardt cars of Michael Waltrip and Martin Truex, then the Ganassi Dodge of Jamie McMurray, Dale Jarrett, and Tony Stewart are the top 10. 19 lead lap cars as we take the green.
Now, mission accomplished for 3 of those cars on the lead lap that are still on the lead lap were involved in that wreck. Casey Mears in the 41, Matt Kenseth in the 17, and Bobby Labonte in the 18 back out there still on the lead lap.
And, of course, you'd say, well, that's, you know, there's 25 cars eliminated. We'll settle down here and have us a good, sane race. Hey, watch this.
Jeff Burton in the 31 car bringing Greg Biffle in the 16, but those 2 Hendrick teammates go to the bottom of the racetrack, put the block on them.
After a 43-minute red flag for a 25-car pileup, we're back under green at Talladega, and it'll be 50 laps to go in the Aaron's 495 when they come by the stripe this time.
You see Greg Biffle up here running at the front of the pack in third right now. It was not that many laps ago. He received the free pass because he was a lap down.
There was no free pass on the most recent caution for the 25-car wreck. There was no driver eligible who wasn't in the crash.
Greg's getting a lot of help from Michael Waltrip right now in the 15 car, the Napa car. We're riding with him here down the backstretch.
DW and Larry, you know right now with the smaller pack we've got here late in the race, if you happen to get shook to the back of it, you better be careful, because if you lose this lead pack now, you've not got a lot of help to get back up there. So you've really got to be up on that wheel late here in the race, making sure you make the right moves with the right guy.
Well, Jeff Gordon in that 24, he is blocking that 16, Greg.
He is. He knows he's got a fast car, but it seems to want to be out front. It doesn't want to run back in traffic. So he's working real hard to get it back to the lead. Michael ducks to the inside of the 16 and looking to hook up with Jeff Gordon in the 24 as they head into turn 1.
Johnson at Gordon side by side trying to hold the field at bay.
Now Michael Waltrip, the 15, is getting help from his other teammate, Martin Truex Jr. in the 1 car. Martin's just kept his nose clean today, stayed out of trouble. Winner of the Busch race yesterday.
Man, look at that 29 car, Larry, back there bouncing around. He gets a little shot from Tony. Dale Jr. gives 31 car a little shot. I mean, everybody's still right in there bump drafting away.
Nothing's changed except the number of cars.
Biffle's got to find some room right there. Oh, me.
He and McMurray almost collided.
Well, they did collide. They just didn't slide.
And look at how Biffle loses ground as they swarm either side of him.
Now, does it make any sense to you at all that we just had a 25-car pileup? These guys dropped the green flag and they're right back doing it again.
I don't think they watched the replays we watched.
Darrell, only in the sense that you feel like you got to be in front of the next wreck.
Well, Yelfer's another big one. Hermie Sadler's a lap down. He might be our leader.
Here goes Kevin Harvick in the 29 car. Our Bud Pole setter to the high side gets a good run off turn 4 here into the tri-oval area. He'll fall back in front of Jamie McMurray in the 42.
I guess the beauty part about it right now, Larry, is you know the worst that can happen to you, other than wreck, is to fall back to about 17th.
That's the way it seems.
And then you only got to get by 16 cars to get back to the front.
Harvick keeps working that high side off the corner. He has no help from anyone.
You're not going forward if you don't have friends here.
You can see him blowing by him on the backstretch. There's Dale Jarrett, the 88 car. The UPS car was not that many laps ago that he was a lap down after a pit road speeding penalty. Got the free pass, and here he is back in the thick of things.
That penalty may be the best thing that happened to him.
Kept him out of trouble.
Whoa, boy, Michael and Elliott Sadler, they made a little contact right here coming through the tri-oval.
Tell you, that green car there, Bobby Labonte in the 18 car, the damage I saw in the front of that car, they've done a good job of repairing that thing. He's up there trying to get it in the top 10.
You can see that damage hurts him a little down the straightaway. You see, lose a little speed down there, but when he gets back to the turn, sucks right back up on the Kurt Busch there in front of him.
He got quite a push from Jeremy Mayfield in that 19 car, the red car there behind him. Now Elliott Sadler in the 38's working the high line. For a second had a little help from Greg Biffle. Biffle trying to get back in line. Jamie McMurray did a little give and take right there.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. That was forcing it in right there. He just forced his way right in front of McMurray.
And McMurray, I think, probably rolled out of the throttle, let him back in.
Well, of course, that everybody had to, because if McMurray lifts, somebody else has to lift. Biffle looks like he's got his hands full to me. He's really, really wrestling with that race car. It's going where he wants it to when it wants to. Well, we sure haven't lost any of the exciting racing, I tell you that.
We have not.
These guys are up here slicing and dicing.
44 laps to go this time by. And there will be at least one more pit stop.
And that pit stop could be very, very critical. I think the free of mistakes, but also possibly the strategy. But remember, if you're just going to do fuel only, you need partners to do that with you to stay together.
I think the biggest thing about fuel only is going to be the whole key of the deal is going to be not sliding your tires. That's going to be the key.
Yes, sir. We saw that happen to Jeff Gordon earlier in the race.
I've seen a number of these cars. I saw the 38 car come in there, even under caution, sliding the right front for a long way.
Steve?
And Mike, listening to Kevin Harvick's day progress from best to the back and back to the front, he just told his crew, I cannot run the low side. They replied, said, hey, you do what you got to do.
Steve, now he has his teammate Jeff Burton, the 31 car in front of him, and now it looks like this line's moving pretty good.
Yeah, he gets a wheel of a shot off of the corners off of 2 and 4, but then he loses all of it going down the straightaway.
They lap past Dave Blaney, who received damage in the big crash at lap 134, but has stayed on track and lost only 3 laps under repair. Rusty Wallace also returns from the garage, trying to move from 30th in the finishing order and pick up 5 or 6 spots. Of these lead lap cars at a track that favors first-time winners and dark horses, there are only 3 drivers on the lead lap who have not won in Nextel Cup competition: Travis Quaffle, Casey Mears, and Martin Truex. Truex, the highest placed of those 3 right now, is 8th.
And I like the race that Truex is running. He's been very quietly staying in the top 15 or so, and right there you see him go by Michael alongside of Kevin Harvick in the 29. He's been driving a pretty smart race.
Tell you what, that orange 20 car, Tony Stewart, he's starting to make a little noise again. He moves into the top 5, goes by Jeff Burton in the 31 onto the backstretch. Jeff Burton, little bump drive. I think we might call it bump drafting now.
Oh, yeah, look,
42 laps to go.
Put a little dent in his nose right there. paid off, too. Look what Tony did. He got a big run around the outside of McMurray.
Now, 5 laps ago, Jeff Gordon was running in second place as we listened in.
Jimmy's asking to stay in line, just from Chris the spotter. I'm going to keep my momentum up, and I'm not going to hurt my front bumper. I'm not wanting to be in front of him. I'd like to be behind him, but he's got to wait, make sure he doesn't get too far out there, or we're going to just blow by him.
I don't know that that's an issue anymore.
Well, that was when Jimmy was leading, and then once Jeff got in front of him, that's a moot point.
But he brings up a good point, Darrell. You can get too big of a lead here.
Oh, yeah, you're a setting duck if you get way out there. Man,
But Jimmy Johnson in the 48 went to the high side. Jeff Gordon moved to the high side with him. Now Tony Stewart in the 20, Kevin Harvick in the 29. They're lined up on the bottom.
Yeah, what Jeff did was block the 48. 48 had a run on the outside. He blocked him.
Mark Martin and Boris Said have returned to the race. There's Said Chevy being passed by the pack as everybody tries to get out and get a few laps and a few points.
Did you see the move Elliott Sadler in the 38 made to the bottom of the racetrack, just squeezed in front of Tony Stewart in that 20 car?
Sadler was running 12th 2 laps ago. Now he is second.
Whoa, man, he come flying out of there. Last time he did that, and I was here watching it, he flipped.
He just don't have a lot of help, and now Tony Stewart in the 20 gets a good shot into turn 3. He's up there trying to push Elliott Sadler, but Tony's going to fall to the high side.
That's where the spotter is so critical. You got to push. You're in the right line. Stay in that line, whether it's inside or outside.
Or you can take the third lane.
With help from Michael Waltrip in the 15.
Well, when you get a big run, you got 2 options. Try to go around, or you got to lift. If you lift, you go back.
Lifters are losers.
And we just have to remind everyone, all this dicing and slicing is going on at over 190 miles per hour.
Sentimental favorite in the back of that pack, 49, Kenny Schrader. Got his first Cup win here many years ago, driving for Rick Hendrick. 1988. Schrader is on the lead lap. He's in 17th place, but the way today's gone, who says he can't win it?
He knows how to win here.
Heartbeat's about 192 there.
Here's Steve.
Well, Mike, I've heard Jamie McMurray tell his crew chief, Donnie Wingo, several times today that he's got an awesome race car. Just a moment ago, he said, I can maintain my position, but right now I haven't quite figured out how to make the pass.
Well, I think the key is yeah, they tried to figure all this out, but in about 15 to 20 laps, if we stay green, we'll have that final pit stop. I think that's what's going to be important.
Only one Dodge has led today under green flag racing, and that was Ryan Newman for 5 laps. So McMurray kind of sounds like the dog after the mailman. All right, I caught him. Or dog chasing cars. I caught him. Now what am I going to do with him?
Yeah, and you know what? It's so obvious, so Larry, that wherever the 24 goes, that's the line that's moving. If he decides to go outside high like he is now, that line moves forward. If he decides to go to the bottom, that line moves forward.
Are you saying we have a new Pied Piper?
I told you, they passed the pipe for this race.
Daytona 500 winner Jeff Gordon.
Peace pipe.
Out in front of his teammate, the point leader, Jimmy Johnson. 37 laps to go.
What are you doing now?
Well, Michael, I thought since it was Aaron's 50th birthday that we could go 50-50 on driving the Aaron's Dream Machine.
50-50.
Yeah, you know, you drive the first half, I drive the second half. 50-50.
Why's your name first?
Get the lowest prices on brand new brand name computers. Do the math. Nobody beats Aaron's.
I got a new plan. I'm going to drive the first and second half. You take the third.
Oh, wow. That's too many halves.
How's your salad?
You?
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 Mm-hmm.
Not.
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 So we got it, and you got
Try Wendy's new Mediterranean chicken salad, a bold blend of herb-seasoned chicken, crumbled feta, and grape tomatoes made fresh throughout the day. For a salad that's anything but come to Wendy's. It's better here.
Ford Racing would like to start the season with a little refresher course for all you drivers out there. Remember this gentleman? How about these guys? Of course, no one needs to remind you of this guy. So, what do these back-to-back championships and big wins mean? Wherever there's black and white, you're gonna see blue.
That cheeseburger you do not want.
I do not want that cheeseburger.
Those fries give Yoda.
Here, have my fries.
Your drink, desire you not.
The Diet Pepsi, I do want.
Want you not.
Do
not want.
This summer, grab a Diet Pepsi and see Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
Bye. See you tonight.
Love you.
Love you too.
Okay,
that's my foot.
I say from Agent LaDonna Young Hansen, this is a true story.
We didn't know what kind of claim it was, because was it going to be an auto claim or a homeowner's claim?
Since we take care of all their insurance needs, it was easy to figure out.
And she handled all the paperwork.
In minutes.
She made the process totally painless.
Well, not totally. I mean,
Okay.
Nobody takes care of you like State Farm. Trust us with all your insurance needs, and we'll save you some money too. Call an agent today.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway here in Alabama. 34 laps to go, and the view provided by the good people at Quaker State. 2.66 miles and going at 190 miles per hour. Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson 1-2 15 times. Hendrick Motorsports has finished first and second, and that teamwork up front certainly impressive. Jimmy Johnson, speaking of impressive, swept the Darlington races last year. Will be there Saturday night under the lights, prime time on Fox on the eve of Mother's Day.
Yeah, he beat the track Too Tough to Tame, and today he's trying to see if he can beat this super speedway here at Talladega. Right now he's helping his teammate Jeff Gordon pretty well. But interestingly enough, I want to see what's going to happen when we get down to crunch time, whether or not he's going to try to get this win or help his teammate.
And teammate Martin Truex Jr. currently running 6th with Dale Earnhardt Jr. running 7th. At what point do they try and make a move?
One thing you got to look at, we still got to make that green flag stop, top these cars off the fuel. This could be the break point for a lot of teams as far as what happens, how you get on pit road, if you flat spot a tire, or do like Jeff Gordon did earlier and wind up flattening the tire when you only wanted to get gas. So this pit stop is coming up. Larry McReynolds has been talking about it. When the guys come down pit road, these drivers have got to do their jobs, and they've got to do them right. Otherwise, it could end their day.
Tonight on Fox, you talk about animation domination. Well, Jeff Gordon has dominated this race, leading the most laps he's ever led at Talladega, more than 100 laps, and for the 59th time in his career.
That pretty interesting shot right there. Michael Walker pushing the 18 car Bobby Labonte, and right now they got a run at the bottom, and they're coming back toward the front. That 18 car, even though he's got a lot of damage on the front nose, he's really heading back up toward the front with the help of Michael Waltrip.
And Martin Truex Jr. sliding back just a little bit. Let's rejoin Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy.
Number of cars have just come back into this race. Mike Wallace, Jeff Green, Casey Kane, Jason Leffler, Scott Riggs, and Ricky Rudd all return to the competition.
I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but yesterday we saw cars with front end damage, and the crews fixed them. They had to fix them because they couldn't run the way they were. But when you do that, actually you make the car better. You've put pieces over the top of pieces. You've smoothed out some of the creases and some of the things that are in the front of the car that's going to make the airflow over it better. The car is going to run faster.
Might look bad, but work good.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk, Larry, about this final pit stop.
Mike to pit, 10 to go to pit. We'll take 166.
A team that takes 1 second longer on pit road than another team loses 100 yards to that car out on the racetrack. That's huge.
I think the key is, and I think this will be going on pit road right now. We saw it earlier in the race, and I think you'll see it with a lot of the teammates. Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon working together. Kevin Harvick and Jeff Burton. I think the key is going to be have you 2 or 3 guys that will do the same thing that you will do, whether it's fuel only, whether it's 2 tires. With 20 to go with the smaller fuel cells, I'd take the 2 right side tires because it's about going to take that long to put the fuel in it.
I agree with you, Larry, but the thing you really got to be sure of is that you don't get left hanging out. because there's not enough cars now for you to catch back up with. So if 8 or 10 of these cars should break out in the draft of their own, the other guys will be history.
Most of NASCAR Nextel Cup is now made up of multi-car teams. There are only 3 lead lap cars that do not also have a teammate on the lead lap, and those would be Travis Quaffle, Kenny Schrader, and Jeremy Mayfield, whose teammate Casey Kane is many laps down.
The good thing, those are all Dodges. I would say they would stand a chance to work together.
Larry, we saw earlier when we had the green flag stop, we took about 3 laps. The field kind of took their time and patiently came down like 10 or 12 cars at a time. We didn't have any issues with all those cars on pit road, but this late in the race, what I'm wondering about is everybody going to try to come on pit road at one time? Man, that could make a real disastrous situation if they try to do that.
I know what I would be doing, Jeff, Darrell, Mike. What I would do if I was a crew chief down there right now, I would try to find me 3 or 4. Let's come a few laps earlier maybe than some of these other guys are thinking about coming.
What we saw was that the 24, the 48, the Hendrick cars could run a little bit further on fuel if they needed to. So they may let those guys come to pit road, then they can come by themselves.
Is that let's make a deal time there, Larry?
I would say it's getting real close to let's make a deal. Tell you what, it's not that long ago, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car, he was struggling back there about 8th to 10th, and now he's worked his way back up in 3rd position, has a lot of help from Tony Stewart in that 20.
Yeah, you got the, 20 and 8, they like to work together. You got Martin Truex in the 1, that's a DEI car. You got Michael in there. That's a good foursome that could come together.
And Kevin Harvick, he's probably passed more cars today than anyone. Started on the Bud pole, went to the back of the pack with heating problems, worked his way back to the front, back to the back. Now he's up there battling for the lead again.
Boy, just wherever. But when somebody gets a little run on Jeff, he closes the door on them, and they just can't get around him.
Most of the day, Jeff Gordon has been the best car. If he has the best crew on a green flag stop, he could end this day out in front, but there are so many variables, and when we come to Talladega, there are just more variables than anywhere else.
It's going to take a perfectly timed bump draft from someone to get around Jeff to keep him from winning this race.
And I'd say in the closing stages, it will definitely be a bump draft.
Yeah, it's going to take that kind of help from someone. You heard Dale Jr. say in the opening, I've never won a race here without somebody pushing me. I've never won a race here without somebody helping me.
28 laps to go. We've talked a lot today about the bump draft and how important it is. That lead car, Jeff Gordon, he's got to push the air. He's got to break a 190-mile-an-hour hole in that wall of wind. So the cars following in his slipstream don't have to use all their horsepower to push the air. So they've got some in reserve. They can get up and bump that lead car, help him along a little more forward.
Yeah, but when you try to pull out, you hit that wall of air as well, and that's where the rub comes.
One rub today took 25 cars to the garage. Everybody unhurt, and about half of those cars have come back into the race.
That was like the rub-a-dub-dub, 25 men in a tub.
All down there in turn 1 and 2.
$25 laps to go this time.
Well, you heard somebody, I think it was Dale Jr.'s team, maybe say that we're coming on lap 166. So we're about 2 or 3 laps from that point.
I would say within these next 3 to 6 laps, we'll see all these cars on pit road for that final stop.
Now you see the 3 Earnhardt cars, the 15, the 8, and the 1. Waltrip, Earnhardt Jr., and Truex all lined up nose to tail. Are they positioning for coming into the pits together?
Looks like they're positioning to try to go up there and take the lead away from Jeff Gordon in the 24, because they just blew by Kevin Harvick in the 29 car.
Harvick looks like he may be thinking about coming to pit road this time.
Harvick's teammate in this crowd, Jeff Burton, that bright orange singular car, a couple of rows back.
No, not yet.
Now Tony Stewart in the 20, his teammate Bobby Labonte in the 18. Those two have not kept close company much of the day. But as this all sorts out, maybe your best friend is just simply the car in front of you. What do you call it, Darrell? Co-opetition?
That's it, buddy. Co-opetition. You don't care who it is. Just help me.
What color it is, what make it is.
I love you, man. I'll send you a card tomorrow. with flowers. Co-opetition. I love this. My little 5th grade buddies up in Bristol at Weaver Elementary School, the teacher said they worked for 2 days putting this together, coming up with a definition for co-opetition.
Yeah, their teacher, Janet Rush, brings them out to the racetrack every spring for qualifying day. That's where they basically have their class.
Great. We went to the bakery on field trips. We didn't get to go to Bristol. School has changed, I guess.
Sterling Marlin in the 40 car involved in that wreck. He brings his car back out on the racetrack 32 laps down. So we actually only have now 4 cars in the garage area still making repairs and only 4 cars out of the race.
Caution is out.
And that would be for?
Debris on the racetrack near the entrance to pit road, likely from one of those repaired cars back on the racetrack, as you said, Darrell. Oh, shucks. I was looking forward to green flag stops.
Well, we were, but apparently someone else wasn't.
That was a huge break for Matt Kenseth. Again, he was involved in that wreck earlier, but he was losing the lead draft rapidly. And I still think, though, that the strategy and lack of mistakes on this pit stop, regardless, it still could help determine the winner of this race. Because we will only have about 20 laps to go when they go back racing.
The perfect amount of racing for the perfect storm.
Hermie Sadler will get the free pass. He will become the 19th car on the lead lap.
And remember, on that last caution, most everyone except for Jimmie Johnson took 4 tires. So I think we're going to see an array of strategy here. I think we may see some fuel only. We may see some right side tires. I'm just not sure if you're going to see anybody jump on 4 tires right now for the lack of losing all that track position.
How far back do you dare start, Darrell? Dare restart with 20 laps to go?
Boy, I tell you, it's looked pretty. Only car that's really shown me that he can get himself to the front in a pretty short period of time has been the 24. Everybody else has had to work at it. You're not going to have a lot of time to work at it here. You need to come out in the front.
Picking up debris from this 6th caution of the day.
I think it's pretty safe to say we'll have 18 cars. There you see the debris right there. That's the reason the caution is out. Be safe to say, though, all 18 lead lap cars will be on pit road this time.
This won't decide the race, but it will certainly decide the strategy for the rest of the race, how they come off pit road on this stop.
Yeah, as intense as the racing's been on the track, right now the heart rates are that high on the pit crews when these guys come into their pit stalls.
And you know, I think we possibly may see some fuel only because these guys only need about 1 can of fuel to get to the end.
I think Bobby Labonte stayed out.
He stayed out.
Well, Taylor Jr. asked if they were in the window, meaning could they go all the way on the fuel from this pit stop? The answer was yes. They got 2 tires on it. 2 is it. They had 4 on the wall ready to go, but they decided on 2. Steve.
Dick Pulsitter, Kevin Harvick, and he's been battling back all day. They were going to take just 2 tires if they had pitted under green, but now they've decided to take 4. Matt?
And Gordon took on 2 tires. Jeff Craven put 1 can in, and he is away.
Looks like those Hendrick teammates won the battle off pit road. Jeff Gordon in the 24 comes off first. Jimmie Johnson in the 48 second, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 third.
That would probably be a perfect scenario for Jeff Gordon.
I tell you, the car that lost a lot of ground on that pit stop, determining on what he did, was Kevin Harvick in the 29.
Now, Bobby Labonte did not pit. We'll explain that in a moment as you see Jeff Gordon winning the race off pit road handily. Jimmie Johnson, and oh my goodness,
Dale Jarrett in the 88 again speeding, leaving pit road the 2nd time today.
What's the penalty for a habitual offender? I'm sorry.
He needs to get a new tack.
Now the penalty, since it's under caution, unlike his penalty earlier under green, tail into the longest line.
Now we said Bobby Labonte stayed out to lead a lap. He is 34th in Nextel Cup points. You need to be in the top 35 in points to avoid having to time trial your way into the field. In other words, to have a guaranteed starting spot next week at Darlington. So those 5 bonus points he just picked up for leading a lap could be very important to Labonte.
Starting tonight, make a play date with your 2 best friends.
Try and hit me in the mouth.
What? Why?
I hear this tooth fairy gives you money for your teeth. Have at it.
Okay.
No, stop. Why did you stop? I said hit me.
You flinched.
Well, of course I flinched. You were going to hit me. No, don't. I'm sorry. Look, I know I'm being hard to read, but...
Family Guy returns tonight at 9, 8 Central. Part of Animation Domination on Fox. Viewer discretion advised.
Live from Darlington. The greatest thrill ride in sports continues in prime time. Friday, the Busch Series on FX. Saturday, the Dodge Charger 500 in prime time on Fox.
Desperate times.
The warhead will be detonated before dawn on the East Coast.
Call for desperate measures.
No one connected with the government can admit to knowing anything about this.
But will an act of courage become an act of war?
Jack! I have my orders. I'm doing my job.
24, all new at 9, 8 Central tomorrow on Fox. Viewer discretion advised.
Major League Baseball is back on Fox. It all starts with the return of Fox Saturday Baseball, May 21st.
Okay. Jeff Gordon, our leader, under caution. 20 laps to go in Talladega. We've had 31 lead changes in this race, 15 different leaders, only 6 cautions. Here's a quick recap of how things went earlier in the day. Remember, Kevin Harvick was on the pole. Jeff Gordon started up front. Dale Earnhardt Jr. leading for the first time. It led a few laps early in the race, much to the delight of the crowd. I usually don't talk like that, but they were excited to see Jr. lead. Then Jeff Gordon, his nemesis here at this track, takes the lead back. Gordon has led more than 100 laps and dominated this race. 55 laps to go. Junior, Jimmy Johnson, and caught there in the middle on the squeeze, Mike Wallace in the 4 car, and it was crazy go nuts. 25 cars involved, more than half the field. Every driver was okay, though, and you'll see an onboard on Tony Stewart showing how close in the 20 car he came to getting hit from behind.
Oh, he did an excellent job right there. You'll take a look. He's down low, and he's able to see this wreck kind of keep developing, and he slowed all the way down and comes to a complete stop. You'll see cars wrecking in behind him, but he avoids the wreck, and now he runs in 8th place.
So Hendrick Motorsports teammates Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson leading the way, surviving that. And these are the 25 cars, drivers that were involved. And those in yellow are ones that did not make it back out onto the track.
Yeah, damage too bad, but you see the rest of the guys that went in because of the big one. They have to take a look at the big picture at the same time. They repaired their cars like Rusty Wallace, Joe Nemechek. They're back out here trying to get valuable championship points.
27 cars, the record for a Talladega wreck, 25 in this one. And Darrell had referred to it as a pile, an expensive pile of scrap heap.
Yeah, I think he said like $1 million junkyard. And when you think about 43 cars, a lot of the teams have told me that Speedway cars cost a lot of money, around $400,000 because of all the time and effort goes into a Speedway car. So you can imagine $17 million worth of race cars when they start this race. In that big one, almost $8 million worth of damage.
And a look at the points positions for the DEI drivers of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Michael Waltrip, how they have moved themselves in position, and this is their turf. The red flag, by the way, a 43-minute delay during that big wreck.
And what you're looking at there is the fact that in the last 4 races, what they've been able to do is climb their way from 26th to 27th, where currently they're going to be 6th and 17th in points.
Junior currently running 3rd. Let's rejoin Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
Jeff Burton's jackman, Josh Yost, injured earlier in a pit road mishap. He has been treated and released to a local hospital for further treatment of a leg injury. We want to wish him the best as we get set for what could be the final restart of the day. Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson are out front. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jamie McMurray, Elliott Sadler, the top 5. 3 Chevys, a Dodge, and a Ford. Let's get some audio from Michael Waltrip here.
I don't know. 24. I just can't run like that. I just need to get in the middle and hope for the best. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, there were some different strategies on that pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, we had some cars that went with 4 tires like Kevin Harvick, but as we predicted, most of the lead cars, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jamie McMurray, Jimmy Johnson, all elected to go with 2 right side tires.
And by now, you kind of know where you can run and who you can run with. And so that's what you're going to be trying to do for the next 10 or so laps. Get yourself in the position you think gives you the best shot.
19 lead lap cars, green flag waves with 18 laps to go.
Well, one car did not get going at the back of the pack on that restart. Hermie Sadler in the 66, they really stacked up behind him.
And he just got on the lead lap. I mean, he just got the free pass and looks like he's got an engine failure.
And that really...
Turn at the end of the wall. Turn in at the end of the wall. Right there, they said. Turn at the end of the wall.
And Sadler's going to try to get to a hole in the wall and get off the track. We'll see if he makes it. Whoa, a little bump there. Jimmy Johnson and Dale Jr. for second, third place.
I don't think Hermie Sadler's going to make it back to that hole. He may make it. He's starting to roll a little bit quicker now.
Drop it in high gear and use the starter. That might get him there.
Well, they flat kicked Jimmy Johnson in that Lowe's 48 car to the bottom. He's going to go all the way from about second to about 8th. Still can't get in.
Tony Stewart getting a big shove from Matt Kenseth down into turn 1, trying to push them up into 7th and 8th place. And Hermie Sadler's car has stopped. That car is partly protected by the retaining wall. We'll see what happens here.
16 to go. Next time by, caution is out for Hermie Sadler.
They had to throw it. I mean, the car was not completely protected by the retaining wall from harm's way. So caution is out and the field freezes with 17 to go.
I think that'll be a break for Casey Mears. The 41 car was involved in that wreck. Well, we were thinking he might get the free pass, but it sounds like he will not.
And why would that be? Do we know?
We'll await further word.
I think it'll be safe to say as they push Hermie Sadler's car out of the way that pit road will not be very busy during this caution.
Bump drafting at 1 mile an hour.
It's got the sound, Larry, of like almost like a gear or a transmission or something. All that noise.
So we'll gear up for one more restart. And they're trying to get Ryan Newman back onto the racetrack. He is 37 laps down, and if Newman can complete the final 16 circuits, well, that would be pretty big. He could move up as few as 5 or as many as 10 positions.
We got to the bottom of the free pass. The 66 got the free pass on the last caution, but when they all went by him after the restart, he went a lap down again. So since he brought the caution out, he was not eligible. He was the first car a lap down again.
Dick Berggren.
A lot of chatter on Dale Jr.'s radio right now, Mike, and the chatter was about where they want to run. Jr. said he would much prefer to run in the middle. He doesn't want to run the bottom. He especially doesn't want to run the top. Truex has agreed to run there, too. Michael really doesn't much care, but it sounds like those 3 cars are going to hook up in the middle, try to go to the front, and then see which one of them can win. To Matt.
And that's exactly what they passed on to Michael Waltrip, telling him where Junior would prefer to run, and that's where Michael will try to go. Now, he was commenting earlier in the race how he felt like they just were not working well enough together. They felt like if they could either win it or not win it, but they needed to work together as a team. Also, talking about the 16, he got the lucky dog earlier in the race, worked his way all the way back up to 5th. What a rebound for Greg Biffle. Steve?
Matt listening to Jamie McMurray in the third position, the number 42. He says, tell Junior I'm not going with him. If he goes to the bottom, I've got to go to the high side. Junior's reply, can't run the bottom or the very top. He has to go right in the middle.
And that's what we heard Michael say, I'm going to get in the middle and take my chances, see what happens. Man, what happened to his bumper?
This is what's been going on, I think, the entire race, even before that big wreck. Just a lot of bump drafting on the straightaway. Almost does not have a rear bumper. Yeah, our rear bumper cam when the race started, we were looking straight back at the cars. Now we're looking at the sky.
It's a weather cam.
All that happened to that was 450 miles at Talladega. 1 year ago, these same two drivers, Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt Jr., battled for the win here at Talladega. Brian Vickers spun, and at the moment of caution, Jeff Gordon was in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. The caution came with 5 laps to go. NASCAR ruled they could not get the track cleaned up in time to restart, and the fans voiced, or rather threw, their disapproval as Jeff Gordon celebrated the victory. Shortly thereafter, NASCAR announced that they would follow the precedent set in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, and that races would end under a green-white checker finish. That is, if there was a late race caution, they would make one attempt, even if they passed the scheduled distance of the race, to restart and run it under green to conclusion.
Yeah, I think what upset the fans that day is we ran over 4 laps of caution, which is over 10 miles at this racetrack.
And look how flexible this sport has become.
Yes.
When there's a problem or when there's an issue, the fans like this, they don't want to stop the races or whatever. NASCAR has quickly responded.
Well, Darrell, the reason the rule was set in stone was the entry blank says the race is 500 miles, and they were not going to extend it. Now you're right, more flexibility, like the flexibility of Jeff Gordon's rear bumper cover, as Dale Jr. had a little fun with it coming back to the green. Here we go with 14 laps to run.
Junior said, this close, I've been to you all day, dude. I'll let you know I'm here. I am here.
Now, Jamie McMurray in the 42 car, the black Dodge, he hung back just a little bit on that restart, but he's getting a push now from Elliott Sadler in the 38.
Bobby Labonte slowing in turn 1.
It's a real scattered out restart.
Oh, it was.
If it wasn't for bad luck, Bobby Labonte would have none at all. And nobody is working with Dale Jr.
He's going to squeeze up in front of Greg Biffle in the 16 car.
I believe Biffle cut him some slack there. Of course, he's going to pay him back by pushing him now.
And that could be a good payback.
No, I don't know. Here comes Michael Waltrip in the 15 on the outside.
I think that push actually bogged down the 16 car, and he's fallen back a couple of spots there.
Junior's able to fall back in behind Tony Stewart in the 20 car, back in the 6th position.
Oh, big squeeze there. Junior Biffle almost got in the back of him pretty hard there in turn 2.
Now, these cars running high, to me, would have favored Jamie McMurray and even Michael a little bit, because Jamie said he liked to run high, and that's where they've been running here for the last little bit, so we'll see how this goes.
There's McMurray, second in the Haviland Dodge, the last Dodge Charger to win at Talladega. Dave Marcus from Wausau, Wisconsin, 1976, in the Harry Hyde prepared K&K Dodge.
You see Kevin Harvick in that Goodwrench Chevrolet, the 29 car, at the bottom of the racetrack. Martin Truex Jr. in the 1 trying to get to him to push him up through there. And Jimmy Johnson in the 48's kind of bogged down.
Junior just brushed the wall.
Well, he was trying to get a run on the outside of Tony. Tony blocked him, and it shot Dale Jr. into the wall. I don't think did a lot of damage, but sure was exciting.
They are 5th and 6th. Stewart in the 20, Dale Jr. in the 8.
You see Kevin Harvick in the 29 car, not a lot of help, as it looks like Bobby Labonte in the 18 car may make it to pit road. But remember, Kevin Harvick in the 29, one of the few cars that elected to go with 4 tires instead of 2 on that last pit stop.
11 laps to go this time by.
This one you got to really set on a hot stove and sweat ice water, because that outside line is moving. Cars are going to run all underneath you, but you got to hang in there on the top. Boy, Junior and Michael are not cutting each other much slack right now.
No, they almost made contact side to side. Here comes Stewart with Michael, as it's the outside line that's moving.
Sure seems that way, and it's really tempting to dive to the bottom because there's a lot of room down there, but you got to go in the line. Wherever Jeff Gordon goes, that's where you got to go.
Yeah, because in the early part of the race, he was around the bottom. That's the line that was moving.
Kenny Schrader still in it in the 49. Mayfield in the 19 Dodge.
Yeah, those guys in the bottom, they continue to pay the price to the high line. They tend to go this time.
And now is not the time to be falling back. Now's the time you want to get up there and get yourselves in a pretty good position. Somebody's going to break out here in a minute, and you got to be ready to go with them. I believe that 42 car is sitting there thinking, I can do something if somebody will go with me. He looks a little antsy to me. You don't want to make your move too early, but I would not wait till the white flag.
We're definitely seeing them run as high as they run the entire race now, right up against the wall.
Watch what happens to Elliott Sadler. He got forced out of the line. Oh, Gordon came down and picked him up. Or no, I guess he's really...
Help at the 42. No help on the bottom.
He's just trying to break the draft on all of them.
Yeah, it's really up to Jeff Gordon what happens to Sadler. If Gordon goes low, Sadler sucks up. If Gordon goes back high,
on the high side with you.
too bad for Sadler.
Single file on the high side, inside falling back.
Jamie just wore the back bumper of that 24 out, getting down into turn 3.
McMurray seeking his second career win. He's gone winless in the last 84 races since winning in his second career start.
Made his first career start here 3 years ago. But Darrell, I think the old philosophy, as strong as that 24 car is right now, is we'll have 9 to go. I just don't think these guys can wait to the last corner of the last lap. They're going to have to try something early.
Well, what happens? You're back in there and you get such a strong run. You got to go because you're afraid you'll get run over or run over the guy in front of you. You pop out of line, the guy behind you closes the gap. You got nowhere to go.
Now Elliott Sadler in the 38's paying the price like everyone else that's went to the bottom of the race.
He jumped to the bottom and look where he is.
From second to 10th.
Look at Kenny Schrader in that 49 car up there. Qualified 42nd on Friday. They didn't have a lot of high hopes about this race car. He's kept his nose clean up there in the top 10, actually in 7th position. Eight to go.
This is when you know that you can make the wrong move. You're not worried about making the right move. You're worried about making the wrong move.
We talked earlier about drivers seeking their first win. Travis Quaffle in 6th place in that butterscotch-colored Kodak car. And Michael Waltrip takes a look.
That was not the right thing to do.
And Stewart covers the spot.
Look at Truex in the 1 car, 3 wide through 3 and 4.
The only reason that could be good is there's Dale Jr., there's Truex, and there's Kevin Harvick. Maybe they could run the bottom and hook up and go do something, but it's doubtful.
Michael's trying to get back to the high side.
They can catch Jeff Gordon, but can they pass him?
He'll just go to the bottom when they all gang up on the bottom.
7 to go. McMurray and Michael close for second place, and Waltrip charges through. McMurray goes way up the hill.
And he's going to pay the price. They're 4 wide over there. He paid the price to Tony Stewart in the 20 car.
Yeah, McMurray just got in there so hard the thing took off and he just couldn't stop it. Here comes Mikey looking to the bottom, and he's got help.
But Jeff Gordon, he's driving out the rearview mirror right now, not out the windshield.
2x2 in your mirror.
Like I said, the only way you're going to get by that 24 is going to take a really strong bump draft from somebody to knock you by him.
Michael just keeps going back and forth. Holton and Jeff Gordon will open just enough room. You can see him blocking him right here through the triangle. 6 to go this time.
And Martin Truex, yesterday's winner, comes up on the back bumper of Gordon.
A heck of a race behind Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, but Truex's teammate Waltrip drops to the inside to go past, and now they're 3 wide behind, and Truex is going to get squeezed through the middle.
And here comes Kevin Harvick in that 29 car. He may be reaping the benefits of 4 fresh tires on that last pit stop.
Waltrip moves up with Harvick. Gordon moved up to cover, but couldn't do it.
He's got the push, though. If he can get to the bottom here, here's the lead.
Clear low.
That's what it took. That took 2 of them pushing.
5 to go here, buddy. 5 to go. 29 and 1.
Jeff Gordon tried to get up to the outside, but couldn't do it and clear Michael Waltrip. He lost the lead.
They had such a run on him, he couldn't block them.
And Darrell, Michael don't want to get too big a lead on these guys right here. Let them get a run on him.
It's a nifty piece of driving by Michael and by Kevin Harvick to get around that 24 car.
Tony Stewart kicked back to 8th alongside Sadler. Dale Jr. 6th, McMurray 5th.
Here comes Gordon. He's going to try to fight his way back.
That looks like the only car here that can do it on its own, Darrell.
Now he's going to go
one
to the
car
right side.
on the inside. He goes to the outside to get by the 29. And I would say, Michael, don't look back.
4 to go this time. Look at him, 4 wide behind.
4 to go. 4 to go. 24, 42 in your mirror. Big push. Here they come. Single file behind you.
11 Talladega races have been determined by a last lap pass. Will this be the 12th?
It has all 24. Watch that thing come off turn 2 over there, Larry. He gets a whale of a run. He's just looking for which way to go.
Look at Michael blocking him. I just don't think he can hold him off, though, because he had that fender all the way to the corner, but Michael gets back up in front of him, going off into 3.
How many lanes can Walter block at the same time?
Murray's.
He's there outside.
Not
42
enough.
came down with you. 42's with you.
Not now.
Still in.
Now the 42's with Michael in the 15 car.
If this was the last lap, how close would it be? With 3 to go, here they come to the stripe.
Now, McMurray he's confused. He says, do I go 24? Do I go 15? I go 24.
Well, 24's been the best car all day, Darrell.
Single file, then 2 line 2 and 3 line 3.
And Stewart has come from 10th back up for 3rd. That's incredible.
And here comes Elliott Sadler in the 38 car, pushing the 15 car on the inside. 2.5 laps to go.
Feels like 2.5 days. Golly gee, what a race. These guys are just, it's amazing what they can do with those race cars at 190 miles an hour.
McMurray pulled his car to the bottom. Jeff Gordon blocked him back up to the high side. Tony Stewart in the 20 falls back in line. 2 to go this time.
I tell you, that McMurray has got a car that will go anywhere. He's just driving it all over the racetrack trying to find an opening.
He's been by far the class of the Dodge camp today.
They ganged up on Jeff Gordon to pass him. Gordon got the lead back by himself. It'll take a coordinated group effort to get him again.
Boy, McMurray pulled down in front of Michael in the 15 car. He got loose, had to get out of the throttle.
I thought that was... Oh,
there you go again.
Truex and Jr.
48, 8.
Johnson hard into the wall. And caution is out. Now that's before the leader gets the white flag. So this race is not over.
Took out about half of our lead pack cars. See Kevin Harvick, our pole sitter, the 29 car, all types of damage.
Man, the way they were just, I tell you, the way they were racing, holy smoly.
Jimmy Johnson, our points leader, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
The first 2 cars I saw turn sideways were teammates, Truex and Earnhardt. We'll have to look at replays to see the cause.
I don't know, I had my eyes closed.
There they go.
Now, unlike last year, when the race ended under caution, this race is not over. The leader had not taken the white flag, so they will set up for a green-white checker finish.
It looks like 8 of our 17 lead pack cars made it through.
Travis Quaffle got damaged. See, Michael and McMurray, they make contact right here, but no harm. Here comes the 38. He forces everybody up.
Like either Truex got to the back of Junior, or maybe someone got to the back of Truex.
I think they just had the lift over there and somebody ran in the back of somebody.
Harry, I thought I saw Kevin Harvick in the middle lane get forced over into Dale Jr. Let's see here.
Oh, clear low.
Watch from Kevin Harvick.
Behind you. We're in it. Damn it.
And as this unfolds, Buffy Waltrip upper left, Delana Harvick upper right. As their chances to go to victory lane today are done.
It's like those cars went up and almost hit the wall, Darrell, coming off turn 2, and they came back down the racetrack a little bit.
Yeah, you saw the dust fly, so somebody was getting into the wall, and they must have jumped off of the wall or slid out and hit the car beside him, which must have been Dale Jr. Shot him into the one car.
Biffle and Quaffle there shoving Junior down the backstretch.
Well, I don't know. I think this may be an all-time record for torn-up race cars. From yesterday and today, it's got to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 50, 75 cars.
I would say so. 86 cars total. Be hard-pressed to find 20 cars between yesterday and today right now that would not tore up.
I'm telling you.
So what's that, about $8.6 million?
I can't do the math. It's over my head.
We'll send you to Aaron's. That'll help you.
Pushing our points leader, Jimmy Johnson, in the 48 car, pushing him to the garage area. He had finished on the lead lap in 14 consecutive races. That will not happen today.
Now, that's bad news for Jimmy Johnson, obviously. But when you look at the 400-point mark in point standings, that's good news for everybody down at the bottom, because that's going to pull them up closer to the top.
And third place point man Greg Biffle, also with damage.
He's still going to have a top 20 finish, though, DW. Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, it's only a couple laps to go.
Kevin Harvick, who came in here 11th in the standings.
Greg Biffle. Now, both these cars, Biffle and Harvick, they're still on the lead lap.
Now, of the drivers between 400 points behind the leader and 500 points behind the leader, I think only one is still running, and that is Casey Mears.
I know Rusty was 10th, 300 points back.
Well, he's 23rd in the race and just kind of running with a lot of damage. So the way things stand right now in the top 10, the biggest gainer, Jamie McMurray. He would gain 9 positions to move into 7th in the standings. Tony Stewart would gain 6 positions from where he entered the day. So we are looking at some big changes in the NASCAR top 10.
And just think about the 3 races in a row that Kurt Busch had, and then one at Phoenix last week. What a rebound he's made.
Now, these are points as of right now. This race is not over. We still have a green, white checkered flag finish to come. Brian Newman would fall 8 positions, and Sterling Marlin 7 after being involved in crashes today. Carl Edwards would drop 6 spots.
And here's some more good news for these guys. The Lady in Black.
Yeah, she's coming
next
up.
Saturday night under the lights.
Something we've never done before.
Hello, Wall.
But I think that's the understatement, Mike, is it's not over with yet. We know we have 2 more laps of racing.
Are you going to sing Hello, Goodnight Moon and Hello Wall in the same evening?
All we need to go along with that next Saturday night is a full moon.
I think Ferlin Husky had a song called Hello, Wall.
Pounding out frustration and sheet metal in Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s pit. A big weekend at Darlington, South Carolina. The Gray Lady of Super Speedways. Thursday, Nextel Cup practice on speed, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Friday, Busch Series qualifying, Nextel Cup qualifying, back-to-back on speed, and then the Busch Series races presented by Yamaha on FX at 7:30 Friday night. Saturday, NASCAR this morning at 5:30 p.m. on speed. The Dodge Charger 500 is on Fox at 7 Eastern Time, and then NASCAR Victory Lane on speed follows. Then it's Happy Mother Day. Tonight on Fox, Animation Domination. 5 big animated sitcoms, all coming at you on Fox. We've got some animated drivers today for one reason or another. Dick Berggren with one of them.
Yeah, Martin Truex has just come from the care center. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
What happened?
I'm not sure. I got up behind Junior off of 2, and the 29 just shot to the left and hit him and hit me in the right front at the same time, and it spun me to the infield, and I ain't sure what happened after that, but it's unfortunate. We, almost to the end of the race, was having a lot of fun out there today, and real proud to run that well, and with all the Cup guys and stuff. Hopefully, one of our cars will win it. We'll see.
Winner yesterday, out of the Care Center today.
I guess it must have been the 29 that got into the wall off of 2 over there, since he said it shot to the left, or somebody shot to the left.
Yeah, I think Harvick was in the middle lane, Darrell. Somebody shot into Harvick, sent him to the left into those cars from what I saw. Let's have another look here.
I think probably this started a little bottleneck here.
See, there's Harvick in the middle.
Right.
And it's Jimmy Johnson way up high.
Tony Stewart.
Johnson Jimmy actually got into the wall. Then hits Harvick, comes down and hits Harvick, and it's on from there.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he hit him. He just slid over.
Once again, at 190 miles per hour.
So as at Daytona, Johnson and Harvick get together. They collided in their Gatorade 150 Thursday at Daytona. And this time it's Johnson bouncing off the turn 2 wall and sliding into Harvick, with mayhem the result. Jimmy Johnson is in the garage. The Nextel Cup point leader, Martin Truex, also in the garage. Dale Jr. back on track, but a lap behind, as is Casey Mears. Travis Kvapil is 2 laps down. Johnny Sauter 2 laps down. They're still working on the number 29 for our pole sitter, Kevin Harvick. Jeff Gordon has been the class of the field all day. They ganged up on him to pass him. He just passed them all back by himself.
I know Jeff Gordon's got the best car, and I know he's done a good job of blocking everybody, but if that 38 car could give 42 there, McMurray, a shot at the right time, that 42 car could win this race.
Yeah, Jeff would need more than Yoda if that happens.
And it's going to have such a short period of time to do it.
And I think it needs to happen early in that short period of time.
Yeah, because we saw Jeff get kicked back. He can fight his way back, but he doesn't have the laps.
Jimmy Johnson is with Dick Berggren.
You and Harvick get together out there?
I couldn't tell you what happened. It looked more to me like the inside lane was drifting up. Those guys were tight on the bottom, and in front of me, all the cars, they got really close, and they were starting to crowd people in the outside
on the replay
wall.
here. Just take a look.
And I just felt like I was up there on the outside wall and got crowded too. I got touched, but there was a lot more going on in front of me. Yeah, you could see it. Just everybody, actually the 38 and the 20, that took the air off of me, and I got in the outside wall a little bit from there. And it's hard to tell. It's just that time of the day, and everybody was real good. 20 to go. It's time to race hard, and all those chances that you had earlier in the day to lift, you can't do it anymore. That's just the way this type of racing is. And we got tore up. We've made it through most of these and haven't been tore up, but today we got tore up.
Did a great job today.
Thank you.
Jimmy Johnson's race comes up short. He will retain the point lead with that car in the garage. There are only going to be 2 laps to go, so not much point in Johnson's crew trying to get him back out, as he, I don't believe, could improve his position with everyone in front of him still running. Now, still running is one thing, but how much is left?
But he's in the top 15. He's in 14th place, 1 lap down. Casey Mears in the 41 was involved in the big wreck earlier. His teammate Sterling Marlin in the 40 car. Sterling's back out there 32 laps down in 34th. Really cannot gain any more positions. But I
believe it works a bunch worse than that.
I'd say you're right. But the biggest reason these guys will stay out there even though they can't gain positions is like Kyle Petty. For the last 100 laps, he really couldn't gain a position. But there was just something, always wanted to keep that D and F column. Did not finish column clean with a big 0 in it.
2 to go when they come by. And again, due to the rule change last year, prompted in part by last year's finish here, when the race ended under caution to the displeasure of the fans, we will go for 1 try at a green-white checker finish.
Sometimes I say things and I think, well, nobody will know anyway, but I was wrong again. Terry Bradshaw calls us up and says it was Farron Young that sang Hello Wall.
You know the good news there? Bradshaw's watching.
You know the bad news? He's got your phone number.
Bob, thank you. I knew I'd stand corrected.
You had part of it right.
2 laps to go. Jeff Gordon has led 136 of 191 laps. Can he hold the lead for the last 2? Jamie McMurray right with him.
Bringing it pretty slow to the restart.
Green flag.
Well, now let's see what happens.
Only up to 145 miles an hour entering turn 1. Larry, you're right. Slow restart. Nobody able to gain advantage.
38's got to run. 38's got to run. He needs to knock the fire out of that 42.
And it needs to happen here at the backstretch. He lagged back just a little bit to get that run.
42 wants to do something. If he could get some help, I'm telling you, he'd put some pressure on Jeff. But so far, they don't have the help.
Tony Stewart in the 20 car going to the bottom. Michael Waltrip in the 15 pushing him. They'll be coming to the white flag. This time they're going to kick Elliott Sadler to the high side of the 38.
Stewart took the air off Sadler's spoiler. McMurray working him down, but Stewart's got room. They touch.
He's there.
He one to go.
Working just right.
Now, boys, let me tell you, that 15 and that 20, it could be trouble for Jeff Gordon.
McMurray and Mayfield traded a little paint, and Jeremy is up to 4th. Kurt Busch, the defending series champ, battles for 5th. 4 cars with a little breakaway.
Jeff Gordon protecting that bottom of the racetrack. You can see Michael Waltrip all over the back bumper of Tony Stewart.
They just can't get to him. They're there, but they can't get enough run on him to get by him. It's a long way down here to the start-finish line, but I just don't think they got the steam. Jeff's car is just too fast.
A lot of races have been decided between right here and the finish line down past the pit exit. But Jeff Gordon is going to hold him off and win the Aaron's 499. Tony Stewart, a hard-fought 2nd. Michael Waltrip 3rd. Jeremy Mayfield to 4th. And Jamie McMurray top 5.
Oh, Ken Schrader finished 8th, but Jeff Gordon led 138
you guys make it
laps.
easy on me. Give me a race.
It was going to take 2 people to beat Jeff Gordon, and nobody had the steam there at the end to muster up the ability to get around him.
Good job, Jeff. Good job, 24 crew. You too, Ronthale.
On what would have been the birthday of the man who put the power to those Hendrick race cars for so many years and ran the engine department, Randy Dorton. All the Hendrick crews and Hendrick powered cars wearing caps for 5-1 in Randy's memory. And Jeff Gordon holds off all comers to win at Talladega, completing so far a 2-race sweep of restrictor plate events, the Daytona 500 and the Aaron's 499.
He won on our biggest racetrack. He won on our smallest racetrack.
Yeah, now he's won 4 out of the last 5 restrictor plate races.
And he becomes the first driver this season to notch a 3rd victory.
And he's getting a lot of cheers. Lots and lots of cheers.
Sure, baby. Dig it up.
They've got such depth and such a talented team. Robbie Loomis, the crew chief, but a lot of credit here especially. We talked earlier in the day about the spotters. His longtime spotter is Ron Thiel Jr., former Busch North driver and short tracker from Long Island. Jeff's eyes and ears from up high. And here, that makes a big difference.
I guarantee he worked about as hard as Jeff Gordon did today.
But you know, even when Jeff was leading the race, he was looking behind him when he was looking. We had cameras on him a number of times. Those eyes were flashing to the rear all the time, and he did a lot of blocking today because he didn't need people to get a run on him, and he stopped them.
It is the 72nd career victory for Jeff Gordon and his 10th restrictor plate win.
That's little Macy. Brought Dad a drink.
Good job. Oh, Michael's come to life here lately. 2 consecutive top 5s, 3 consecutive top 10s.
3rd place for Michael today.
He told me he really liked Tony Jr., Tony Eury Jr. He said he's a smart guy. He said, smartest guy I've ever worked with.
You know what also he said? He believes in me.
Jeff Gordon made the turn to where he expected victory lane to be. But after doing his donuts, they have sent him back to the entrance to pit road for spoiler check. While that happens, we'll take a break. You're watching NASCAR on Fox, where Jeff Gordon has won the Aaron's 499.
Chevy, the revolution races on.
Scent is the strongest sense tied to memory. How will you be remembered? Introducing Red Zone Body Spray in 4 great scents that all last longer than the leading body spray.
I love camping.
Red Zone Body Spray. Spice things up all day, all night.
Multitasking is great, except when you're driving. Answer the cell phone, referee the kids in the back seat, drink your coffee. We all do it. But Allstate knows if you do it a little less, you're less likely to have an accident or get a ticket. Keep a safe record and Allstate can save you up to 20%. Safe drivers cost everyone less. They should pay less. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Here they come charging to the finish.
In 1969, the legends of NASCAR began racing on the high banks of Michigan International Speedway. Pearson, Allison, Petty, Earnhardt, Jarrett, Labonte, Gordon. In 2005, the tradition continues at MIS with the best of the best in NASCAR Nextel Cup racing. For your ticket to NASCAR history, call today 800-354-1010 or visit mispeedway.com. Nextel Cup tickets on sale now. Be part of the action at MIS.
Julio Gonzalez and Montel Ice Griffin face off in the best damn light heavyweight fight period this week, live on FSN, presented by Kingdom of Heaven.
What's new? What's new? The Civic Special Edition, that's what. Not to mention, the Civic was rated best resale value. Looks like 2005 is getting off to a nice start. Oh, and right now, you can lease a Honda Civic Value Package at a price that's very nice. So, what's new with you? Now you can lease a Civic Value Package for $159 a month.
Can I talk to someone about car insurance?
Yeah, you can talk to me. What do you want?
I need car insurance with a low down payment.
Well, we need customers who can make a big down payment.
Look, I just need a little break.
Sorry. Do I look like I care?
No, you really don't, but I think acceptance does.
If you want a low down payment on your car insurance and you're tired of getting no for an answer, call Acceptance to hear yes we can, yes we will, and yes you can get it today.
800-951-2468. Acceptance. Isn't it time that you discovered what mobility products can do for you? At McCrocklin Ford and Mobility, we offer the area's largest selection of items designed to meet your specific needs. From wheelchair-accessible vehicles to personal mobility items, we offer items that will help you make life the best it can be. Discover why so many have said, you not only provided me with a great product, you gave me a whole new way of life.
To the Nextel post-race show, brought to you by Nextel, helping NASCAR groups get things done. NASCAR and Nextel, partners in speed. Jeff Gordon, 4-time NASCAR Nextel Cup champion, pushing towards a 5th, leaping from 12th to 3rd in points over the last 4 races and back-to-back wins here at Talladega. Let's go down to Victory Lane and Matt Yoakum.
A special phone call already from the boss on a special day. What did he say?
Well, you know, he couldn't be here, and he just wanted to let me know that he was thinking about me watching how special this was. And, you know, I just want to send my thoughts out to Rick and the whole Hendrick family. They had memorial services today for you know, John and Pop and the girls, and so and Ricky. So, you know, it's This is a special day. I tell you what. Today would have been Randy Dorton's birthday. I think he was in my engine. My goodness, that thing was just hitting on all 8 cylinders and so unbelievable. And I'm just so thankful for this entire team right here. This was an amazing effort. I mean, when you come to these, restrictor plate races, yeah, you got to work the draft step, but when you got a race car like I had today, it certainly makes your job a lot easier. I mean, the thing was just so strong. And I want to thank, obviously, DuPont, Pepsi, the Star Wars Episode 3 movie, and Yoda. I had the Force with me. I told you guys.
You had the Force, but how concerned were you on the restart of those guys laying back?
I was real concerned. I mean, they were laying way back, and it's kind of a cat and mouse game, and those restarts are so crucial in these restrictor plate races to get your momentum going. And I knew that if I let them get too far back on me, that they were just going to blow by me on the back straightaway. So I didn't want to slow the field up too much. I mentioned something to NASCAR, and luckily we got going there, and me and Jamie got out there, but those guys had a run on him, and I did all I could to block those guys that were coming. But Tony and Junior and Michael and Jamie McMurray. I mean, there's so many guys that I had such a blast racing with today, and it was a lot of fun. I want to thank GMHC and Haas, Bosch, Quaker State, Lays, everybody that makes this thing
everybody.
happen. Did I get everybody?
You got everybody. What a total package win today here in Talladega. Jeff Gordon, 2 for 2 in plate races in 2005.
And Tony Stewart has finished second for the 4th time in 13 tries here at Talladega. How wild was it for you out there today?
It's pretty calm for the most part. I mean, we stayed away from all the big stuff. Probably the most tense and stressful part of it was just when we literally just came to a stop in turn 1 and they were all wrecking around me. It's like being in the middle of a nightmare but having a happy ending. So we just watched them keep wrecking and wrecking and wrecking. I just kept slowing down and came to a stop. But other than that, I mean, it was just trying to pick the right lines at the right time and trying to learn as much as you could. So when it came time for the shootout there at the end, we could do the right things to get up front.
Best finish of the year. Congratulations. Steve Burns.
Dick Bergen with Michael Waltrip, who finishes 3rd. Your 3rd straight finish of 6th or better. You guys are on a roll. Tell us about the closing laps.
The Napa Chevy was good, but I got to hope that Tony's back bumper coming across the start-finish line for the white and pushed him all the way to the end of the back straightaway. I couldn't see where we were going, but I kept thinking, we're going to pull out on that 24 in a minute. I know we are. Just way too fast of a car Jeff had. I really appreciate him doing those donuts on the Aaron sign out front. He's thinking about the old dream machine at the same time.
Good marketing strategy.
That's right. Thanks,
Michael. Chris?
All right, thanks. And speaking of that, Chevy congratulates Jeff Gordon in his 24 car, the Monte Carlo, on the big win. And the pass taking it back from Michael Waltrip after Michael grabbed his first lead late in the race. Gordon dominated 139 laps, more importantly, surviving the Talladega Wreckathon and coming in first place. The defending manufacturer's champion records their 561st win overall. Chevy, the Revolution, races on.
After boys, we got this one. Woo-hoo! That is an awesome performance right there. I'm proud of you guys. Teamwork right there, guys. Teamwork. Doing it, guys. Randy Dorton's birthday, boys.
So Jeff Gordon up to 3rd in points. You heard from Tony Stewart. He moves up to 6th. Jimmy Johnson is still leading over Kurt Busch. Jamie McMurray now in the top 10. Dale Earnhardt Jr. currently 9th. Next week, you want to be with us. It's on to Darlington. So Jeff Gordon, as Darrell mentioned, he's won on a short track, a long track, now the oldest track. Nextel Cup practice Thursday on speed. Friday night, under the lights. Busch qualifying and the Busch Series race presented by Yamaha, 7:30 Eastern with the pre-race show. And Saturday night under the lights where Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon's teammate, swept things last year. He'll try and keep it rolling in the Dodge Charger 500. Talk about animation, domination. Jeff Gordon, that's tonight on Fox. Jeff Gordon dominating here along with Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, you heard Jeff Gordon pay tribute to his owner, Rick Hendrick, and mention head engine builder there, Randy Dorton, on his birthday, buddy. But the thing is right now, Obi-Wan Kenobi told Luke Skywalker to let it go and believe in the Force, and that's exactly what Jeff Gordon did here today. He believed, and he got through, and he won this race.
You can put on your Darth Vader outfit and ride home. For DW, Larry Mack, Mike, Steve, Dick, Matt, Jeff Hammond, I'm Chris Myers in the Hollywood Hotel for our entire production crew. Thanks for spending the weekend with us in Talladega. Don't forget The Simpsons, Family Guy, more domination on Fox. Jeff Gordon can relate. We'll see how he does next weekend. Thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox.
You know why I like racing in the NASCAR Busch Series? It's competition in its purest